Hello, people. GM. I'm here. Um, how's it going? Happy whatever time of day it is in your panel world. I'm gonna do like maybe half hour of topics or so, and then I'll drop the link for the panel. Internet God, I to you too. First, I think I have some tweets. Hey, Leggy, what's up? I think I have saved a few tweets. Okay, this guy says an officer. They're talking about police officers, anybody that enforces anything in a society. An officer in a capitalist society is supposed to enforce rules protecting freedom and the ability to leverage your agency. A socialist officer is supposed to prevent agency from usurping enforced hierarchy. Either can be abusive, but one is supposed to be. That sounds right to me. Okay, I have another one that says, interesting that liberal shared spaces universally transform into places where you're afraid to say anything out loud. And it's a account of Matthew Iglesias was working somewhere and they were having issues in the kitchen and the break room of employees cleaning the break room, and he suggested that they hire somebody. And he pointed out that if you would have to pay them less than you pay the rest of the employees to make it worth hiring. And he got in trouble for that. Like they didn't like that, and they called him in and talked about. So that's what he's talking about. Like these are all liberal spaces, and everybody's scared to say anything because of the carrots. All right, let's see another one. The vast majority of racism and anti-Semitism now comes from the identity politics left. Yes, the racism is coming from DEI, CRT, intersectionality activism because DEI, CRT, intersectionality are racist as fuck. The solution to racism isn't more racism, for fuck's sake. I agree. My friend Brooke was up here talking about how in her training they divided the classes into black people, white people, Spanish people, Asian people. And being from the South, when you start separating the white people and the black, I know that is something else. That's not a training. That is not progressing beyond racism. That's how we maintained our racism. Even when I'm like driving somewhere or traveling somewhere and I start to see not a lot of black people around, I get nervous. These people are it's like a religion. It's a belief that just gets adopted like Scientology or you know, Heaven's Gate, QAnon. I hear more about conservatives here. Not a lot. I have a question. Actually, that's not true. You just don't watch my stream enough because I've covered many, many, many accounts. People who are, in fact, I talked about my friend yesterday who works for the VA, that is fighting with the VA now because they keep calling him into investigations and trying to discipline him and stuff for he put out a post on their Slack or something like saying that we should have a diversity of political viewpoints here, that he noticed it was all one-sided and he got in trouble for that, for just suggesting that there should be diversity of opinion people found offensive and thought was harmful. But my question for you, Not Loss, um, is because I think you're more Coyote than Sancho yourself, is if this is all whining about DEI, why do you come to listen to it every day? What kind of masochist are you? Okay, and I have one more tweet. This is survey data. This is from Pew. It's survey data from 1992 and then 2022. So what, like 30 years later? And it looks at how teens' views on gender discrimination have changed over time. So it's going to survey high school 12th graders from 92 and then from 2022 to get their opinions on various gender discrimination issues. So let's take a look. Um, Actually, maybe I'll be able to open it bigger. Here we go. So in 92, 35% of boys. Okay, the question is, um, are women discriminated against in these areas a great or a good deal? Are they discriminated when it comes to gaining leadership positions? In 1992, most 35% of boys said no. Almost 60% of women said yeah. In 2022, the boys think it's even less of an issue for women. We see women in leadership. It's basically it's practically a meritocracy. I see them everywhere. I've had one male boss in the last, I don't know, 10, maybe 20 years. The girls think no, not nearly enough. More women, more women, more women. It's we're still discriminated against. Elected to political office, 92. Look, it was over half of men thought yes, that's an issue. Women are being discriminated against when it comes to getting elected. Which what are you accusing? Who are you accusing of doing the discrimination? The voters? They have the right to elect whoever they want. That's not discrimination. Voters are not bound by the Civil Rights Act to vote a certain way based on somebody's demographics. So this is a ridiculous expectation anyway. But women, even women are okay. Like okay, they seem okay there. So even that number's coming down. Equal pay for equal work. I never did think the pay thing was an issue. Apparently, women want even more and more money. Isn't that negotiated at the individual level? Or some companies have a set, so like this is what we could pay for this position, and other companies have where you negotiate. Is there something about women that's different than men that when they go through the process that it does something happen differently with them? I don't know. It seems like they have the same opportunity as the men. And then obtaining top jobs. Look at this is the number that excites me. About a third in 92. Look how low it's gone after getting a taste of 30 years of women obtaining these top jobs. And of course, they still want more. So I thought that was interesting. All right, now we're going to talk about theory of mind and that chart I showed yesterday on positive disintegration. Let me look at a few comments first. I ran into my friend at the coffee shop. Yeah, see, you're getting seduced away from your purpose as well. Got to stay on mission, bro. If people are harmed by it to the point where they even tell you a story where it harmed them, well, I mean, it is narrative. Even if what you're saying is true, it's not. I'm not dismissing it as narrative. I'm identifying it as narrative. I don't know why you think I'm dismissing it. People who see DEI. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. No, because they're deluded. They're the Puritan. They're the witch hunters. They're deluded and by their moral self righteousness. They're playing hero for all of these oppressed minorities with no agency of their own. Right. Yeah, that's what I do. I like we talked about observation the other day when how to develop trust. I listen to words, but I mostly look at actions. The words are just like a surface layer of data. Oh, well, fortunately not, Laz. You don't have to rely on that. I've given receipts for every account that I've given of this. I've given receipts for. Yeah, that's kind of why that where I'm at with him too. Just leave him up there in Canada and just let him look at the wall and play with himself. Okay. Oh, look what he's doing now. Suddenly the victim. All right. Theory of mind. What is theory of mind? In psychology, theory of mind refers to the capacity to understand other people by ascribing mental states to them. How well can you form a mental picture of what's going on in someone else's mind? Or how well can you infer somebody's mental or psychological state? And often to do that, we take our own state as a starting point. So if you run into somebody whose mind is working differently than your own, you're going to run into, or you could run into problems. In the autism community, it's called the double empathy problem because it happens on both sides. The theory of mind is described as a theory because the behavior of the other person, such as their statements and expressions, is the only thing being directly observed. No one has direct access to the mind of another. And the existence and nature of the mind must be inferred. So we're always theorizing and inferring when we make statements about somebody's psychology, motivation, cognition, emotional processing, etc. It is typically assumed that others have minds analogous to one's own. The assumption is based on three reciprocal social interactions as observed in joint attention, the functional use of language, and the understanding of others' emotions and actions. I think that last part, the understanding of others' emotions and actions, is where some of the theory of mind difficulties come in because I'm starting to realize that emotions can look similar on the outside but be completely different on the inside. And if you don't, and if your emotional mind works one way, there's no way you're going to be able to understand somebody else's emotional mind that works differently unless you put a lot of work into it. Um, I also want to tie this into that personality chart I was looking at yesterday because I think that the theory of mind of people at the lower levels of the chart, they don't have the capacity to infer the theory of mind of those of us that are at the higher levels. And the higher levels are actually they're qualitatively higher too. It's not just directional. Um, so I have no problem with that term higher. It's a hierarchy of values. Ultimately, it's what you're trying to develop from this. All right, let's see a few more comments. All right, this is interesting, not lost, and I'm gonna let you and Joe keep going at it and come back to it. You know what? They had Timothy McVeigh on the right. They had Valerie Solanas on the left. Y'all have violent, crazy, emotional extremists on both sides. You could make a column and put all the violence on the right and all the violent crazies on the left, and it probably about balance out. Right? Yeah. Okay. I had a little chat conversation with GPT on theory of mind. It's a first of all, it's a cognitive ability, so it involves cognition. Cognitive ability to understand that others have thoughts, beliefs, desires, intentions, and perspectives that are different from one's own. Not everybody's mind is exactly like your own mind or your own experience of your mind. It's a crucial component of social cognition, allowing people to predict and interpret the behavior of others based on what they assume the other person might be thinking or feeling. Sasquatch talked the other day, we were talking about trust, about how you don't really need to develop or build trust with a person in this mutual process. You just need to observe them and then adjust accordingly. And part of that observation, I think, is paying attention to, is like trying to build a model of their theory of mind. And so, is your predictive model of that person um, useful? Does it continue to be useful? And if it does, then that's really only the trust you need if, as Jack Talcott also said, you trust yourself. So if you have the self-trust and the ability to observe others and develop a working model, I still think there's a form of cooperative trust that's developed, I guess, transactionally. It's put to the test in little brief, like events where the trust is proven or not. Did someone keep their word? Did someone pay me back, etc. Um, but this like long term trust, I think it involves more this theory of mind. It says the ability typically develops in early childhood around ages 4 to 5, though it can vary. A common way to assess theory of mind is the false belief test. Is that the Sally Ann test? And it does say in neurodivergence, particularly in autism, the development of theory of mind can be different or delayed, which can impact social interactions and the ability to understand or empathize with others' perspective. Neurotypicals are not any better than doing this with autistic people than autistic people are with neurotypicals. So it's not solely on the autistic person just because they have a different theory of mind. It's not like neurotypicals are normal and we're defective. We both have equally different theories of mind. So the burden is on both parties to understand and navigate that, not to stigmatize one just because they're an outlier. So, of course, I ask it delayed or just different? That's a great point. In the context of autism and neurodivergence, it's increasingly recognized that theory of mind may not always be delayed in the traditional sense, but rather different in its development and expression. Hell yeah. For many neurodivergent individuals, especially those on the autism spectrum, their understanding of others' thoughts and feelings might develop in ways that don't fit the typical model used to measure theory of mind because our brains are different. So our understanding, we're going off of our understanding of our own selves. Like my relation to my emotion, I'm learning is very different to other people's relation to the emotions of themselves and others. I don't know what that relate. I can't. I try all the time to understand the psychology of somebody that has that kind of negative relation to emotion. I can't penetrate it. That theory of mind is inaccessible to me. Just as mine, this kind of emotion positive theory relation is they can't seem to understand. So that's a good example of how the disconnect is on both sides because we're both working off of our own internal experience of our minds, our emotion. I include mind and emotion as one entity. Some neurodivergent individuals may use alternative strategies or ways of interpreting social cues and emotions. They may excel in understanding specific aspects of human behavior while struggling with others that neurotypical individuals might grasp earlier. Yes, I would say this is true, but also the converse, that we have the ability to focus in on stuff that neurotypicals don't pick up on. Like there's a lot of social noise I think that distracts neurotypicals that I can cut right through because I'm focusing um, are hyper focusing even on what people are saying, the words. I'm listening to their words. I'm decoding their language. It's building a picture in my head. So all of this other back vibes and nonverbal this and that all fades to the background. And I can hyper focus on the content of their communication. Whereas a neurotypical might get like distracted by all this other stuff and not really fully hear what the person's trying to say because they have all these channels they're trying to integrate into the message. So I there's a strong neurotypical bias in this stuff, but I think that it could be educated away, and it could be just seen as we're all kind of equally on the same level playing field when it comes to this. All right, now I want to look at that personality chart. Hang on, let me. Um, okay, not Laz. I notice you one specific thing, a second specific thing, and some really abstract general boogeyman. They're not nothing issues. The bathroom issue is a legitimate issue that society needs to debate and figure out. Hollywood make I don't even know what you're talking about. The cartoon character. Gay is not an issue. I don't consider gay an issue at all anymore. In 2024, gay is no more an issue than interracial marriage is an issue. And these are your phantoms, by the way. Zad, I envy you so much. I wish I had that power. All right, I'm gonna let Joe take care of not lost because I have full faith and confidence in him. Um, and I'm gonna proceed to this chart. Nope, we're not doing the horns for a while. I don't think it's a significant issue at all in today's society. I think it's all shifted to the trans and queer and plus whatever the plus includes. But two men dating and forming a relationship or having sex, I don't think anybody cares about that much anymore. No, I live with another guy, so it's just an all male household. All right, let's pull up this chart. One reason I'm taking so much time on this chart is because eventually I'm hoping it can give us kind of a common language that we can use to start talking about some of the content here. Um, this bottom level, I think what I want to really highlight is this developmental potential and what distinguishes it from these primitive instincts. So these are instincts everybody has. You can see them in toddlers. Aggression, maybe not the sexual impulse. Um, Self-preservation. These are the animal instincts that keep us alive, propagate the species, and defend and allow us to attack and conquer and master the world. They come from our biology. The these you see the lines here. It says borderline zone, borderline zone. Primary integration. This B part right here. It says plus or minus 60%. This is, let's say, this is the curve. This is normal mainstream society. This is where most people are. This is what most of society is designed for. Let's call this like normie land. This is the normies. Below the normies, you have the people that can't quite make it up to this level. They're asocial, antisocial. There's antisocial personality disorder, other personality disorders. This is about about 5% of the population, give or take. Those with lower IQs usually end up in the prison system. Those with higher IQs become your corporate sociopaths. My ex was one of these. Um, this is all biology driven. There was a book that a guy did, a psychology book, kind of exploring the psychology of sociopaths, and he described them as running off of pure animal instinct. There's almost no higher cognition involved. They know how to give the appearance of it, but they are really driven by just animal impulse. So that's kind of this level down here. I think we see some of this in some of the trolls, some of the drama. There's a lot of dysfunction, a lot of sadomasochism. This is that red zone. Here, I'll pull that chart up just to reinforce. We talked about yesterday. This is what I'm going to call um, just call it hell. The satanic substrate, the hellscape. Um, that's this zone right here where people are so damaged or damaging that it's going to take a lot to move them up to that pro-social zone. Um, all right, hopefully we're back on the chart. What I really want to talk about, so these primitive instincts are controlled through socialization, usually in the form of stories or narratives that help you to understand what impulses to inhibit and what impulses to express. Like they provide pathways for the expression of pro-social impulses, etc. So sometimes that breaks down. Sometimes people revert to like their socialization, substance use. You can see it. Go walk around San Francisco and watch all the fentanyl users. You think they're at these higher levels through fentanyl? No, they're down here in this zone because the drug has eroded the socialization and dropped them back to this primitive level. The movie Natural Born Killers, I think, is a good depiction of this bottom layer. Um, Mental health challenges, trauma, abuse, whatever, can bring you down to this level. So that's one area that this socialization can kind of get breached and start to disintegrate. But there's another type of disintegration that doesn't take you to this lower level because it's not driven by these primitive instincts trying to reemerge, but it disintegrates your socialization and takes you up to these higher levels because it's driven by this thing called developmental potential. And we notice here If your developmental potential is very low, there's no amount of positive nurture that's going to get you here. You're kind of fucked. And there are some people, I hate to say it, but as a Satanist, I like to look at life realistically. There's a certain percentage of humans, and I know the women and the nurturing women that want to believe all the serial killers in prison and child molesters can be redeemed, that they just had a bad childhood. Some humans are irredeemably fucked from birth. They are just defectively, they're going to be useless to society. They're always going to be, they're intraspecies predators. And that's just a reality we have to learn to live with as a species. No amount of positive environment is going to fix those people. So you can just give up on that fantasy belief right now. Leave those people alone. The most you can do is contain them and try to keep them out of your life. For most people, their potential is determined by the environment. It's about balance. If they're in a positive environment, they'll develop positively. If they're in a negative environment, they will develop negatively. For people with a higher amount of developmental potential, and we'll get into what that is, if you have high developmental potential and a positive environment, that can start to propel the growth beyond your socialization, and you can develop into your authentic, what Dabrowski calls personality ideal. If the positive developmental potential is strong enough, it can even overcome a negative environment. I think that's kind of what happened in my case. I think I had a stronger than average developmental potential. So whatever socialization was happening around me, it didn't really take, because this developmental potential was kind of enough to override it and keep my authentic personality, or at least the drive to actualize it, intact. And oh, hang on, I lost it. Anyway, maybe it'll come back. That happens. So, what is developmental potential? It it comprises these things. We talked about the third factor, which emerges from your biology and your socialization, but it's independent of that. It's your ability to, it's your agency, it's your will, it's your ability to choose and decide how each of those influences affect you and where you want to direct them or how you want to direct them. So this is you. The third factor is you in the cockpit of the plane. It's the part of you that is behind the wheel of the cockpit. It's not the plane itself. It's not the weather patterns. It is you in charge of what happens to that plane. There's also these things called dynamisms, which are kind of inner conflicts. And there's different types of inner conflicts that show up at the different levels of personality development. We won't talk about the levels today. I've talked about them before, but I'll touch on them another time. There's also the instincts. These instincts, as well as what Dabrowski calls overexcitabilities, and we talked about them yesterday. He identifies five: emotional, imaginational, intellectual, psychomotor, and sensual or aesthetic. So all of these combine to kind of make up this developmental potential. Now, to the people here in the stands in this normie zone, this kind of disintegration and this kind of disintegration can look identical. It can look like these scary, like demonic instincts breaking through the surface. But in the case of people with positive developmental potential, it is not anything at all like the people down here. It is positive maladjustment. It is you. Remember the other day I talked about like being pre-written, and when you some people just come into the world like pre-written, and when you try to socialize, you're trying to write over something that's already there. That's that positive developmental potential. And for people who it's strong enough, it can break through some of that primary socialization. And people that are still socialized at that level, it can cause a gap. It can cause an adjustment gap, but not a negative adjustment gap. It's not like you're under socialized and not civilized enough for that environment. It is your authentic personality is stronger, greater, had more potential, whatever. I'll give an example. I showed up in kindergarten Head Start, kindergarten, first grade, knowing how to read. I don't ever remember her learning how to read. I'm hyperlexic. I've just always known how to do it. I was probably reading before I was even speaking. In fact, in first grade, they put me in speech therapy because they call it an articulation disorder. I had un, um, underdeveloped speech, and so I had to work with this lady on my speech. But I was reading way better than I could speak in the first grade. In fact, I had my own reading. Like they didn't know what to do with me. I was reading books with no pictures in first grade, and all the rest of the kids were coloring their ABC worksheets. That is an example of positive maladjustment. I am not adjusted to that environment. I do not belong in that environment. I do not fit into that environment, but not because anything wrong with me. It's because the environment itself is not adequate to the potential that I'm bringing to it. The same thing happened to me in junior high school when I dropped out, quit going to school in the seventh grade, and stayed home and homeschooled myself because the school was not serving my needs. It was not serving my educational needs. I was getting bullied and harassed by the kids and the teachers. I could educate myself better on my own as an autodidact at my own house with PBS television, with books, with encyclopedias than anything that was going on at that school. I was positively maladjusted to that junior high school in rural Louisiana. It could not meet my needs. They had to put me in a special environment that was designed to help foster and nurture that potential that the ordinary school system could not address. That is positive maladjustment. Okay. Um, the other thing I want to do is I talked to the AI a little bit about some of these concepts. So I want to fill in with some of that and then I will put the link up. Let me see. Um, he's something. I don't know. He's of this younger generation. I think he's a millennial. So he's very, I guess, non-traditional. I honestly don't. I couldn't tell you what his sexuality is. Let's see. I will post the link. It's on this positive disintegration website, and I have it in the community tab of my channel as well. I posted some of the resources from yesterday. Um, Here is the link to the positive disintegration website, and I'll try to find the specific link for this chart. Um, Give me 1 second. Let me try to. I'm trying to find the link on the website where the chart came from. That's all I'm trying to do. But it's somewhere on that website. I tell you what, I will finish the topic, and then when the chat starts, I'll look for it. Just remind me. I have it as a PDF, so I can't really send you the link. Jeff, we all have potential. Yes, absolutely. I'm talking about a specific type of potential called developmental potential. And let's talk about what that is. Oh, hang on. Where did my. Oh, here it is. Okay. Dabrowski believed that not all people are equally predisposed to personal growth and self actualization. Not all people have an equal drive or urge to develop an authentic, unique personality. Some people are happy with whatever personality they're born with. They get socialized. They have their friend groups, their career, their spouses. They raise children. They're perfectly happy with whatever that initial primary integration is, and that's fine. I think the stability of society needs that. It depends on that. We're the outliers. This is only the people for whom we're a little more predisposed to personal growth and self-actualization. Developmental potential refers to an individual's inherent capacity for psychological growth, which is influenced by three components. Here, I'll put the link to this. Damn, why does ChatGPT take forever to copy a link? Okay. Finally, copied. Here is the link to the AI chat. Hey, Kane, what's up? Um, One of them is the overexcitabilities, and I've talked about those before. You could probably search in my search bar and pull up the episode. Um, but they're emotional, intellectual, imagination, physical, psychomotor, like the rocking, and sensual or aesthetic. For purposes of personality development, the intellectual, emotional, and imaginational kind of all work together. Those are the cognitive overexcitabilities. Um, People with strong overexcitabilities tend to react more intensely to life experiences, and this intensity can serve as a driving force for inner growth and development. That is what a lot of the times you're witnessing with my reactions. I think people are mistaking them for those primitive instincts, and they're not primitive instincts. They're a form of developmental potential that's being mistaken for a primitive instinct. I mean, I guess developmental potential can be primitive too, but it's different from those other primitive instincts like aggression. Um, the second category is specific abilities and talents, artistic ability, creativity, giftedness, high intelligence, etc. That can all contribute to personality development. And this third factor, that which is an inner drive towards self-determined growth. And if you remember the stuff we looked from SAMHSA, that federal government website on peer support and mental health and substance use, self-determination was one of the primary foundations of their recovery model. So this all ties together. This is like self-determination for outliers, where a person consciously chooses, again, choice, autonomy, agency, higher level values and moral decisions. It reflects the ability to transcend biological and social conditioning. That's I could not have said it better. Thank you, ChatGPT. It is the ability to transcend biological and social conditioning. And what eventually happens, that's why some of the levels are called unilevel and some of them are called multi-level, because eventually what happens is you develop a hierarchy of values that are unique to you, and they're going to be different for each person, but some of the values are going to be more in line with this personality ideal that you begin to discover as you grow into it. And so when it comes to making moral choices, or just any kind of choices really, you're going to have a set of values that are arranged in a hierarchy, where it's going to be very clear when you're following a higher set of values and when you're following a lower set of values. And so that is what the third factor, and then the development of potential is all working toward, is developing that hierarchy of values. Another concept, oh, hang on, I forgot to show it. See, the impact of developmental potential, especially the overexcitabilities, amplifies this loosening. If it even got, see how it's like extremely rigid here, moderately rigid. The socialization is probably less rigid, and these overexcitabilities are stronger, so it's able to disintegrate it um, more. Okay, this inner psychic milieu. That is kind of like the key, the substrate. Basically, it is your inner life, or the beginning of an authentic inner life. And oh, hang on, one more thing on this chart. Look at this normie zone. No inner psychic milieu. The inner psychic milieu is something that begins to develop as a result of this disintegration. And that's the other concept I want to talk about today. And then I will wrap up and post the link. Um, The inner psychic milieu refers to the internal psychological environment within a person. It is the complex interaction of different mental and emotional structures that emerge as a person develops. Dabrowski divides it into two parts. One are those dynamisms that were in blue, and they show up in different forms at the different levels. They are mental forces or motivators that drive internal conflict, transformation, and growth. Examples include empathy, guilt, self-awareness, shame, sense of responsibility. There's things like ambivalence, a sense of inferiority, superiority to your own self. Um, Dynamisms arise in response to life experiences, particularly emotional and moral challenges, and play a central role in personality development. Joe talks about, or the Stoics talked about virtue, like the drive for virtue. Um, I think moral challenges have a role to play in that. Um, let's see. I'm gonna do the levels again one day. We're gonna look at the dynamisms that show up at each level. And the second component of this inner psychic milieu is the personality levels themselves. The milieu begins to change as you move from one level or phase or stage to the other. As a person grows, they move through 5 levels of development from a primary egocentric level. That's that primary integration that we're all like that 60%. It's an ego level. It's not used negatively. It's just your self-interest and egoic needs are primary at that level, to a higher, more altruistic and autonomous level, which is called secondary integration. That's when you integrate not with your childhood socialization, but with your personality ideal, the authentic self that you actually are, before you got socialized into something else. The development of the inner psychic milieu involves increasing complexity, self-reflection, and moral awareness. Developmental potential is the raw capacity a person has for growth, while the inner psychic milieu describes the inner landscape where this potential is realized through mental and emotional processes. Together, they explain how people can evolve from a lower level of functioning to a higher, more complex, and authentic state of being. Okay, I think I'm going to end there today. Oh, thank you, Kane. And I'm going to try to find that link for you with the chart. But it is posted in the community tab, or should be, and then we'll get a panel going. And we have a channel in the Discord. It's right now it's called Mental Health Support. That's where I'm sticking all this stuff. I may create a separate channel for it. So if you need the Discord, my name there is Gen X Jeff, and just hit me up and I'll get you a link. Okay, let's say hello to Leggy.
Hello. How are
What you
you?
doing? Oh, I'm okay. How
Oh,
you?
I'm gonna go sit somewhere and just enjoy the day.
Are
So
you
I'm
off
gonna go.
today?
Yeah, it's been shitty. So we put some
Oh,
bait on. We put bait on the boat and the dip tank. We're gonna dip trap. So that's fun.
tomorrow?
Yeah, we're taking an
Okay.
extra guy, so at
So
least it
you
won't
you
be.
bait them one day and then you go put them out the next?
No, no.
Oh,
We had to put. We've been fishing. We've been using rockfish. So we have to go get our own bait because the co-op don't carry rockfish. So we got to
you
go
mean you
buy
have to go
frozen bait. We got to go
fish for
buy
your bait?
frozen bait, which comes in they come in like boxes of frozen fish. Got to take them and fucking let them thaw out, and you got to put them in crates, let water run over them to help finish thawing them out. It's a pain in the ass. I hate dealing with frozen bait, but fuck, it works. I guess we'll find out
Oh,
tomorrow for sure. But
well, what do you have going on today?
nothing, nothing today.
No, just chilling out,
Yeah,
chilling in the panelverse.
I did the bait thing this morning, so
Mm.
took my kid to a doctor's appointment, just dropped her off to school, and now I'm gonna do nothing for the rest of the day. I might go to the dump. I might make a dump run, maybe.
What's oh, like take junk from your house to the junkyard?
Well, no, like a couple bags of trash to the dump.
Well, y'all don't have trash pickup?
Not like they do in the city and shit.
Oh. I didn't know that. You'll have to bring your own
Here,
trash.
you got it once a week, but then you got to put it out, and it just fucking birds and raccoons and shit get to it. I don't like that. I hate that shit. I hate. I'll forget. I'll put a bag out on the deck or on the porch or whatever, and I'll forget to fucking go put it in the shed. And holy shit, man! You wake up next morning and be all over the yard. It's like, oh god damn it, motherfuck.
Well, that sounds productive.
Yeah, that won't be till later though if I do that.
Oh, okay.
I'll be like 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Oh my God, I didn't realize how
See,
early
I
it
like to
was.
maximize my trips in a vehicle. I hate making multiple runs to a certain end of town. One and done.
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds practical.
Practical, practical.
Or pragmatic.
It's,
What?
well, both. Both. I said you got to fucking travel either way an hour to go to fucking Walmart. Christ's sakes.
What? An
Yeah.
hour?
Yeah.
Dang, how far
It
away is
don't
the
matter
dump?
which
Hey,
way I
Tommy.
go. Don't matter which way I go. It's an hour.
So you're like way out there.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. Fuck. After 8 o'clock, good luck getting gas. If you didn't get gas before then, good luck. I think we got an Irvin, but that's open
Did you?
twenty
Is
four
that where
seven,
you
I
grew
guess.
up? Like that's your home base.
My home area, yeah. It's where I know. I always seem to find, no matter where I move, I always seem to find my way back to down East Maine somehow. Somehow, some way, I always come back down here.
Does it feel like home?
Well, it is home, but it's more because of work. I hate
Oh.
fucking working, and I hate working 9 to 5 jobs. I hate going, fucking punching in every single fucking day and punching out like a fucking dog. I hate that. At
Hmm.
least this way here. I mean, I guess I am on a boat, but I'm not. I got a little bit more leeway. I got more
Yeah.
days off. Mm, Shit. But it wasn't so bad when I was just digging clams and worms. I could take a day off whenever the fuck I wanted.
How long you been doing this again?
Well, I mean, on a boat, I've been doing the boat deal for 15 years off and on for the last six steady. And fuck, I've dug clams and worms since I was like 10 years old.
Oh my
So,
God. Wow. I think
yeah,
that's pretty cool.
if I wanted things besides shit from Walmart, like I had to earn them myself. My dad didn't buy me name brand shit.
So you were like motivated to be industrious at a very early age.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, why not? I mean, being 10, 11 years old and you'd go out and make $50 to $100 a day, that was a lot of money for a kid.
Oh my God, that's a lot of money right now. I,
Well,
if only I got that many super chats in a day. Do
well.
you did y'all get an allowance or anything like that? Like did your
Oh,
parents
yeah.
teach you money?
Yeah, I get an allowance. I used to get $5 a week.
Wow.
That was my allowance. And then once I got to high school and got driving and shit, my dad he'd give me $15 a week for gas. That was it. He goes, if you bet, because he knew, because back in the day, $15 would fill my fucking truck,
Oh
you know?
yeah.
So, I mean, I only had a little Mazda B 2200. So it's not like I think it had like a 14-gallon tank, something like that. So at $1.09, $15 pretty much filled it. So my dad goes, well, that's what you got for the week. You run it out. He goes, it's not my issue. You need to figure out how to get it. Same thing with food.
Risk
I got
management.
$5 in high school. I got $5 a day to eat on. But of course, though, I got a lot of food for $5 back then.
Oh.
I'd get a curly fry. I'd get a slice of
Wait,
pizza,
you'd get a
a,
what? What did you
a
what was the
soda
first one?
pop.
Wait, say them again. Say Just run through them one
I'd
more
get
time.
I'd get a slice of I'd get some curly fries, some a slice of pizza, a soda pop, and uh, some type of snack,
Oh my god.
like whatever they had for the day. Yeah, legit for
Did they have
$5.
school lunch? Like we had a cafeteria
Yeah,
that
they had
just
school
fed you
lunch, but
whatever they
then they
cooked.
had.
We didn't get a choice.
Well, see,
Well,
we had the cafeteria, and then they'd come out with this a la carte bullshit where you could,
oh yeah,
where
we
they
didn't have that.
where you had the school lunch, but then you could buy these extras if you wanted to.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Yeah. You got to buy those Green Day records too.
yeah, yeah.
That's where
Actually,
a
you
lot of
know,
my budget went.
the first record I ever bought was fucking an LL Cool J.
No, was it his first one? Wait, what was his big
Uh,
famous song?
yeah, because it was the one with like "Mama said knock you out" and shit. It was that one. And it wasn't even a CD. It was a fucking cassette tape.
Yeah, 1990.
So, I mean, I didn't buy it in 1990. I think I bought it in like 96, but still. I was like, what, eight? I was
Well,
eight when I bought it.
that was an oldie back then, huh?
Well, yeah. Because I can remember my dad, he was like, you like that music? And he had a friend that had a, his son was quite a, I mean, his son was fucking a senior in high school when I was fucking young. And he was like, you should buy this record. And I was like, no. And he was like, why not? And I was like,
Joe, it happened. We have it here in Washington State, or we have that expanded Medicaid where anybody under a certain income can is covered. They get health care, and then over a certain income, you can do the healthcare marketplace options. It's one of the best systems. Like you wouldn't believe how efficient the system is, the customer service, it's some of the friendly. Like you just call them and they're like, you're like, hi, I'm interested in your free Medicaid. Sure, what can we give you? Tell us about yourself. Oh yeah, we're glad to give you that. And you know what? Just call us back in a year if anything changes. Otherwise, enjoy your free health care. And if you have problems with it, you call them. It's some of the friendliest, the expanded Medicaid is some of the friendliest customer service I've ever experienced in the last decade. Is that a rare? There are some left policies I support. DEI is not one of them. Just because I think DEI is brain rot doesn't mean I think all of the ideas out of the left are. Things like universal health care, I think we do need a social safety net of some kind. I would not be opposed to a UBI if we could work it, like somehow let the machines take over enough of it to allow all of us to benefit from a UBI.
are you a machine, Jeff? Because you're awfully pro machine. Are you a machine? Are you a fucking Terminator?
I don't know. Could you think I could be replaced by an AI? That would determine how much of a machine I am. I'm not sure I could, but who knows? They
I
might be able to
mean,
replace all of us.
look, all I know is machines should not take a man's job. Because what are you gonna do if you create all these machines that do all these jobs, right? Even if it is more efficient, right? How the fuck is it? What is all these people gonna do? That's there's a
Well,
career field gone, and
should
boom.
society not progress just so people can have jobs? Should we stay in a primitive third world
Yeah,
state while the
I
rest
mean,
of the
that's not what I'm saying. But what are we gonna do though? Like, are we gonna?
you transition to other jobs? Like people adjust. Like the
Well,
ports in
and
the other parts of the world have managed to upgrade their technology and still keep most of their workforce. They just redirect them to other areas where they need people.
but do
And
they
so it's
though? Like, is that
possible
true, or is
to
it?
advance technologically and still keep your human capital
But
intact.
is it media propaganda though? Is that so? Like, is this actually what's really happening, or is there some numbers that's being fudged somewheres? You know what I
So
mean?
you don't think the ports around the world are actually being honest about their upgrade?
Let me tell you personally, like McDonald's. I'll use McDonald's as an example. I feel like since they've put in these self-service kiosks, right, and they do all these code shit, and they've put in multiple lanes for traffic, At least here in this region, I feel like the services got worse and slower than ever.
Well, then
Like
you
you
should
go,
want machines then,
well,
because the
no,
machines will
because
be more accurate and reliable and
well, no,
faster.
because they've lowered their workforce because they've taken positions away because they don't need as many people to work up front because they got the self kiosk machine. But then people
Yeah.
up front, when it was slow or if it would get busy, they would float back and forth to help get shit done. You don't have that now. You don't have, and it's weird because you don't really have the people that want to work anymore either. Too on top of that, so like when you get rid of the, it's a catch 22 it with everything when it comes to work and updating and replacing people with machines because those are the people really those are the jobs that we needed and those used to be thought of as high like a high skilled job that's now being replaced. So how do you I don't know, it's just I'm having a hard time getting a clear thought on this one because
My
my
mom's the
mind.
same way. She will not use a self check line at all, no matter what. She absolutely refuses. She will wait for a cashier to show up at that register.
Well,
She's
it's like
not
me. I
going through a
try
self
not to.
check.
I try not to unless I only have like an item and like every other line so I can write to the fucking door. Then all right, I'll go to a self
And I
checkout.
love self check. It gets me out of there in and out. I don't have to fool with people. I don't have
Yeah,
to
but
worry
a
about
lot of people
communication
around here
breakdowns.
too. A lot of the self checkouts around here, it's card only, no cash. Me, I carry more cash than I do in the bank.
Oh,
Like
so
the
you're
only
still
time,
on. So you haven't even upgraded to electronic money.
like the only money my wife's bank account money goes right into her bank account from her job, but like me, I get paid by a check. I go to a bank or a store and cash my check and I get cash. So then I take my cash and I put what I need to out of it into my account and then I pay what I need to for bills out of mine.
So like
Or
when
I'll
you
go
go
put
to
it in the
Walmart,
wife's.
you don't swipe your card. You just take out a wad of bills.
A lot of times, yeah. I
Wow,
mean,
that is.
unless it's in the wife's account and then we just use the wife's.
Oh,
But yeah.
I just find it so convenient to not have to carry money around.
How do cash is because cash is king. Cash is king and will always be king until the economy goes to hell. Then it's going to be gold and silver. But as of right now, cash, something a currency that you can actually see, feel, hold in your hand. To me, will always outweigh digital currency. Something you can't see. Because like me, if I have the cash in cash form, like have the money in that. I tend to hold on to it more than if it's in the bank account because in the bank account I don't see it going bye bye. Does that make sense? Like you can't physically see it going by unless you're looking in your account
So
every time
you
you step
you
on.
it helps you to see it go by. I don't like to see it go by.
See, yeah, because me, dude, I hate it. Like, where does the money go? Like, you know what I mean? All the time.
Like
I'm doing that
I have
constantly.
services now that just take the money out of my account each month. I don't have to see it. It just disappears from my account and I don't even have to know they took it. I like that. I don't like having to go manual like physically go to a website and pay them through like if they can just take it automatically and I don't have to see it. But I hate money too. I've always hated money. I hate fooling with it, dealing with it, thinking about it. Money is a social construct. I think you have a troll, Leggy.
I don't think that's not the real Tommy D.
Oh no, I know that.
That is not. Or whatever. Hey, let him troll until unless they say something really off color. I don't give a fuck.
And we have a wild
Fuck.
German lady who's new. She may be a sock as well.
No, 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 no. Well, if it's the real, there is a that should be German lady.
Oh,
That
that's a
should be
real person?
German. Yeah,
Okay,
should
I just
be.
never seen it before. Well, welcome, wild German lady. You found your way to the
So
lone wolves.
I run in and out of her throughout the panel
Come on,
verse.
at least admit you're trolling. We're not. Come on, give us some credit.
I mean, probably pearls do count as cash somewheres. I mean, I'm sure there's someone that be like, "Hey, I'll give you a pearl necklace
Yeah.
for if you allow me to stay here," or something. I'm sure. I'm sure.
I don't have any cash on me today, but I have this pearl necklace. Will you take one of
Jeff,
those?
I went a whole different way with my pearl necklace joke though.
I know. The minute it came out of my mouth, I saw it and tried to not. I guess you picked it up.
Ah, man.
So hey, when do you want to do our album thing?
Okay, so let me think about this. If I'm hauling to be tomorrow, what's tomorrow? Friday? I mean Thursday tomorrow.
Yep, it's Night Survivor.
So it'll be Thursday, Friday, possibly, maybe Saturday. So Sunday. Wow. Uh, it'd have to be a Wednesday, possibly.
You want to do it like in a week?
Yeah, it would have to be because if we haul, let's see, Thursday, Friday, and then possibly Saturday if we split it up 3 days. But if not, so then it'd be Sunday, Monday. Yeah, yeah. Do it for Wednesday at like uh, I'd say probably 5:30 my time. I'd say.
Afternoon, so that's like you're Eastern.
Yeah,
That's like two
yeah.
thirty for
So
me. That would work out.
yeah,
And I can set it for that tentatively. We can always change it.
yeah, yeah.
All right. So 5:30 next Wednesday, October 16th.
But I think other people should listen to them albums, and it should
Oh,
be
I'm
other
sorry,
people.
not October 16th. The week after that, 23rd. The 16th is today. Okay. Oh, also everybody, tomorrow I'm going to be on Sasquatch's show. We're going to be talking about YouTube. I'll post that link. That's going to be tomorrow evening.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, let me do that. Let me post. Leggy and I are picking. We're each picking an album. Friend, we're gonna pick an album from the same year. So we're choosing 1995. He's going to pick Insomniac by Green Day, and I'm gonna do Michael Jarrah solo album Drainland. He's from the Swans. Um, and we're gonna do a song by song comparison of the albums, but we're also gonna talk about the historical events that happened that year. And the one that stands out to me, have you looked at the history yet of '95?
Uh, no, but 95, that's when like Clinton was coming into office, right? In 95, and that's when
Let's
like
see,
the
93.
internet boom.
Yeah, that was his
Like
first term.
that's when like he said like the internet, we were going to release the internet and all that shit. That's when like it really started with like the dot com and all that,
And in
right?
'94, that's when the Republicans got Congress and they started that contract with America. But the big event in '95 was the Oklahoma City bombing.
Oh, it was, wasn't it?
And the
That
90s was
was.
one of the most violent decade. When I say Gen X is a violent generation and don't fuck with Gen X, I mean y'all don't want to fuck with us.
Yeah, because I mean,
Um,
not what was it? 93?
because
Was
before
it
that,
93 or
92, you had
94?
Ruby Ridge, and then you had Waco, and Oklahoma was like the culmination of all of that. You had a lot of
Well, you also had the
anti-government
original
extremists on the
Trade Center.
right that were very
You had the
paranoid about government.
You remember that? What was it? 93, 94 was the original Trade Center bombing.
Let's see when that was.
I do believe it was 93, I think.
93, you're right.
And then you had the
February of
Unabomber.
93.
When was the Unabomber?
Oh, he was early. Unabomber was like 70s, 80s.
Was he? I thought there was one in the early 90s.
78 all the way through 95. Is that when he got caught? Maybe the Unabomber got caught at that time. But but the '90s was the eight. Like the people that show up on here and fuck the government, fuck the system, all that. In the '90s, people were actually blowing up the system. They were like physically,
We don't
violently
recommend this
attacking the
by no
federal
means.
government. Like that.
We're
That
just
was to
saying
me
what
the
used to
peak
happen.
of right-wing extremism and anti-government sentiment from the right. And so when people here talk like that, that's what I think of. I think, oh, they're one of those Ruby Ridge. They're going to be living out in the woods like the Unabomber. That's the type of background or culture that I'm associating with that type of rhetoric and thinking. Because some of these people, and it's not just one person. Like Timothy McVeigh had two other people that felt enough like he did to all three of them plan this thing. It wasn't some lone crazy person. Like with the random shooter, you could say, oh, mental health, all this stuff. But these were more than one person doing all this because of this belief about the federal government. Tommy, your troll is here. The problem I'm told, shameless, with that is that there's too many competing self-interests. Like the medical system is so complex that the political will is not there. Kind of like I think with the board immigration at the border. Like it it's part of an ecosystem that too many people are benefiting from. There's too many like competing self-interests benefiting from it for there to be enough political will to change it. And I think healthcare is similar.
You talk about politics, man. This fucking you can't get no more political than with this whale shit right now. And them trying to do the offshore wind turbines and
What?
go green and oh yeah. Yeah, that's a big thing on the East Coast. I don't know how it is on the West Coast, but East Coast, man, they're trying to put these solar farms up everywhere.
What is it?
I'm not solar
Solar?
farms. I mean, not solar farms. Well, I mean, they are putting them up, but wind turbines, offshore wind turbines.
Let's see. Offshore. What's the controversy with them?
Well, I mean, the noise pollution, the way they can affect climate and atmosphere. They say uh, the fact that it will disrupt marine life, and it already has, as far as the whales. They blame whales on the lobster industry, the whale deaths on the lobster industry, right from Canada right down to New Jersey. You know, it's a very it's very fucked up shit.
I'm looking at it now. It says on the U.S. coast, wind power foes embrace save the whales argument. So the people that don't want the wind power are suddenly getting concerned about the whales as a way to stop the wind power stuff.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
They did
But
that when
but
I was living in Vegas. They wanted to build like a high-speed rail between Vegas and L.A. And there was this one little part of desert. It was like maybe a few yards or a few feet where this rare endangered turtle lived, and people were using that as a reason to block this high-speed rail. That part of it would pass over this little tiny part where this endangered turtle lived. And I don't think the rail got built.
yeah. But I mean, you look up the statistics as far as within the last few years how many sharks and whales and shit have washed up from Jersey all the way up to Maine here on the coast. It's crazy, man. The, and it's all has to do with seismic drilling and shit.
Is seismic drilling the same as the offshore wind turbines?
Well, that's what they're doing. They're doing the seismic drilling so they can fucking,
To put
place
in the
the
turbines.
to put in the fucking anchors and shit like that there for them.
What are they
And
dying from?
they're using the lobster industry as a fucking scapegoat for it.
What are
Essentially, is
they
what they're
saying
trying to
about
do.
you?
I mean, they're saying the whale deaths are being caused from them getting wrapped up in fishing gear and shit, and that any whale death is unacceptable. But yet, these offshore sites have the ability to kill two whales a year. They have a permit, so they're allowed to kill two marine mammals a year.
In order to install these things,
Like, yeah,
there's a
like,
certain amount of marine animal deaths that's allowed.
yeah,
Wow, I'm
they've
sure the
put in
animal
out.
activists are gonna love that.
That's what I'm saying, man. But yet it's all about save the whales. But no, really, it's these people about save the whales because if you shut down the lobster industry and you limit where they can fish and how they can fish, well, guess what? All that ground is now available because you're not going to be able to fish around these fucking things. You're not going to be able to because I mean your traps will get fucking. I'm sure they're going to have mooring lines going down that's chain and shit. So they will get wrapped around it. So it's going to be probably a good quarter mile that you can't fish around these cocksuckers.
I'm finding some articles that saying what's killing whales off the northeast coast. It's not wind farm projects. Experts say. Scientists say there's no evidence to support a connection between the two. Um,
And
let's
there's no
see. There are
evidence
no
saying
known
that whales have
connections
done.
between any of these offshore wind activities and any whale strandings, regardless of species. Spec- Here, I'll just put it. It's this one's from CNN, but there's others I found.
Trust me, I've read pretty much all of them. Because there's a whole page dedicated to this shit on Facebook and that me and my wife are on. So like all these articles get posted. Anytime there's a whale or shark that washes up on shore, the article gets posted.
It
Like
says
there's an article.
40% is because whales were struck by ships or got tangled in ropes or nets in water. And more recently, the focus has been on 9 whales that have been stranded off the New York and New Jersey coast since December. Um, there are several factors that may be contributing to the increase. There's something called menhaden. Do you know what that is?
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's a type of fish that the
Oh
whales
yeah,
eat.
pogies. Yeah, pogies.
Oh, that's the pogies?
I
Because it,
guess
it
if you talk.
says that the pogies are migrating and they're following the pogies. That's one reason. And it's bringing them to an area where there's a lot of boat traffic.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about like big ships that's striking them. Like you realize, like the U.S. Navy will run over a fucking whale. Like, prime example, there was a guy that worked. He was a very high ranked Navy official. He come here and he ran one of the wharfs. Like he was the manager of one of the wharfs for one season. Family owned. His family owns the wharf. He come here and manage it. We were talking to him one day. And he goes, he goes, twice this happened. He goes, we hit a fucking whale on the way from here to across to Europe. He goes, literally, he goes, you'll be sailing along, you'll hit the fucking ship, the ship will jar. He goes, all of a sudden the boat, they'll just take the boat, slam her in fucking reverse, and fucking wash the whale off of the bulb of the boat, and then just keep on going. And I've heard that from a lot of guys that's been on ships in the Navy.
But how many whales do you think are dying that way?
A lot more than they are getting wrapped up in fucking rope.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean,
Because this thing is saying that let's see. Our current work off the coast of New Jersey consists of surveys and does not involve sounds or actions that will disturb whales or any ocean animals. And they have strict federal regulations that there have to be multiple observers on these vessels conducting survey, watching for whales, dolphins, and turtles, and calling for work stoppages when the animals swim into the area. So they're watching for whales.
that's if they see them above the surface. So if they're fucking below the surface and not breaching to the top for whatever reason, that you're not gonna know they're there.
Well,
And
it
then
says they
boom, when
use
they come to
sonar too.
well, exactly, is what I'm saying. Sonar, seismic drilling, like that shit all fucks with them, all of it. I mean, because they
Well,
use sonar to navigate. Because that was a big thing with these nuclear subs back in the day. Because you would have pods of fucking whales that would actually be attracted to them and shit like that.
I don't know. Everything. Here's one from Scientific American. Whales are dying, but not from offshore wind. The science is clear. Offshore wind isn't what's killing whales.
but it's big money. So are they gonna? If something's big money, are they
So you
really
believe
gonna?
the scientists are all being paid to lie and that they're secretly killing whales? That just
Well,
doesn't
I
make.
mean, they always just say scientists, but they don't really ever say. They never really publish the data. Like if there's
Well,
scientific
they
data,
do
okay,
though.
they
I'm on
should publish it.
Scientific American right now. They have all kind of links to sources.
I don't know.
Science is
I
pretty
just
transparent. Like when scientists do something, they make it available for all the other scientists to look at. It's really hard to like get scientists in on a conspiracy because
it.
just by the nature of how science works.
It's just yeah. But when you got people being like, no, 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 we want to say this. You know what I mean? You got people, all these people running fucking
But that
publicity
sounds
on
like
these
a
fucking things and
conspiracy
running.
that many people are coordinating to hide the whale deaths.
Yeah, but you can find just as many videos and arguments against it if you truly look. Like, you know
Well,
what I mean?
I'm just following the science and like because scientists are really good at studying things and taking into account all the different complex factors and figuring out how like what proportion of which factor is and they have methods to test and falsify and experiment and readjust their results to everything. So science is really good at figuring shit out. And there's so many people involved in science that it's really hard to have all scientists in on a conspiracy theory because it's a very transparent activity. It says misinformation around this issue perplexes and dismays many well researchers and confirmation because there's simply no data to back it up. So I guess I would have to see data
I don't know. I
supporting what
just
you're
feel like
saying because
they're
so far
they're
the
not gonna,
data is
but the
supporting what the
government's not
scientists.
gonna release the
This is
data going against it though.
this
You know
is
what I
not
mean? Because they're
government.
pushing they want to push their
Science is
agenda.
separate from government. Government doesn't have a lockdown on science. Science can operate independently of government, so it's not a government controlled enterprise.
I don't know. I
Science
just
and
I
government
just
are not
know
one entity.
from personal experience and from keeping a close tab on these arguments. I know what's being said. I know when
I know,
whales are
but you say
being
what's being
found dead.
said, but do you have anything beyond just people saying stuff?
I mean, I have experience. I mean, them fucking whales don't just fucking pop up out of fucking nowhere and wind up fucking dead. You know, you don't have mass casualties of fucking whales just woo dying. Like in my whole time of fucking fishing, like fishing, fucking around on the ocean, living in the state of Maine, I can remember the whole time. There's only been two whales that I could ever fucking remember. Like one when I was a kid, I think washed up in Machias, Roke's Bluff area, and I think one washed up not that long ago down in the Cape. But that's like the first time since 2004 that there's been a whale
But
death
that
in the
doesn't mean
state of
it's a
Maine.
government conspiracy to
I don't know.
hide whale deaths to profit
Yeah, but to
from.
blame everything on the fucking lobster industry alone,
Oh,
not even other fisheries.
Leggy, honestly, I didn't see lobster mentioned one time in any of the stuff I was reading.
Well,
So
you got
what?
to go to that's why then you got to go to the NOAA website and you got to look at all the regulations and type in whale rope regulations for the Maine lobster industry. And then that brings up a big slew of fucking a whole different wormhole.
Let's see. NOAA confirms link between Maine lobster fishing and right whale death. This was from, oh God,
even though
a few days ago,
even though
October
the
4th.
local news even though the local news reported on it and said that the state expert stated that it appears the whale had died apparent ship strike boat strike, but then Noah comes out and said no, no, it was rope
It says it
because
was
they're in this
entangled in gear with markings that Noah said were consistent with rope used in Maine state water trap pot buoy lines used for lobster fishing. So they're going by the type of rope. And they examined it with the microscope. They did diagnostic testing on it. The cause of death was determined to be due to chronic entanglement. The investigation is still open.
As I
The
said.
result marks the first time that a direct scientific link has been made between lobster fishing and the death of a North Atlantic right whale. And it
But
does
yet,
say
when this
that
first
whale
started,
entanglement became a hot button issue for the Maine lobster industry when they announced a new set of regulations intended to protect the few hundred whales left. And it did ignite a firestorm of criticism. So I guess that's what we're seeing.
that's what I'm saying. We've been adamant that we follow the regulations. And if that's the theory, right? If that's the case, if they're saying that's what happened, that means their bullshit that they come up with to prevent it, that their scientists supposedly said, you put these in, these weak links in, and it will prevent the whales from getting tangled up. Guess what? It just proves right there that's a crock of shit. That you get my point? So what is it? Either your method's working or it's not. If it didn't have weak links in it, it wasn't from the state of Maine. I could tell you that much right
Is
now.
it the regulations that have you the most bothered?
No, it's the fact that because of this, the Maine lobster industry has been put on all these fucking blacklist fucking uh and aren't allowed, like HelloFresh don't sell it no more. Uh
Oh,
Cruise
like
ships, a
all
lot of
the
cruise ships don't. Like if you do get lobster, it's not
it's
Atlantic lobster.
stigmatized now because they think it's killing whales, so nobody like
Yeah,
all the
look it up.
leftists
Look
don't want it in the
Monterey.
stores.
Look up Monterey Bay Aquarium. Uh, l- red listed or blacklisted, whatever it is. Maine lobster, Atlantic,
Wait,
North
tell me
Atlantic
again.
lobster.
What?
Or whatever.
Say them again.
Monterey Bay Sustainable Seafood Ban List. There you go. And they
Sustainable
say
seafood.
They say that the lobster industry is not a sustainable industry because it does harm to other
So
fisheries.
you think they're trying to like phase out the entire lobster industry? Rich people are not going to get their lobsters anymore.
I don't think it's either that, even that. I think they're trying to get rid of a lot of these smaller mom and pops boats that only fish a few hundred traps here and there, and they're trying to keep it so the bigger people that have bigger landings do coming in. Like I feel, and this is a talk from a lot of people. So this isn't just me feeling this way. This is a lot of people in the industry, especially in the area that I live in. So
So there's like bigger lobster companies that
not
might.
companies, but bigger boats. Like people that have bigger boats, fish
Do they have
harder,
the power
catch
to do
more.
that? Like, all get together and conspire to muscle out the
Well, I
little
mean,
bit?
I
Because they're
think.
still going to have to follow the same regulations, huh?
I guess it depends. When you got Canada that fishes the same waters as us, but they have a whole different set of rules and laws governing their lobsters. It's like starting next year, they're going to be able to take a smaller run of lobster than us again.
So,
How the
like,
fuck?
people might start
And
getting
they
their
can take a
lobsters from
bigger
Canada.
lobster. What's that?
People are going to start getting their lobsters from Canada.
A lot of lobsters that come over here
So it
come from
sounds like
Canada
you're worried
anyway.
about like unfair competition. Like your
Well,
business
like,
that
look,
that
Canada.
you're in is put at risk because of some shenanigans
So how
that
it is right
you
now in
see as
Canada,
unfair.
right?
Like, people are trying to gain a competitive edge over your business.
Well, I know, but listen, right now in Canada, you have to, it's the same size measure on the small end as of right now. It's 3 1/4. But they have no limit as far as size goes. They can take a bigger lobster as they want in Canada. Starting next year, we're going to uh what is it? Right now it's 3 1/4, so that's two. So I think it's going to 3 3 3/8 next year is what the new measure is going to
So
be.
then it's Canada you should be mad at
Canada,
because Canada's making
Canada,
it. Canada's out
Canada.
competing you.
On the other hand, well, no, because Canada runs into the issue. Them smaller lobsters, they're not going to be allowed to export the smaller lobsters into the states because they're illegal in the states.
Oh,
Does that
because
make?
the U.S. has them illegal.
Yeah, because now, so the measure's going from 3 1/4 to I believe 3 3/8. So all them and their measures staying the same in Canada. So they're gonna have all these 3 1/4 inch lobsters that they're gonna have to keep in Canada, and because they're not gonna or ship them elsewhere because you can't bring them into the United States like they used to. Like a lot of our lobsters go to Canada, at least in this area. I don't know how they are down southern Maine,
But
but up
Shameless,
here.
this happens in business all the time. This is not a conspiracy. This is just part of doing business. It's like businesses grow and outcompete, and some businesses can't keep up, and they if they have to. It's individuals do this too. We have to adapt or die. You adapt to survive, or you don't. And so this is the lobster industry. The smaller boats are going to have to adapt to the changing industry. Our people had to do it down in Louisiana too.
It's just like the shrimping industry. There's been no shrimp here for fucking 25, 30 years. They say there's no shrimp in the Gulf of Maine. But yet Canada, same fucking waters, they have a shrimp season every year.
Why do you think that is?
Couldn't tell you. But yet the state of Maine says there's no shrimp. But yet, as I said, which I can only imagine is the peak time of the year for them cocksuckers, the washboard will be full of them. Like I no doubt in a in the peak season of them, you could keep a 5 gallon bucket that just come up in a lobster trap that has
Louisiana
two
shrimp is
inch.
so much better anyway. Just let
No,
Louisiana do the shrimp and y'all do the
no,
lobsters.
all them warmer water fucking creatures. They don't taste nearly as good as Maine. Cause that cold water, man. I'm telling you, the cold water makes a big difference. Really
I don't know.
does.
I'd have
I
to
mean,
do
trust
the
me, I've had
taste
my share
test.
of shrimp from Louisiana. Mississippi down that way. Or is there a difference between Mississippi shrimp and Louisiana
I think
shrimp?
it's all Gulf, like whatever comes out of the Gulf. Not Laws, you're cracking me up. You're my favorite crazy leftist comedian.
It's just like
No, I
they
think no
put these.
Leggy. I think is introducing a conspiratorial element to it. I wasn't saying you were.
No, there's no conspiracy to it. I'm telling you, this. I'm seeing it for firsthand. This is the shit that's going on. Like
Well, you
they're
said that the scientists were all trying to hide while the whales were actually dying
No,
so
I'm
that they
not
could make
saying
a
it. I'm
profit.
saying that you have they're only releasing the studies from the people they want to release. There's other studies out there that's not being released in the main media. Does that make sense? Like,
But science doesn't go by media. If the studies
sure
are
they
out
do.
there, the
Sure
scientists
they
are.
do. Uh, I watched, as I
That's
told you,
not
I
how
watch a
science
lot of them.
works.
Dude, I'm telling you, I watch a lot of that World Science Festival, and they talk about this how people, when you go outside of the norm, right? A lot of times, if you go outside the normal thinking of the scientific community, you are looked upon and frowned upon sometimes.
But
At,
that's not science. Science is an activity. It's not a community, it's not an organization, it's not a group. It's an activity that anybody could participate in. Scientists are just trained how to do it really, really well,
well,
better
I
than the average
understand that,
person.
but
But anybody can do science or take a scientific approach to something.
well,
So if there's studies out there, if there are scientists doing studies and releasing them and they contradict the other studies that other scientists do, all of that gets put in a big information
what
pool,
I'm
and then the
saying, go
scientists
back and
figure
look,
out among themselves.
look up, just Google and see what you get. Google, does sonar or does sonar affect whales? Navigational patterns and see what it says.
Because we,
Because
we,
seismic drilling is essentially what? Sound waves, right?
I know, but I thought we keep moving around because I thought we were on the like the lobster.
Well, we are.
I don't know how sonar
It
got
all
into it because
plays
we
into
weren't
the
talking
same.
about sonar.
It all plays into the same thing. That's what I'm trying to get at. It all plays into the same.
What's that one thing?
What do you mean? The offshore power. It all ties into offshore power.
The
All of it.
wind power.
Yes, all of it.
That's what you're saying, but the stuff I'm reading
That's what
saying
the
that's
whole state of Maine, the whole lobster
what
industry is
do you
saying.
have something to show me like a link to an article or something?
I mean, a Facebook page with everything. I mean, that's all I
That
can.
would work. I could look at
I mean,
Facebook.
I mean, I gotta find it. But
Cause if I don't know how people are hiding stuff, people have the idea that people hide studies. You don't hide people don't do studies and see. There's no way to like do a study in secret and not publish it. Like I don't know what that is. That has no scientific credibility or validity. If you do a study, it's going to result in a report that's going to be published, and then scientists are going to see the study. They may not agree with it. They may not accept it. They may see that it's bad science or something, but like there's no point in doing a study in secret and not showing anybody the results. I don't know where that idea comes from. Because if a scientist did a study that contradicted what the other scientists are saying, he would want that out. He would make sure that that got out. And that happens all the time in science, where there's no scientific consensus. Different scientists run different experiments and get different results. And science is an ongoing activity of reconciling all of that, but it's never final. Okay, why whales flee from sonar, sometimes to their death? Does military sonar kill marine wildlife? How can sonar affect whales? And you know what? I could ask the AI too. It says military sonar, in particular, can harm whales and other mammals. And it does say what the exact reasons for some mass whale strandings are still under investigation. Many have been correlated with naval exercises using mid-frequency sonar. Some countries have imposed restrictions on sonar use in areas known to be frequented by sensitive species. So it sounds like people are aware of the problem and regulating it. Oh, he might have gone off to look for that link. Right, but then shameless, they're this narrative, it gets introduced that there's like these studies out here that reveal the truth, but they're being hidden or suppressed. That's just not how science works. If you're going to do a study, it's going to get published. You're going to want your results out there. Yeah, but that's not people hiding. What you're saying here, if some people, and these wouldn't be scientists, these would be other groups that are making use of the study. If they're only using some studies and rejecting others, that doesn't mean those reports are being suppressed. That's just those groups not incorporating that particular study into whatever they're using those studies for. But that's not the scientists suppressing studies because they discovered something so horrible they don't want the public to know. Who's they though? Anybody can access. There's databases of scientific studies. Like you can find a study if you want it. People say that about Google, like Google's hiding all of this hidden information. What information? And you can go on other search engines and find it. It's like maybe it's that agency thing. If I know if I want to find any study, I have the agency and ability to go find me a study. Probably from right here behind my laptop. And so the idea that somebody is responsible for feeding you the correct studies, otherwise they're suppressing them. Well, Busker, I think that when that happens, they get like the what is it, the Purdue case or that Sackler thing. Like I think that's prosecuted and regulated. So it may happen, but it's not the norm. And when it does happen, it's criminalized, which again should make you trust the system that we do like police that kind of stuff. Oh God, this mistrust, like going back to Timothy McVeigh and all of that, they had that in extreme, extreme, extreme to the point where they were willing to blow up the federal government because their trust was so low. Right, that's what I'm saying. It's still there. It's not people making it inconvenient is not hiding. That's not suppressing information. And I don't. I guess another thing, I don't rely on other people to do my information consumption for. I'm when I'm looking for information, I know what I'm looking for, and I know when I find it. So I don't stop until I find. If I have an information goal, then I go hunt for the information until I find the goal. And so if some websites make it a little harder to get it, that's not a barrier that I suddenly give up and say, "Oh no, they're hiding the information from me." It just means I have to put a little more effort into getting the information if it's important for me. But the locus of control is still myself. Oh, this one's behind a paywall. Well, Leggy, you still there? Yeah, well, don't depend on Google for your search results then. Diversify your
Oh,
search
I'm here.
engines.
I'm here. I'm
Simple,
just looking.
simple
I'm
problem.
looking. Hold
Don't
on.
put yourself at the mercy of Google. Don't put yourself at the mercy of a single search. Everybody has the ability to choose multiple search engines if they feel like Google is not meeting their needs. Hey, but oh Lord, what is on the picture?
That's I got this screen cap from Facebook Marketplace. There was this thing up like pick of the day, alcohol fetal syndrome doll.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. I laughed my ass off when I saw that.
Let me.
And yeah, I have the whole write up about it somewhere. I don't know if it's on the if you click on the
Fetal
picture.
alcohol syndrome baby. Let me see this.
It's
Oh
like
my God, it's real. Oh wait, hang on. I gotta show it to you. It's a product. They use it like in medical school to teach. It's a teaching tool to teach doctors and stuff about fetal alcohol, I guess.
okay, I thought it was
Why do
just
you need a whole baby, fake baby, just to learn about?
to
Oh my
see what they
God, that looks.
see what they look like, I
Is
guess.
this the next generation? I'm really worried now.
Oh man. Yeah, so how you been?
Oh, I'm okay. Just chilling out with Leggy, talking lobsters.
Lobsters. Man.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. My stomach is a little queasy. I ate this chili with too much hot sauce and ground garlic and I always do that. Like it's like heroin to me. Spicy shit.
Oh my God, we should start putting it in profile pic, like have a whole panel of fetal alcohol babies.
We gotta get different ones, like
There. If
different,
We could
you
have
look
a
through
diversity. We
there,
could have different
there's,
yeah,
races and different genders and
PEI for
sexualities.
alcohol fetal babies.
Yeah, a whole line of fetal
look, there
alcohol
should be all
babies.
kinds of articles on there, Jeff,
All right, I have it
from
up.
my
I'm gonna
perspective.
take a
But you
look.
got to go through because I'm sure there's a bunch of bullshit in through there too. But
Okay.
you'll see the articles and shit.
All right. Yeah, I'll browse through this then.
Hey, I'm not trying to switch the topic, but did you get to listen to my songs on
I
Reverb?
did. I love. Yes, I did. I listened to several of them. I
Oh,
loved. I really liked the church cover.
yeah. Oh, cheers, man. They're all free to download, man.
In
So
fact, if you want to drop your link in the back again, I'll put. I might still have it. Let me look. Reverb Nation.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, I can bring it up for you.
Oh wait, I don't want to post it because it has your name. Never mind. You
Well,
posted it private.
yeah. Yeah. I'm not
That
too
no,
worried
that's
about
fine.
it because
Because you have your YouTube channel.
I mean, all anybody has to do is look up Baltimore and Cajun accordion player, and chances are you're gonna find my name. So,
What is fast, not loss? You can see FAS in people's faces. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't know what that means. That's an odd pairing. Fetal alcohol syndrome. So
What
wait,
was what
you
was
think Kyle
your
Rittenhouse and Marjorie Taylor Greene have fetal alcohol syndrome?
hey,
What a
what was your
conspirator.
take on Kyle Rittenhouse? Should he have got in trouble, yes or no?
I, as an American citizen, we have our justice system, and I agree to abide by the results of the justice system. I didn't follow the ruling closely, but it seems like there's legal justification for the ruling, and I don't know if it's going through appeal or if that's all over, but that's where it stands, and I accept the result.
Okay.
What is Croco?
oh, who mentioned that?
Who is? I don't even know Croco. I know King Crocoduck, but he doesn't come
Uh,
here. I wish he did.
well, Davy Crocco, he was the dude that was on until I think he died or had a heroin overdose. I don't know, something coke.
Oh, I vaguely remember that.
Davy Crocco.
Yeah.
That's the only Crocco I know of. Yeah, Silver. He's unfortunately deceased.
Deceased. Done for. Gone.
Let's
Out of
see.
this world.
Yeah.
What in the hell is that fucking sound, sir?
Oh, is
Is
that
it
my
Oscar?
a laptop? Yeah, dude. It sounds like a fucking vibrator.
Well, I didn't
It's,
I didn't know if you were getting your jollies off while you were
oh
online with us or
no,
what.
dude. It's funny because it's a Dell, but I call it a Deldo.
Adele.
A
Dude, you're
dildo.
getting Adele.
Dude, you're getting a Deldo, and it's gonna vibrate until people go mad.
Yeah, I thought that's why you brought it up. I thought you were like trying to make a point that like maybe it was a conspiracy or something.
No, it's my
I
laptop.
remember when I first got into Panelverse, I heard about this Davy Crocker. I don't know who he was, but everybody was talking about how he had died.
Yeah,
Let me see
I
if I can
know it
find a date.
sucks.
he was
There was a guy there was a
kind
guy on here that
And there,
I
of
got
course,
along
there's
with
a
that.
conspiracy theory that he's still alive.
nah, no shit. Well, I
There
don't
was a
think
guy doing what?
I don't know, man. I think his family got a little pissed off that people were saying that. From what I heard, I mean that's just from what I heard.
Yeah, and they say Elvis is still alive too.
Right?
And Tupac and Biggie, they say they're all still alive. I like to know where.
There was another YouTuber who died of brain aneurysm, and
Oh, it says he was fighting with Rachel Wilson in his very
who's that?
last video. Bear Psyop, was he part of the Owen? What's his name? Bear
Nah,
Tardia.
he wasn't. He wasn't a part of that. I think he didn't like Owen Benjamin Crocco. He's one of the ones that didn't really like him. And he, righteously, I mean, that is a good point that Benjamin is kind of unlikable.
Oh yeah, I I learned that pretty early. I learned that from watching the Crucible before I even got into Panelverse. Because a lot of the people had escaped his cult and come over to the Crucible.
Oh God, yeah. So they're like recovering
Yeah,
bears,
yeah. Jim Bob
recovering
was one. Jim
bears.
Bob was a former
Oh yeah,
bear.
that's right. Yep, yep. They had a big falling out, the two of them, and but I haven't watched Owen Benjamin since probably 2017 when he was live on D Live. Maybe it was 2018.
Were
And
you
D
a
Live,
follower of his?
well, just I'd like subscribe just to get notifications because some of his stuff was entertaining, but then like he just became just I don't know a little too much. And then he also I heard he did do a lot of ripping off of people and grifting and shit.
Yeah, apparently he was going to try to create some commune somewhere that
Yeah,
got people
Bertaria,
to.
Bertaria. That's so stupid. Yeah, and yeah, a lot of people got ripped off with that. So it's like, yeah. But he is a talented musician, though. He plays that piano pretty damn good.
Oh, it
Pretty
does.
damn good, he says. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, and he plays by ear. I've talked to his trans teacher. I don't know what stream I was on, but she was on there, and she was talking. People were asking about Owen when he was there, being taught by her, and he used to talk about her too. I thought he was just lying about it, but no, I talked to the person, and I don't remember the name, but yeah, but he is talented. I mean, playing by ear without reading anything on a piano, I can understand a Cajun accordion. That was easy enough, or maybe a piano accordion. But a whole piano, that's like playing by ear with that. It's got to be a trip.
I used to do that a little bit. Plunk out. I had a little toy piano. My
Yeah,
brother
yeah,
had a Pianosaurus, and I could plunk out little melodies by ear on
yeah. I
those.
mean that's simple enough. That's why I could play piano accordion. I could like emulate just by hearing like an Irish song when I was doing that kind of stuff. And but only the pub music because the Kaylee music is just like beyond belief hard. But Cajun music's that's hard too, man. That took me a long time.
What is it? The rhythm that's hard.
Nah, well, that is like that you kind of figure out early on, but the bass side, like to make the rhythm on the bass side, like it's hard at first, but it's just like the style and capturing that real genuine Cajun style. I haven't really done that. I mean, I've kind of gotten sort of similar to Savoy and a little similar to his son, but not nearly as good as them. They're like the cream of the crop, dude. And I think if it wasn't for the Cajun accordion, I probably wouldn't be into Cajun music. Um, yeah. So I'm sorry to switch up the topic there.
Oh no, we've
Oh, you're
talked a
good.
while.
You're good.
Um, I gave you a wrench before. Oh, I took it away when I took all the wrenches. That's what happened. Because you hardly hang out here anymore. What kind of mod are you going to be? I need people that can. I need demon trolls. Do you think you could be one? I need people to mod. This is mainly what I wanted mod. Anybody that looks like they're trying to confront or instigate or start drama with somebody, particularly a certain person. Because people will come here under socks repeatedly and just harass, harass, harass. That's really the kind of stuff I'm trying to mod
Ah,
away. Are you here all the time?
I feel like I'm on YouTube too much, but that's what it is, man. I got nothing else to do.
I don't know. I've never beaten a cat across the tree. Is that what you all do up in Canada?
Oh
They
man.
must. The fucking Canucks, they're fucking weird motherfuckers.
Canadians are violent. They pretend to be so polite and oh, don't want to offend anyone. They're some of the most violent people on the planet. They
Dude, they're
burned down our
fucking
White House.
Canadians are vile motherfuckers.
They
Dude,
are.
my uncle,
That's
well,
the
and I can say
veneer.
this because I
They are
have family that are
savages.
proud Canadians, right? My uncle, man, he he was fucking ruthless, man. As absolute positively ruthless. Like he was nice to the family, but if you didn't know him, you walked up to him. I remember I was a kid. This guy walked up to him and asked him for a cigarette. He looked at him and he goes, "You got a job?" Guy goes, "Yeah." He goes,
Me?
"You have a house?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You pay your bills?" "Yeah." He goes, "Good. Go to the fucking store, buy your own cigarettes."
Oh,
I
you're
was like,
right.
I was like,
Sorry.
okay.
I used to bum people cigarettes all the time, but now I would never do that, dude. They're like fucking $12 some a pack. It's like what
Yeah, I
the
used to smoke those OPCs too. That was my favorite brand. Other
I've
people's
never
cigarettes.
never heard of them. OPC?
Yeah, other people's cigarettes.
Oh yeah,
You had
yeah,
them at the gay bar all the time.
yeah. Yeah, the OPC. I don't know why that flew over my head. I just didn't. I wasn't listening. So sorry. I mean, good enough. Mm. Yeah, other people's cigarettes. Like, yeah, dude. I was generous with it, but I usually brought like a cheap pack of like uh, generic cigarettes with me. So, like,
Mm, I
and
remember the generics.
yeah, I'd bring a pack of Dorals. That's what.
Oh my God, Doral.
Yeah, I know.
Those were strong. That was like Pall Mall strong.
Yeah, yeah. Like well, my parents, especially my mother, she loved the fuck out of them, and I would steal a pack from her carton once in a while, and I'd take it out. But with this pack that I bought for $2.30 of Marlboros, and that was like fucking a long time ago. And I was like illegal to buy cigarettes, and like, but this one place let me buy it, and so people are cracking down and shit.
Yeah, I will admit the Canadians that I've met on YouTube, they are some of the most vindictive, fucking
Oh,
twisted people I've met. Not
wow.
gonna lie. Not all of them. I'm not saying all of them.
And I know a very vindictive one on here. He's evil.
Oh well. Um,
You know who I'm talking
I
about.
know. Yeah, I guess I do.
Mm. And his cohort, or
I mean, I
whatever.
think we can all be
Don't-
vindictive in the right circumstances. I know I have been.
I mean, like in a really malicious way.
Oh,
That's what. Not you don't do that.
well, because it's pointless. If I'm going to be vindictive, I'm going to make sure it accomplishes something.
Yeah,
Perfect. I'm just not going to do
it's
something stupid just to be vindictive. I'm going to be vindictive in a way that's going to accomplish my
yeah,
goal
yeah,
with that person.
yeah.
And it really takes me a lot to get there.
Is tonight the super moon, or was that last night? It was supposed to be a super moon on the. What's today's date?
I'm not sure who's in the back.
I
You're
guess
new
yeah,
here.
on the 17th.
If you could type something about yourself, and you have to flash yourself on cam so I know you're a person.
Your face. Flash your face.
Yeah, the 17th is a super moon. But hopefully, yeah, I'll probably won't see it because it'll be always gray here. It always is.
Oh wow! For $20, you get a pack of cigarettes and a spanking from a black midget.
What a bargain!
Canada's gonna outcompete everybody. They got the black bondage midgets and the best lobsters. You just have to pay
Fuck
Canadian
you, Jeff.
prices.
They do not have the best lobsters.
Well,
It's the
that's what
same
you said. They're
fucking
gonna.
lobster.
They're going to because of their regulations.
No,
I
because they
remember.
can't. They look. They can't export them big ones into the states, and they can't export them little ones into the states. So now
So
they're
you're
just
not worried
fucked.
about Canada?
Well, no, I'm worried because they can take. They can take resources that we can't take. And the whole point of us increasing the measure is for conservation purposes. But it does no fucking good when the other countries like fish the same waters can take a smaller and or bigger lobster than us. Doesn't it doesn't work.
That is weird.
American. What are you? Aryan? What are you? Not allowed Aryan? I think we found the real Nazi.
Who? Who's a Nazi?
Is that why your name is not Las? Nazi Las? You're
Oh
the
yeah.
only name on here with an N and a Z in it so far. Lobster supremacist.
Dude, there's inbreds everywhere, but I bet there's a whole shitload of them up in Canada.
I'm probably inbred.
Well, I mean,
Pretty sure. I come from an endogamous culture where we married within our own people, and we weren't that big to begin with.
yeah, but like you really can't trace it back, though. It's probably so far back that, I mean, because if it wasn't, you'd be,
Mm,
I
not so
don't know.
sure.
What were your parents, brother and sister?
Well, no, of course not.
Your
I mean,
grandparents? Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, it
yeah,
happens.
maybe not the grandparents in great, but possibly somewhere past the great greats.
Yeah, yeah, it's like way back. What? Who knows if I've got that in my line? Who knows? I mean, it could be anywhere in anybody's line, and nobody would know it, be the wiser, unless they knew from their history. But like usually people can't see that far back. Like what's crazy is like the fucking British monarchy. They were always inbreeding to keep it in the family, to keep the bloodline pure. But how pure can it possibly be after that? Oh shit! After generations, that's fucking crazy.
Oh, sorry, I'm streaming and doing social media at the same time, and not even aware of it. That's a new. I think I've crossed the threshold where I'm on the stream, not even like just living my life on the stream, not even focusing on it.
Yeah, I can't really. I can I used to multitask a fuckload better on the internet, but these days it's not as easy.
Yeah, I have side chats going. That's what the issue is.
Oh man, that was good chili, but oh my god. Mm,
My man's could.
fantastic.
Well,
I need some rain.
This there really is. There's a few people all streaming right now, and we're all talking to each other while we stream. This is, and none of us are. I don't think we're watching each other's streams. Let's see. We're merging the pet. Oh my god, we're forming one larger entity. It's not a single stream anymore. Oh wait, no, I don't think. I don't think this person's streaming. Never mind. That would be wild. If all the streaming hosts were all chatting with each other while they streamed, that would take production to a whole new level. They have even some states in Louisiana allow cousin marriages at a certain distance. Well, I mean, I don't know. Are we reaching?
Hold on. Sorry. I just got back, Jeff. I had to go into the store. I had to go get me
Oh,
a Coca
wait.
Cola.
You mean you were not here the whole time and I was talking with Busker, thinking I was in a three-way conversation? I didn't even notice.
No, if I was
I'm
muted,
really out of touch today.
if I, yeah. Yeah, anyway. No, I wouldn't get. I had to go get me a Coca Cola. I was gonna make a joke, but about it, but I could see it being soundbited and somebody trying to twist it around, so I'm not going to.
I heard that Coke can corrode change. Did you hear about that?
Oh, it probably does.
Somebody
Wouldn't
was talking
surprise
about
me.
Oreo Coke the other day.
Oreo Coke?
Oh,
Yeah.
my wife tried that at her work. Oh my fucking god, she said it was disgusting.
I bet.
Then that Fanta haunted apple, right? That has Beetlejuice
What?
on it, right?
Oh,
They
Fanta
still
come out
have
with a
Fanta?
haunted apple, right?
haunted
And it was
apple.
green. I just seen apple on it, not thinking that it was gonna be whatever. I'm thinking it's just gonna be a green apple flavored fucking. No, no,
What was
no.
it
It was
haunted
like
with?
apples. No, it was like apple spice. I don't know. It was fucking absolutely
It's
disgusting.
Beetlejuice.
Well, yeah. Well, then I read. Then I should have read it even closer.
Is it this?
Yeah. Yeah, that fucking thing. That drink, anybody that hasn't drank it, don't. It's fucking disgusting. I'm not even gonna lie. I seen on Facebook Marketplace
Well, there goes my
afterwards.
sponsorship from Fanta.
No. They're orange Fanta and grape Fanta, absolutely delicious. Strawberry Fanta,
Right, don't they use Diet Coke to clean like blood off the highway after car accidents?
I don't.
What? I've never heard about that.
That's what
Holy crap, dude. I don't think the sodas are good for you.
Well, they're probably not good for you, but a lot of things aren't good for you.
I mean, like,
Yeah, this is America. We don't care. We eat all that shit.
I
Well,
America,
mean,
this is not the
like,
health. We've never been a healthy nation.
I used to drink sodas all the fucking time.
Carbonic acid, I guess.
I would drink like
But that's any
it was grape Fanta, I believe. I'd drink a 6-pack of that in one day when I was like 230 pounds.
dude, I don't know how I never used to be like. I don't know how I've never got fat. Like I can remember, right? So, right after I moved out, I moved out. I went to college. This was because I took about 6 months. I went from high school to college, and then I decided to go into the Air Force. Right. Well, that 6 months in between, I went and got me my own apartment with this girl that I was dating.
Mm.
I tell you what, I didn't have the best diet, dude. I'd wake up, fucking eat a fucking bag of them Tostito fucking pizza rolls, right? I'd drink fucking a bottle of like a 2 liter bottle of Mountain Dew. Like it was fucking horrible. Like
Yeah, man. I
I don't
was
drink, dude. I haven't drank Mountain Dew in fucking a long time.
me neither. I can't take it. I have once in a while. I'll have a Canada Dry ginger ale if I want to chase a liquor or something. But I don't.
Eh,
I don't drink
Canada Dry ain't bad for us.
like.
Canada Dry. They named it well.
Well, I like Schweppes better, but that's just me.
I never liked Schweppes. I don't know. It was something about it. But Canada Dry doesn't taste like it used to. It does kind of, but not exactly like it used to. I
Dude, a
like the
couple years ago, I bought a cheap pack of the Surefine, fucking generic ginger ale. I put it in the boat shop where it fucking froze. Well, kind of slushed up. Tell you what, that was pretty fucking good like that.
eh,
Like it had a really like strong ginger taste to it, and it was really good. Really, really good.
you ever had I think they're Mexican Cokes like or Mexican coconut sodas, or maybe it's not Mexican. It's like for
The Goya, you're talking about
The
Goyas.
Mexican Coke.
yeah, Goya, that's right.
Yeah,
And the
I got a
Mex
Mex. I just drank a Mexican Coke the other day.
yeah, Mexican Cokes are great, and Goya, but I haven't had those in quite a
I don't know
while.
why a Mexican Coke tastes better. I don't
Well,
really know why.
it's in a glass bottle. That's probably a big part of
That
the
probably is the big because it
yeah.
does taste fantastic.
Oh yeah, dude. Fucking, it's like cans of beer versus bottles of beer. I mean, why would you want a can? It's just more
That is
easy to
true.
carry. It's
In
easier to
my
carry around.
lifetime, I have drank more bottles of beer than I ever have cans of beer, and I haven't drank very many of either one of them. I bet you in my life I've never drank probably more than a 30 pack of actual beer, like total. Like I bet you I've never drank more than probably 30 beers, like
And
you
you're
know my whole lifespan. Now, liquor, on the other hand, in my 20s, I put plenty of fucking gin, Jameson, and Captain Morgan's away.
oh yeah, dude. I was big time into Jameson, but
But I haven't drink, on a regular in probably, well, 10 years since I've been with my wife. Like, like pretty much once I got with her, I stopped going to the bar. There was no need to go to the bar. I didn't have friends come over. We didn't have get-togethers with fucking alcohol and shit like that. There, like I didn't have no wild
excuse me,
party.
I'll get a coffee. Yeah, man. Like getting with the chick that is like just to have somebody that can take away that urge. That's gold right there, man. I remember my second girlfriend, like I was still partying, like she didn't. Uh, that was my last real girlfriend. That was like 2003 was when we ended it, and I've been with girls since then, but never had a serious thing go on ever since 2003. And I haven't voted since 2001, and I don't plan on it this time either.
Yeah, exactly. See, I don't like beer though. I'm not a beer fan. I like my liquor. Like if I am to drink, I like liquor. Like I'm trying to word this so I don't sound like an alcoholic. So
Oh, are you an alcoholic?
I'm trying. No, I'm not. I
Oh.
just said I haven't fucking drank on a regular in like 10 years.
Oh, okay.
So. And then only an alcoholic, the true definition of an alcoholic, I think, is somebody that what has three or more alcoholic drinks every single day. I think that is the definition of an alcoholic. I think.
Or it's somebody who can drink and drink and drink and can't get drunk unless they're like putting it down to poisoning. Like I had an alcoholic friend who died. I don't know if it was alcohol that killed him, but he had a lot of other issues going on. But he drank so much, he would drink a whole handle in a couple of days.
Dude, it was the growing up. I can remember watching these old guys and shit that I can remember growing up around, and they wouldn't. like the guys that did carpentry, a lot of them couldn't cut a fucking straight line until they fucking had that first beer in the morning. Like dead serious. Like you did not want them to do any fucking work for you until they had that first beer. Once they had that beer in them, dude, I'm telling you, they were fucking golden.
Yeah, if you
You
if
know,
they
they drank a 12 pack throughout the day and they were good. But then,
my
but
little
until
bro, my little bro's a mechanic, and he drinks all the time, even when he's working on cars. Like he's a great mechanic too. But I tell him once in a while, I tell him, man, you still drinking on the job? Oh yeah, that's all right. Well, no, I don't think it's all right, man. You're getting older. It's not going to be
yeah,
easy, you know. He's 41, 2, something like that.
yeah. No, no. And tell you the truth, I drank more before I turned 21 than after I turned 21. Really?
I kind of kept it going. Yeah, man. I know. Like that. I guess teenage years. Like, yeah, I definitely was all about it. And then once I turned 21, it's like it's legal for me. But the thing is, like, the bars were open too. So, and then I spent shitloads of goddamn how I wasted so much money in bars. My God.
I can remember. Oh, I went to this party one time, and I should never have drove the fuck home. Let's just put it that way. How I had so someone brought this whole group of fucking kids to this fucking party, right? And they just fucking left them there. And I think they were like high school kids, if memory serves me right. Like it was a group of high school kids, because how old was I? Like 18, 19 at the time.
Hmm.
And some, whatever. And I was like, somehow I wind up getting stuck taking like half of these kids to fuck home or something like that in my vehicle. Like get talked into it. And I can remember there was this 15-year-old kid. He was telling me how to drive. And I tell you what, not a proud moment in my life. I sit here and I count my lucky stars, how thankful I was that I made it and safe. But never again did I ever do anything like that at all. And and then I got and then the one time I did get an OUI, I was fucking pretty much just as sober as could fucking be. Like it was bullshit. And I'm like,
Wow.
what the fuck? But then that's when once I got my OUI, that's when like my drinking, I was like, all right, this is stupid. I get an OUI, I could see where this is gonna lead if I continue to drink. So I
Yeah,
just
dude,
I pretty much since that point I limit when I drink.
Hey,
I
Moose and
um
Freak.
Yeah.
I had I when I was driving, I would drink and drive, like, but I would fucking be seriously fucking careful. I mean, really careful. And I managed to get away with it all that time, but I think that's because I was young. If I was older, and obviously with my disease, I wouldn't be able to do it. But that was the thing that got me out of drunk driving was my disease because I couldn't drive anymore anyway because my vision got all fucked up.
Yeah, no, I regretted it as soon as I the next morning and shit. Not a
Oh
proud
yeah,
moment, and I use that as an example. Don't when I talk to people, don't be like me. Don't make a stupid decision. Don't take unneeded uh risk like that. And put it's bad enough it was me, but then I put fucking the people that I brought, plus I put an extra 3 or 4 or 5 kids, however many it was, fucking in my car. On top of that.
mm,
So, like, it was a really bad scenario. And luckily, it was pretty much a straight road. Because I have a feeling that if there was any major turns or anything, it could have been bad. But, I mean, at least I do remember I wasn't speeding. Because that was one thing that kid was doing. He would tell me go faster, slower, faster, slower. At one point, he might even been running the gas pedal. I don't even remember. but it was
Dude, like
quite a fucked up thing.
the drinking and drive. Even my dad was doing that when we go down to Fells Point to busk. He would start drinking like he'd pregame it in the car, and then fucking we'd head down there and we'd be both have like mixed drinks with us and like my dad was a good drunk driver, but he wasn't drunk. I mean, he was a drunk buzz driver. He was good. He was good at it, and I was pretty
He
decent at
was good on the fact that he made it home safe. He wasn't good for the fact that he was doing it in the first place. As I said, I regret fucking ever taking that risk. And that's one, as far as my driving and stupidity, that's one of the biggest fucking black marks in my mind as far as memories go of me partying. Like, should never have put myself in that position where something bad. And thank God, nothing ever did. But I use it as I said when I talk to my kids and shit about choices. I tell them, look, don't be a bonehead like me. I made this really dumb decision. Thankfully, it worked out. But for somebody else, it might not.
it.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I've known too many people who've died in accidents and from alcohol and from the driving or being a passenger, and it's just like it's like, well, that's I hear about that,
Yeah, I
but
was.
that's
I was 18 years old because I was at college. It was when I went to that college, that first semester of college. Yeah, it
mm,
was. It was 18. I was 18 years old at the time. Just turned 18. So, because I was 17 when I graduated high school.
yeah.
So I just turned 18 that following fall, that following September. So
What do you mind if I ask, what did you go to college for?
automotive,
Cool, man. You and my little brother get along. He's all about
and
that.
then when I went into the Air Force, I did communication navigation systems,
Cool, man. That's pretty wild.
and then yeah, and then I got out, and then I went to school for plumbing and heating.
Awesome. Yeah, I got a friend that does plumbing. I don't know if he does the heating part, but he does the plumbing.
It's like, man, here I am. Did I went to school for automotive right out of school. I mean, I worked in a garage all growing up and shit. There was a family friend that had a garage, so I was always up there tinkering around doing shit. Then I went to school for it, did that first semester. Really, really wasn't. I was enjoying it, but at the time, I just got out of high school and really wasn't interested in going back to really being in school.
I hear
So I
you.
didn't take it serious. It was more first time I was away from my parents, real freedom, able to do what I wanted. I picked up smoking, I picked up drinking, like like typical shit kids do when they go to college and get a taste of freedom.
Exactly.
So and then started dating this girl, and her dad was in the Air Force, and he convinced me. He goes, "Well, why don't you do something with yourself? He goes, you have half a brain. He goes, unlike a lot of these people. He goes, try to do something with it." So that's when I went into the Air Force, did my 4 year stint there,
Man,
and
that's
then
pretty wild. You flew around in jets and shit.
no, no, no. I just did calm nav. I made sure the instruments worked, the radios worked,
Oh yeah,
that
yeah.
type of
You're
shit.
a very
Yeah,
important person in that. Yeah.
yeah.
Hey Jeff, you want to hear a story that you might find amusing? It's a drunk driving story. Are you listening, Jeff?
Yep. What's up?
All right. Wilson Savoy, Mark Savoy's son. It was that week of Mardi Gras 2005, and we were both pretty lit up. And at this hall, wherever in Eunice, I think it was. Yeah, it was in Eunice, and Wilson was living in Lafayette, and we both got pretty wasted. And somehow, like, I convinced Wilson if to drive his car all the way back to Lafayette, and people were like, "I don't think you should do that, Jim. It's probably not good." And
Uh,
it went fine, except we were running out of gas, and Wilson's card didn't work for the gas pump. but we made it back safe, and I was like eyes on the road, hand on the. I had that Doors song going on in my head the whole time. Your eyes on the road and your hands upon the wheel.
That's
Da-da-da-da.
from L.A. Woman, I think.
Yeah, that album. Yep.
All right, Jeff, I'm going to say something. I want you to tell me the first thing that comes to mind. And this isn't like, I won't be a smartass and say something off colors either. Okay? All right. Guitarist.
John Denver. You said first thing.
Okay? Hey, no, that's fine. That's fine. Uh, I loved my
MTV.
MTV killed the.
Wait,
Radio Star
There we go. There we go. Okay.
or video.
Okay.
Video killed the Radio Star.
Chicken.
what's
Chicken.
the word?
Chicken.
Chicken? Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Okay. Uh,
Wings, fried chicken.
let's see. Bozo.
Clown.
Homer.
Simpson.
Simpson.
I'm waiting for there's this. This feels like a setup for something.
No, 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 no. I'm
For
not
the
that clever.
foot to drop.
I promised you I wouldn't. Hell, you gave me a blue wrench. Why would I can't do that, lose my wrench. I'm a wrench whore. Once I get them, I like to keep them. Uh, let's see. Peanut butter jelly.
Sandwich.
I don't know what they're called. I know what popped into my head, but it's those little crustables. They come in a little plastic wrap. They're
Okay,
like little
Crustables.
round.
My kids like
Yeah,
them. Okay.
Crustables?
I've never had one.
I've never heard of that.
Freedom.
Rock. Turn it up, man.
Yeah.
Okay. American.
Dream.
Cheese.
Banana.
Oh Lord, don't take me there. That word has been co-opted by something
Oh,
very disturbing.
oh,
Split.
okay, okay. You say split. Okay. Sunny.
Share.
Did you say sunny?
Yeah.
Day, I guess. Sunny day.
Okay.
Why did you say chair?
Diva.
Share.
Oh, share. Okay.
No,
Opera.
I said chair.
No, I thought. I'm sorry, I
I
misunderstood.
said share. Sunny share.
I know. I thought.
Oh, oh.
I thought. Jeff said chair, like
I thought he said
what you
chair
sit
too.
on.
That's why I said chair. Chair. You said
It
chair.
must
I
be my
said chair.
Cajun
Come on.
accent.
No, that's
Sorry.
just me.
That tick tick accent I got.
No, have you ever seen them videos where like it's says a word, but depending on how you're listening to it or frame you're in or whatever, you hear a different word. Like it's one of them things because your brain plays tricks on you because it almost auto fills what you think the word's gonna be.
Oh, or it might be your accent.
Well, it could be, but I was on an actual scientific
Well, I've
thing here.
also got my right ear is completely kind of messed up ever since they tore my eardrum open by accident. When they did the tubes, maybe they did it on purpose, but my hearing has never been the same since. And I was like,
Oh, you had tubes
yeah, I
when you
had
were a kid?
bad ear infections all the
Yeah,
time.
all my siblings had it. I somehow escaped the tubes, and I watched all my family have to go through tubes.
Yeah, did you see the pain? It's just like, oh
It
man,
looked. It looked. I did get a really bad ear infection on vacation when you're in Florida, and we had to cancel the vacation and come back home. It was so bad,
oh
and I
man.
felt bad because I ruined vacation for everybody. But there's nothing we could do.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, it happened to me a lot. I remember that, but I haven't had one. I mean, since before I got MS, and then after MS, that never was a thing. I haven't gotten sick at all. Period. since I was probably like 21, 22. Now 45. I haven't had one sickness.
Oh,
None. And that's because I got that autoimmune disorder. It's like it's such a great fucking contender, but it's eating my nervous system for breakfast.
that's I
That's
can't even
fucking
imagine.
brutal.
I know.
Yeah, it is. It is fucking
I
brutal.
know. I
I,
hope. I hold
I'm
out all the hope for you that I can.
I'm just hoping. The only one thing I'm hoping is that I can get that globe accordion fixed before I can't fucking play or something, or I can't sit up to do anything. I don't know, man. But every year it gets worse and worse. It's just like now my walking is pretty much a hazard, and yeah, shit.
You have a good treatment team.
Well, I got a good, finally a good neurologist, but she's actually a neuro assistant,
Mm.
but she's not actually a neurologist. But I really like her, and in fact, I asked for the lady from the neurologist I was gonna have. I liked him. I liked him. I was like, she had to fill in one time, and I said, well, can you ask if you can be my neurologist? And she said, well, yeah. So she is my neurologist, and she has to clear it with Dr. Glow and all that. So whatever.
Well, good. I hope she's helpful.
Yeah, she
Now
is.
tell me though, buddy, does other things still work okay though?
No,
What? Oh
everything is
no.
broke. Everything's broken, man. My pissing, my
Oh no.
shitting, my fucking,
Oh,
everything's broken.
oh no. You see, I had a buddy Bob. He just passed away last year, but he was in a wheelchair and shit, and he was paralyzed from the waist down. But somehow, though, that thing still worked. I was like, what? Because he was telling me, he was talking, he used to tell me about his escapades and shit. And then, like, he talked about how, like, when he'd go in, he gets embarrassed because wherever the nurse will be washing him and things happen. He goes, he goes, now I just get used to it. First I was embarrassed, but he goes, now, he goes, I'm used to it. She's used to it. He goes,
That's
eh.
weird. Like well, I'm not at that point. Like I can still, well, whatever. I ain't gonna get too into it,
No,
but
no, no, no. I wasn't meant for you to get in detail. I just was curious
Yeah,
if it
don't.
had
Yeah, don't.
affected
I
you
want to keep
that
my
much.
channel. Don't go too much detail.
yeah, dude.
No, I
Like,
just was curious if it affected you that much. Like if it, or if it
yeah,
was just like,
my
yeah.
legs are fucked up. The peeing and pooping is a real problem. My life is based around going and taking a pee and getting to the bathroom, sitting down, and then getting a little bit out, getting up, sitting, going back and forth. And I think that's probably prostate related. But then the MS has my bladder, so it's retention, so it holds back. But then I also have the peeing the self problem, but I don't do that. I just since I had been smoking marijuana with CBG, that holds back that problem. The
Um, hang. We have a new person that might come on. Let me get my overlay. 1 second. Hello.
Yo, what up?
What
Yeah,
up? You gonna pour?
I'm not gonna put my dick on the screen or nothing like that.
Okay. Yeah. Please don't. I know that was the topic of conversation, but I'm trying to
Nah,
avoid a live demo.
yeah, like be more, man. Why don't you just like get a gallon jug or something, man? It's what
the
I mean, like
That's what I
gallon.
was gonna say. They have those hospital bottles with the big wide
Yeah.
valves.
it doesn't work like that, dude.
It what?
It doesn't work like that. I have to be sitting down or squatting over a pan.
Oh, would
Yeah,
something like Depends work?
And like sit on the edge of your bed. You know what
Pens
I
and
mean?
diapers. No, I
Or in the
can't do
chair.
that. I can't do that. This is I have to be sitting or squatting.
Yeah. Sit on the edge of your bed and like
No, on the toilet. I'm not gonna sit on the edge of my bed and try to do anything.
He
you're
wants
like
to
I don't
have
know.
some
It,
dignity, I
it will
guess.
not work.
I'm a truck driver, man. Like legit. Like we do
It
this all
will
day.
not work. My bladder will not work like that.
Okay, do what you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I will do what I do, and that's how I do it. It goes
Yeah,
back
but
to
I
the
was listening earlier about how like your brain like tries to make sense of things. Have you ever like read up on the corpus callosum?
what
That's a
that.
part of the brain.
Yeah, what about it?
It's the part that links the left and the right side, right? And basically, they for people who have like major seizures, they have like these what's known as like brainstorms or whatever, where like the neurons all just immediately do all like this crazy stuff, these grand mal seizures and stuff. They separate the corpus callosum, right? And you can do this, you know, what I mean, like with surgery, they've been doing this since
A
like the 90s,
lobotomy, kind of.
right?
Oh shit!
Right. And when they did this, what they discovered is that in the right side of your brain, like there's different parts in the left, and the parts that are like if you cover one eye, like you'll end up you can see something and then like you can't like explain it verbally because the part of your brain that actually recognizes what things are is actually tied to language. And if you can't like see it, and if you don't really understand what you're saying, your brain will just make something up in order to like try to like figure out what it is.
Well, that's kind of weird you mentioned that because I have optic neuritis that goes along with the MS, where your optic nerve swells up so bad that everything looks like it's you got a smudge on your glasses, but you don't have glasses on.
Yeah.
So everything looks like that in my left eye, which was my dominant eye, and now I have to use my right eye, which is not
Well,
good.
your left eye is attached to like your right side of your brain. Your right eye is attached to the left side of your brain, right? And so, like this is what I'm saying. Like you cover up different sides of the brain. Like if you cover up the right eye, what will end up happening is they'll say like, "What is this?" And like you'll be like, "What is what?" And like you act like you don't see anything because like you don't have the ability to recognize it because your language is actually tied to like your vision.
Yeah, dude, like I literally have to read words backwards sometimes, like when I'm reading it on the television, because I can't see anything big, smaller than that. I have to see it real big.
Yeah, it's a super interesting thing. KRS-One actually was talking about this like about like 8 years ago, and he said your vision, what you can see, is based on what you know. And he was explaining how like if you go into like an auditorium, like where they were and they were speaking, he said, when normal people walk in, like they just see like a bunch of chairs, a stage, a mic, and a podium, maybe the curtains or whatever it is. And but then like if a plumber goes in, he sees like the pipes that are coming out of the ceiling and stuff. And he doesn't just see the pipes, he sees a different fall of the pipes and the sizes and I mean the coverings and all these type of things. Right. And they have like language for this, right? And that's the reason why they recognize them. Right. And
Mm.
if an electrician comes in, he don't just like see like the place, he sees the lights and the ballast and the voltage and the wattage and all this stuff. Right. And it's the same way, like as I said, like I drive truck. You go down the road, there's a lot of parts of the road and signs and things that you don't see because it doesn't apply to you and you don't have language for it.
Yeah, Jeff, just to let you know, since I've been on YouTube, I've got the nickname Bubbles because a lot of people say I sound like Bubbles for Trailer Pack Boys. Just to let you know.
Oh, I don't know Bubbles. Is he the one with the glasses?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
see.
I'm not
I
Canadian.
think
I don't
I
watch
think
Trailer
Kane.
Park
I feel like Kane has said it too in the past, but I could be wrong.
Oh my God, I'm looking at him now.
Yeah,
Let me. I never watched Trailer Park, so let me see him.
yeah. Well,
He
I
may,
see Doctor. I
Is he
see
Maine?
Doctor
Is he from
D.
Maine?
No, they're in Canada, but they they just say I
Oh,
sound like Bubbles. Some people. So
you kind of do, and he has a shirt with two little deer on the collar too. I love it.
yeah, yeah. See, Kane even says it. See. So I don't know. I just read through the comments. I didn't know if you blocked a comment or deleted a comment because of the Bubbles thing. But
Uh, oh
I'm
no.
clarifying. I'm clarifying that people do Bubbles, and obviously that Doctor D somebody that's been around because
Well,
he
no, I
called
think
me
he's talking
Bubbles.
about a friend of his called Bo. I don't think it was
No.
about
He
you.
called me Bubbles. He said, "Hey Bubbles, I also had."
Oh,
He might have said Bubby.
Yeah.
oh, yeah, you're
And then
right.
he
Okay,
goes, "I guess my comments aren't welcomed around here.
so he
Have
knows
a
your
good one."
nickname.
Yeah. So I'd say it's somebody that's been around. It could be a troll account. It could be a real person. I
Or it
don't
could
know.
be a YouTube addict.
But I'm just saying that Bubbles. I don't take offense to it.
Okay. Well,
Just
I
to let you know.
appreciate that. we could use
Yeah.
a lot less of that around here.
Well, I'm just saying Bubbles because Bubbles is funny. Who wouldn't want to be Bubbles?
I think of Michael Jackson when I hear Bubbles.
Oh.
Why? Why?
And Bubbles, because
Why?
I love
Is it,
I don't know,
Bubbles.
man. Like there was an old joke. You go ask somebody, you be like, man, listen, when you were a kid, you like to blow bubbles, and they'd be like, yeah. Like,
Oh,
well, you coming
yeah.
around this weekend? He wants to see you again.
That's what I was. I couldn't put my finger on it. That was the thing that I was
Maybe
thinking
that's why I
about.
think of
Couldn't
Michael
put my
Jackson.
finger on it.
with me? I go with the joke. About something like that. I go, hey, do you remember your first blowjob? And somebody would be like, yeah. And then I'll respond with, yeah. Well, how did it taste?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I
I'm,
think I
I'm
got
just
it.
Sucking your own dick.
No, no, that's not how the joke went, right? Like the kid comes, I got my first blowjob, and then dad goes, "Oh man, listen, that's great." You know what I'm saying? The kid said, "Yeah, but it tasted bad," right? That's usually how the joke goes.
no. That's not how I ever heard it. The joke because attorney. First time I ever heard this, I had to go to court right with a friend of mine, and his lawyer comes up to him, and he talked to him, and he goes, "Hey," he goes, "Bud," he goes, "You remember your first blowjob?" And Al goes, "Yeah." He goes, well, tell me, how did it taste?" And just fucking everybody in the waiting room lost it. It was just, it was just funny. It was just absolutely positively funny.
Yeah.
Lying saying that.
Where'd he go?
Yeah,
What happened there?
What
things
happened where?
dropping in.
Your picture went away, dude.
My picture went away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
You popped off
yeah.
and you came
But now,
back with the big white circle. They got you. You've been replaced.
I have been. Probably somebody hacked me.
You've been assimilated.
Is it back?
It sure is. Yeah.
It's not the M&M, is it? I changed. I
Is
just
that the
did
mood
that.
you're in today? Who is this?
What are you
Bob,
talking
Big
about?
Bob?
What do you mean mood? No. I took the. It shouldn't be the M&M. Is it still the M&M? It shouldn't
No,
be.
it's Bob Burger or
No,
whoever.
it's just the dude with his mouth open, the
No,
cartoon.
that's my coffee cup. That's the old Slim Jim guy.
There you
Not
go.
the guy after the Macho Man. So after the Macho Man, this character come in, and he had like the Slim Jim hair, and he used to do like really crazy shit, really weird, awkward. Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, or when I was younger, I used to work at Walmart, right? And there was these two guys at night that would sit at the lunch table and would argue over which engine was in some Star Wars, Trek War
They had
thing, right?
nerds
Right.
working at Walmart.
Oh yeah, there's a night shift, right? And like I used to tell them to like shut the fuck up because I don't need this information in my head, and you're gonna push out things that like I want to actually have.
They were
You know
probably
what I mean?
Spurgs.
They were, yeah,
So
nerds have
did you
always.
you got to see the people at Walmart? Like you got to see
Oh,
all the people.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah, yeah. You know,
I'm
when,
jealous. What a
yeah, yeah.
job.
When I when like I did like I think it was like 2 days after I quit, somebody got shot in the department I worked in.
What department?
It's a pet department.
Oh,
Because I was big, like I'm a big dude, so like like I can like carry like big ass things like cat litter and dog food and whatnot. You know,
Was it a
equality works.
super Walmart or just a regular?
Super Walmart
Oh,
thing.
okay.
No. It didn't have the mechanic thing. There was no
Oh,
mechanic thing on it.
do you know the circumstances of the shooting?
And this is the Northeast, right? So yeah, listen, it's just how it works.
just another day at Walmart.
Yeah, just another day.
Another day shopping for dogs.
Like in my city, like you remember the Chuck E. Cheese that got started with World Star Hip Hop, like the first thing that really blew it up, the Chuck E. Cheese where the parents were all fighting and stuff.
I didn't.
Oh yes,
No.
yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was my
Yeah.
Chuck E. Cheese that I went to when I was a kid.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like I come from a dangerous area.
I've been to two Chuck E.
Like
Cheeses my whole
like
life.
listen, like I'm about like
Was
an
it
hour north of
2021?
Baltimore. You know what I mean? No. This was back in like 2000 and God,
Okay,
man,
because
listen,
there was one from
2000
21 too. We
and
fighting
I thought it was like
bitches.
2008, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2008, 2007, 6, something. It was way back, bro. It was 10,
Uh,
11 maybe. I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah,
I remember it though. I remember what you're talking about.
Dang.
yeah.
Were you
I get
involved?
no, no, no.
Oh.
Man, listen, I won't take my listen. All right, like every time you go to Chuck E. Like my kid's grandfather takes them to Chuck E. Cheese for like their birthdays and stuff, right? And like they're like, bro, listen, you want to come? And I'm like, nah, man, listen, I haven't really been in training. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't really been like doing push-ups and lifting weights as much as I should. Like I should probably like pump up before I get ready to go there. You want to do like a 6-week training montage, throw on, what I mean, some Rocky music in the background. Da-na-na.
I
Wait.
am the tiger.
You mean
Oh
like
yeah, I'm thinking of
what,
Chariots of Fire. Never mind, that's not
like
Rocky.
you saying
Piano music.
you need to be able to deal with kids? Is that like kind of like the joke? Like
No, no, no. You have to deal with the parents.
oh, the parents like when you were younger. Okay.
No, 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 no. Again, like you missed the whole. My Chuck E. Cheese is the one that got started on World Star Hip Hop, where the parents were just like chimping out and fighting, being crazy.
Oh, weird.
And that's not weird. Are you from Baltimore?
Yeah, but I'm not from the city, but
Are you from the
I
county?
can imagine because I know Baltimore City's really fucking bad.
Yeah, you're from
Dude,
Houston County. I got you. Yeah, yeah. No, no. See, like I used to run around down in Baltimore, like Lexington Market, and what I mean,
No
down in.
shit, man. So
Down
yeah, dude, Lexington Market. That's where the
look, I used to live on Fleet Street. Used to go down Gulf Street. My grandmother
no
lived on
shit,
Gulf Street.
man. Wow.
Yeah,
You know, Fleet
yeah.
Street and
Dangerous city.
wow.
Dude,
Yeah,
dude,
there's
I
that.
remember being one of 3 white kids in my whole entire second grade class, right? And then they took the other white kid that was in my class and put him in the other class because there was only one lonely white girl in the fucking class. So they put the other white boy in the class with her because it was some relation to her. So they put him in there with her. So here I am, the one white kid with fucking all these black kids. And then I think there were some Hispanic kids and shit. But like, you talk about
I didn't know
being a
you went to school in the
minority.
hood.
Yeah, dude. I went to was it James
Wow, you grew up more
James
black than I did.
Washington James Washington Elementary or something like that,
Not even a real
or
person.
Booker T Elementary, or I can't something like
George
that.
Washington Carver Elementary,
I don't know. Somewheres.
MLK High School.
Yeah,
What's
we had William Penn and John Harris in my city. Those were
I
the fucking like those are the hood schools. And like in
I
the
don't.
summertime, it was like being out the county prison. Like in the summertime, they'd bust out the windows. When it was too hot because
Oh,
there
y'all
was no
had
air
summer.
conditioning. Yeah, summer. Yeah,
Yeah,
Dude, I
I
remember
taught in
going.
some of the schools where you had to go through the metal detector.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We had that. We had daycares in our schools. Like I had a probation
For
officer
the
in my school
kids, for the or
for
the
the girls as
staff.
kids. For the girls as kids.
You're kidding.
Yeah, yeah,
I
like
mean, I guess there's value to that because at least they get an education. But my God,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Like this, like almost like most of the females. I want to say it was like 30 to 40% of the class. Like the females were pregnant. Riding with their kids on the bus. Every day to school.
was this recent?
90s.
Oh my God. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
was
had,
that just maybe your area, or is
yeah,
that a
yeah. I was
trend?
in. I'm in like so. I'm in the beginning of the Appalachians in the Rust Belt, right?
Oh,
In a
okay.
steel city, right?
Is
And
that
so
up in like Gummo territory?
it's like Central PA, right? So like when the steel mills all closed down, everybody lost their jobs, and then everybody like literally a quarter of the male population in my city was in jail for child support, right? Because like everybody had lost their jobs, and then like they went door to door in like the poor neighborhoods and told the women if you kick the dudes out, like fucking we'll give you more money. Right. And so they threw all the dudes out. And now it's a meme here where like like every dude has like a contractor bag in somebody's house, full of his clothes and his Timbs. Right. And that's just how dudes live in the city now. Because you're not allowed, like, after the age of 18, males aren't allowed to live in Section 8 housing, right? So, like, you have to pay rent. So, like, your mom throws you out. You end up, staying up with some female for a little bit. You knock her up, and then you can't stay there because she has to pay rent. Same thing. You know what I mean? Welcome to the reasons why the cities are so bad.
Wow. that makes sense too,
Uh-huh.
because they do reserve that for women and children mostly.
Yeah, right.
Men, I know males in general are deprioritized in the social safety system.
Yeah. Right. And it's like, and then on top of that, if you try to be homeless, like here, like we're Appalachians, so like we can sleep in a tent, not a big deal. But the thing is, they keep like bulldozing the tents into the river, right? So like, because they don't want the homeless people around. Every city does.
Yeah, no, nobody wants homeless people around. Who
Well, the
wants to live
homeless people
next to
are.
homeless people?
Yo, they're fucking cool, man. Listen, I used to go out to the island and go fishing. There was a dude who built like a
What's
whole
cool
room.
about them? They're all junked up on fentanyl, and they
Nah,
stink,
most
and
of
they
them aren't.
holler and scream at 3 in the morning, and they fight with each other, and they tear up all the parks.
Most of them aren't, man. Most
Oh,
of
the
them are
ones
like,
in Seattle are.
yeah, well, that's Seattle, right? Seattle, like literally, it's the end of like the train run, right? So like, people hop the train. That's where Nirvana came from, and like
Hmm.
all that Seattle stuff back in the day, right? Because it's the last stop on the line, right? And so people would just ride the train
Oh,
until
so
like
they
the exit.
collect here.
Yeah,
Mm,
that's why you're
it's
getting all
bad.
the worst of it.
So the ones where you are cool.
Yeah, like
The
they'll have like guys who just live out in the island or in like the islands in the river, right? And there'll be like these big lean-tos and shit, like where they'll have like these guys, they built these giant like cabins like right off the water. And they'll just hang out there and I mean they'll work, but like they don't have any money. Like, it's just like how like you have campgrounds out in your area, right? Where like
yeah.
people go camping. Well, people live there here like year round. That's like generational living here.
So it's like rural homelessness.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wow,
Because
that's
they were all steel workers, Italians and Irish and Germans. You know what
What
I mean?
there's nobody could come in and help. That what
You know,
that's
politically, you can't help men.
what the fuck?
Yeah, politically, you
You
cannot help men.
certainly can. People certainly can help men if the will is
Politically,
there.
politically, you can't like have programs for men. It's always been this way. The way it is now is how it's always
It's the
been.
red pill.
You know what I mean? It just is what it is, and it's not like it's the mentality of like that Anglo-Saxon founding of the country where it's like you bootstrap up Protestant, like back in the day when the Pilgrims came over or whatever, and up in the north in the Puritan area, which is the culture that we all have now. The Puritans, what they did was is if you didn't have a job or you were single, you had to live with a family, and you would be literally like basically enslaved to somebody who had like a shop or like a whatever it was, like a blacksmithing thing, whatever, and you would have to like learn a fucking trade. They would force you to do so, right? Or like you would either be like excommunicated or killed. And if you were excommunicated, like literally, like you'd starve to death. You know what I mean? Because like you can't make it on your own in the Northeast because it's just too rocky, too terrible. You know what I mean? Especially in like Vermont, New Hampshire. That's why nobody lives there now,
Yeah.
because there's just no way to really make a living. Winters are too hard. That's why there was no slavery there. Like, what are you going to do with the slaves in the wintertime? It's cold as shit. You know what I mean? There's no food being provided. You know what I mean? They literally had to steal in order to survive. You know what I mean?
So are the men coming up with any solutions on their own?
I mean, yeah. They live in tents, right? You know what I
That
mean?
is
If
the
they
solution.
end up fall out, you like listen, they're like, we could do it ourselves. Like, we'll just form our own little communities. And then, I mean, they just push them into the river, right? Because like, and like they try to start community gardens and stuff, you know what I mean? So they can eat. But like, again, I mean, they make up some excuse about, oh, it's being used as like, for like hiding drugs or whatever it is. And then they bulldoze the whole thing.
Well,
dude. Did you get this after? Did you get the hurricane, Helene?
No, I mean, it was already raining for a month here when that happened.
Yeah. So that the bulldozing had nothing to do with the hurricane.
Oh no! This has been happening for 30 years. This is
Oh
not.
shit!
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
this is old stuff. You know what I
so
mean?
it's like a cycle now. They
Yeah.
haven't found a way out of it.
No,
What would
because again,
help?
you can't politically help men.
Well, if you could, what would help?
Um, if you changed over the welfare system from giving money to women to men, that would solve the whole thing, right? Because like how it originally worked was men were working right at steel mills and factories in order to provide for the females,
Hmm.
right? And then if you just continued to give them the money instead of like putting it in a woman's name, they would just continue to like take care of the household the way it was, right? And like dudes would find stuff to do, like because it's a natural inclination of ours. Like I was talking to this chick the other day, she's in jail, and like she gained 100 pounds while she was in jail, At the same time, I see my buddies come out of jail, and every one of them are in better shape than when they went in because they go in, they work out, they exercise, they read. I mean, they come out better, right? Because that's how jail works. When you take men's like work away or like ability to do whatever, they just they get on their shit and they handle their business. You know what I mean? They start doing for themselves.
Yeah, dude. MS robbed me of my legs, but I fucking make use of my arms all the time, man.
There you go. We all do it. You know what I mean? Like I have weights right next to my chair right here.
And yeah, man, fucking trying to keep yourself exercised. I'm 45 now. If I don't keep up with that, I'm gonna lose all my muscle.
Oh, you
What's
have to
up,
keep
Buster? What's up,
exercising.
Jeff? What's up, Leggy? Pinoid, nice to meet you.
Hey, Spike.
Spike, yes, you snuck in and you were so
Spike,
quiet.
my
Hi.
boy. What's up, Spike, my boy?
I couldn't even read the name. Oh, that's Spike. All right.
Yeah, I figured that's why.
No, D-head, I'm going what I see with my own eye. It's not a narrative. I worked in the system. I saw it firsthand. I had hands-on direct experience with these people, and I lived with them. And during COVID, they took over my entire neighborhood, our parks, everything. At 3 a.m, they were fighting and drunk as crazy. That's not narrative. I mean, it's I'm packaging it into a narrative, but it's not a received narrative from someone else. This is my own lived experience that I'm going off of.
Yeah.
Not like because like
And I know that what you're talking about, but here in Seattle, the type of homeless you're talking about, the cool homeless, a very tiny, tiny, tiny fraction. And those people are easy to house. Those are the ones that get in the programs and get housed. It's the substance use, the mental illness, the personality disorders, the ones that I showed that chart earlier. It's like the ones at that bottom level that fall out of society.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is like we don't have like communities and cultures anymore, right? Like our system is based on, I mean, like if you ever look at the DSM-4 or DSM-5 about like and look at like the definitions of what like the different mental illnesses are, like the vast majority of them, like for instance, like a psychopath or no, what is it, a sociopath, right? Literally says, oh, doesn't do
Antisocial
well.
personality disorder.
Yeah, it doesn't do well at work, right? Like doesn't fucking complete task on time. You know, what I mean, like fucking doesn't interact well with people while they're employed. It's literally about like us being in the economic system rather than us being like humans, right? And us being like part of a community and a family and all these things that we're supposed to be, and that we've been for 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 or 100,000 years. You know, we're trying to like turn everybody into good consumerist drones. Right. That's why like you see like this explosion of these young kids, like, like becoming trans and all this stuff. Literally, the reason is because in the corporate environment, they want you to not like have like sexual shit. Like you have 9 hours a day where your penis is useless. Right. And these are the people who are the most compliant with that system who are teaching the kids because they went back into school to go, I want to continue the system. Right. And this is where all this ends up.
They're over socialized.
There's a lot of shit teaching the kids all this, man. It's not just like it's not just one thing. It's a whole bunch of shit.
It all breaks down to the fact that like you don't have communities and cultures anymore. Like if you had like a community that like you were inundated with,
I know,
there would be no such thing as mental illness. Mental illness is just human beings who like
about kids who want to trans themselves. They're just like following a fad is what it boils down to.
No, they're not. I'm telling you, like the college educated, like over socialized, compliant people are the ones who are children, like surrounding them. Yeah. You're putting them into a school system who is run and like active and like makes the rules for that system.
Yeah, fuck all that. That is bad.
That's what school is. It's an indoctrination center for
it's a whole indoctrination factory.
Yep. You're talking about daycares and schools. I jumped up because I have personal experience with the head cheerleader from we didn't have a daycare at my high school, but the rivalry North Hollywood High School had a daycare, and I always thought that was odd. But then in my 11th grade year, the head cheerleader, who was a year older than me, became pregnant during football season. I was on the football team. And she was the most gorgeous. She looked like Jessica Alba, but taller. She was amazing looking.
Yeah.
But she got pregnant during the football season. So
wait, what's this but she got pregnant? That would be what you expect somebody who looks like that to do.
Sure. But
Well, not in my generation.
So are
Like
you
we were
saying
a
that the
fucked
whole
up
football
generation too,
team,
and that was not
she
one of
went
the.
through the whole football team? Because you keep saying she was head cheerleader and you were on the football team, Spice.
well,
And
point is
unfortunately,
that
she.
after football season was over, she started to show, but it was like the movies. Like she actually had a bump going on, a belly bump,
Yeah.
while she was preggers.
Do you have no kids?
Do I? No, I don't have any kids.
Yeah, I got
Um,
8 of them, bro.
I
Like
don't have any
this is what
kids.
happens when people get pregnant.
You
Oh,
have
they
any
have
kids?
kids when they get pregnant.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Like this is what happens. You know what I'm saying? When females get pregnant, you know what I mean? Like they have a bump.
Yep.
Look at,
I'm
yeah,
glad
man.
I don't have
So
any.
like what
How
happened
they
to the female?
accidentally get pregnant just walking down the halls.
Yeah, when
And
they get
suddenly they
pregnant, you
end
know what
up
I mean? Like
pregnant.
when they're
How did
super
that?
hot, right? Like dudes tend to want to impregnate them so they can claim them and own them because they want them long term.
Yeah. Or they want to fuck them and leave them.
No, they want to claim them long term.
Is
You know
that
what
what
I mean?
happened with you? Like, did you claim?
No, females are actually doing it the opposite way, but like it is what it is. Also,
Oh,
I
it's not
enjoy
not
owning them too.
100%, dude. There's fuck them and leave them on both sides, of male and
Oh
female.
no, it's not that. They don't like no, they want to tie you down, right? So like they can have you forever. You know what I mean? Right?
Depends on who you're talking about. I mean, like it's
That's what
people are
that's
different.
why women try to get pregnant to dudes, right? Because they want to tie themselves to that dude and his
Yeah. So
income.
anyway, she
I
started
can
to
kind
show
of,
too
yeah, I
much
can
during the
kind of see
basketball
that.
season, so she
Yeah.
quit high school.
Yeah.
That
Yo,
makes
the freak. What up, man?
that makes me glad my second relationship didn't last any longer than it did.
Why? Having kids is great. It's like the best thing ever. My
Man,
daughters are like the
I've
most
never,
amazing people I've ever met. They changed my life in ways like you couldn't imagine. Like, man, listen,
well,
so
let me
great.
tell you, dude, I've got a child of my own that's really a fucking bastard, and I can't deal with that, so I'm not gonna deal with kids.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
MS, dude,
Oh, yeah.
You have a
Okay.
child of your own who's a bastard. You
a
said,
neurologically fucked up disease.
Yeah.
That's my fucking bane.
yeah, I was up my kids last night. Shit, hanging out like fucking my baby's mom's collapsed in a store, and so like I had to go up and take care of the kids, and we cleaned and like made dinner and stuff and had fun and went for a walk and like I got them Halloween costumes. It was great. You know what I mean?
Oh, cool. That's.
Yeah, the kids
Do
are
they
awesome.
live with you?
No.
Yeah. Just
No.
you see them? Yeah,
Oh
visitation.
yeah. I see them all the time, right?
And I guess the obvious question: are they all from the same person?
No,
How many are
no,
we talking about?
like 5 babies' moms.
Oh.
Yeah,
Do they all?
I got married twice, right?
He's
You know what I
laying
mean?
that pipe down.
Yeah. As I said, listen, women like it's the opposite way, right? You know what I mean? And like women they want me around. You know what I mean? They want to keep me around. You know?
Do they all get along? Like know each other?
Well, I mean, apparently they don't. You got 5 baby mama. I mean, apparently they don't want to keep you around.
No. They want me to be there, right? They want to be with me, but I'm like, no.
You're the
Most
one.
yeah,
Choosing.
yeah. You kinda
But you
like
sound like a good dad. Like you're still keeping
yeah. Like I love the
connection with the
kids,
kids.
but the women are terrible. Women are horrible. They're fucking awful.
I can't argue there.
Yeah, they're awful.
Did you mean to impregnate them?
2 of them, 3 of them, 3 of them.
Like you were prepared to take on a child and all that.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like first one, you know what I mean? Well, the first one, like I literally fought for him because like, as I said, like women are terrible. So like my mom and her mom tried to get her to have an abortion and shit. You know what I mean? We're trying to kill the kid, you know what I mean? And like they wanted to like, make her get the kid up for adoption and all this stuff. And you know what I mean? Like I was like, fuck that. And I grinded it out and got us a house and cars and did all the shit we're supposed to do. And we were young though. I was like 18. She was like 17. You know what I mean? She ended up becoming a stripper. You know what I mean?
Damn.
So
Right.
you were the one pushing to keep the kid?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why would you want to kill your child? That's
I
ridiculous.
know that because my argument for abortion is there's 3 stakeholders. There's a male, a female, and a child, and all 3 of them have a stake in the outcome, and not just the woman.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. But like the male doesn't have any reproductive rights. And I was talking about this last night. Like basically, like as a dude, like for instance, like women can always, after a pregnancy, get their tubes tied, right? And it's free, right? And like almost any insurance will cover it, or a hospital just do it, whatever it is. And then they'll like bill somebody later on, right? But with a dude, like you can't, get yourself fixed. Unless you have $3,500 in hand. You know what I mean? Like you don't have the same reproductive rights as a woman does.
How old is the oldest?
22.
Okay. And you're like, make sure they have everything they need, seeing them through school, setting
Oh,
them up for the future, all that.
I don't really care about school, to be honest with you.
Oh, well, what
You
about
know
their
what I mean?
futures?
I want them to be good Appalachians and have like proper culture and family structures and communities and be happy
Jobs.
people. Like have skills. Like I teach them skills. You know what I mean? Like how to fix things, how to like swing hammers.
And what's the like the gender balance?
5 boys, 3 girls. Yeah.
Do
And then I had.
you think they're gonna do okay?
I mean, Well, my oldest is, he'll eventually figure it out. My second one's in college. My third one, he's getting ready to go to college. The little ones, though, like they're like 7, 6, or 7. She'll be 6 end of the month, and then 3, 3, and 2. I think like the 7-year-old's gonna have a hard go of it, right? Just because like she just naturally is gonna have a hard go of it. She's just naturally that way. Like ever since she was a baby, she's always kind of been like a Tarzan child. You know what I mean? Right. But the other ones will be fine. Well, my 3-year-old, he has Down syndrome. So like, he's going to be my problem forever.
Or your gift.
But you love them anyway. You know what I mean? Like fucking, they're awesome. And you take care of them. And it's the best thing ever to be a parent and have an opportunity to know that like you're continuing on. Like I got my family history going back to like the 10th century. Right.
That's what I'm thinking, freak. He's too good of a dad to be true. Like, this is
No.
a rare creature.
Like, nah, man, listen, this is what again, I was raised with a culture. I was raised in like an Italian household, where like I got to meet the people who came off the boat, and like, spend time with them and like be around. Like my grandfather was a mobster. He threw people off of buildings for a living. Right. And so like I got like this whole thing where it's like, I'm part of something larger than me. Like my grandparents had 14 kids, right? He had a construction company and a farm, and he coached football and built a church, right? I'm part of something bigger than me. So I have a responsibility for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you always had that, or did you like have to develop it somewhere along the way?
Nah, it's something I've always had. It was put into me inherently that I'm part of something bigger than me.
Yeah.
And I do the same thing with my kids. It's important that they understand they're part of something bigger than them, and that like they have like people, who are overlooking them, who came before them, and they need to think about that and how it affects their family and who they are as people as they get older, and the decisions they make. These are the things, right, that we should be talking about as humans, right?
Kids, like the future.
Like community, culture.
Yeah, that's what my whole channel is for. That's what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, I feel you. Like I'm building like I have dudes online who like I help out, and they're like they were like weebs and nerds and stuff, and I take them and help them get jobs. I had one of them. He's going for his golden gloves here in a couple of weeks. He learned how to box and shit. You know what I mean? I have guys I help get their CDLs. I have guys I help, getting like the corporate environment, get through college, all these things.
Would you do it on your own, or are you like set up like some kind of nonprofit or something?
No, I just do it because that's what you're supposed to do as a human.
Are there like agencies there that you could partner with that would help you?
Nah, man. Listen, you gotta number one be like a good, like you have to be like a good, like example, number one. Then number two, you just hand out like wisdom and life advice as they come to you. And anybody that comes to you for that thing, you do that shit. You know what I mean?
Because people like you, that's the people that they need to harness.
Now
like all these programs and everything. That's the passion and drive they need in there.
Never. They would never do that. And they couldn't afford me if they wanted to.
Well, somebody should.
Yeah, they're never gonna do it. They're never gonna do that. You know what I mean? Because like bureaucracy is like nothing is done in the government without paperwork. That's why everybody's like talking about Helene and all this shit. Like in order for like the National Guard to hit Halim, they had to like file an Article 15, which had to go through like Congress and the House, and then had to go to Biden, right? And then had to like be implemented inside of the Pentagon, and then pass through 4 people with like 5 different stamps, and then signed off by 7 other different people, right? And it took like like a week and a half to get
But it
done.
should, like, how many hurricanes have we been through before? It should not take, the process should not be this inefficient by now.
No, it's not that. Okay, here's the thing, right? So have you ever heard like the term, like when we talk about like corporations where like we privatize their gains and like socialize their losses?
Yeah, like the externalities.
Right, yeah, like we don't like we're this is a colonial empire that we have on this continent right now. Right? This is not like a country. This is not a nation, right? We're actually like 8 or 9 different nations of people, right? And in being that, like we have to understand that these people, or this system that we've developed, it's made to make profit. It's not made to actually take care of the
What you
people.
doing, man? Is
Without
So even though we have a social safety net, that's not the majority of where the emphasis
the
is.
social safety net is literally part of the corporate structure,
Oh, this is hilarious. You
right?
know
Because
how, you know how, sidebar for a sec, but Jeff, you know how I say us lobstermen are always fucking with each other, right?
The what?
So, you know how I told you us lobstermen are always fucking with each other around here?
Yeah.
So, a fr- my friend, good friend of mine, he just pulled in up beside another one of our other good friends' truck, took the windshield wipers, put them both up, put gloves on both wipers, he has 2 antennas on his truck, put a soda can on each antenna, then took and took one of them car markers and drew a big turd on the side window and said, "Got you, fucker."
so like communities like the communities that like you're looking for are like the things that existed before like 1970 in America. Right. I'll give you a good example of this. In Chicago, there used to be like these Polish communities, right? Where like there was these Polish immigrants and they went to like Polish churches and they spoke Polish around each other, right? And like they took care of each other and like they all knew each other and they kept each other in line and they did their own policing and all these type of things, right? Well, on top of that, what they also did is when the unions of like the car manufacturers in like places like Chicago, actually this was in Detroit, I'm sorry, places in this place in Detroit, when these unions came through and they wanted to break the unions, or when the auto manufacturers wanted to break the unions, what they had to do was they first had to break these Polish communities, right? Because they could easily just stand together and just continually like, I mean, like just get whatever they wanted out of the car companies because like, they were a cohesive community, right? And these are the type of things that you need, right? Where like you're a cohesive community, you're like you understand that like one of you making more money means all of you making more money, right? Then like you help each other out, you take care of each other, you have your own shit, right? And you're not influenced by outside people, right? That's what you mean. Which what you need when you're talking about communities. And we
Well,
don't.
anybody can have that. They just have to have enough
No,
people with the
no,
will
you
to
cannot.
get together and form
You
it.
cannot.
Yeah.
No, you
I
can't.
mean, I've created many communities my life.
I mean, in the real world.
Yes, in the real world and online. In
So
fact, I
you,
did several streams on all my communities
yeah, yeah. So
that I
like
created.
you've had
I'm up to
communities.
like 40 something communities by now.
You've had communities where everybody lives in one place in a
Well, these
neighborhood.
were social communities, but I grew up that way. I grew up Cajun. We have very much have that type of community.
Mm. Yes, Louisiana is one of these few places left in America.
Yeah.
Appalachia is another one, but it's being inundated because of the internet and shit. And even in Cajun, even in Louisiana, I don't know if
Oh, so
you noticed.
I didn't, well, so you're saying we are like in these little rare pockets that are not the
Yes,
norm.
yes,
I felt that when I went back last year for a visit, that
yeah,
and it felt very healthy. I'm like, these are some of the healthiest people I've ever met. None of them worried about the news or what's going on in the world. They focused on each other. They
yeah,
lived their lives. They enjoyed the moment. It's very mentally healthy.
yeah. But what the government does is when they need some resource, if they have something there that they want, they'll move in a whole bunch of immigrants or black people or like fucking suburbanites into that area and they'll build a whole bunch of shit. And there's nothing you can do about it because you can't tell them no because because they had that anti-discrimination thing.
Yeah.
Right. And that's a social thing, right? So like when you have these like they call them negative costs, right? And like the economic things, we have negative costs of shit, right? Um, when you these negative costs or externalities that like companies don't know how to deal with and they can't put into like their shit, their corporate structure and like their profit margins, they don't know how to solve that other than putting it onto the government, and the government really doesn't want to deal with it, and so the government just basically says you guys deal with it. It's a
Yeah.
reason why, like back in the day, like women are complaining about how they got treated in the 50s and 60s, and it's rightfully so, because with the world changing with refrigerators and washers and dryers and like all these things that eliminated their like the transactional relationship between the man and the woman, right? Where the woman used to have to go down and like wash her shit at a creek or use a washboard, and they had to like make their own bread. All of a sudden we had supermarkets and refrigerators, and you no longer had all these problems, right? Where women had to do all this stuff. Women no longer had a position in the household the way they're supposed to, and dudes were just expected to deal with this. And the way they dealt with it a lot of times was violence or like lobotomization or just putting them on a bunch of drugs. And they turned into like, prisoners in their own households, and it sucked and it was terrible. But these are externalities that we don't have like a conversation about because we don't have communities and we don't have family structures and multi-generational family structures, which has been a norm forever. In a lot of places it still is, and we just think we can go, oh, religion will solve it. And it doesn't, because religion's a secondary thing. Religion goes over your culture.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, or it can. And like even in Louisiana, we got a lot of Hispanics moving in now, and they've kind of integrated into the culture, and everybody loves them. Like so it does. It's not like outsiders won't necessarily corrupt or change or destroy a culture
I
if
mean,
you assimilate them.
they will once it gets to a certain point. Like I'll give you a good, for instance, Carlisle, PA, right? Carlisle, PA was this rural backwoods German like place that had like a lot of German restaurants and like culture and influence and all this type of stuff. And there was all this open area, right? And because farmers don't make money, the farmers sold a lot of their land to these land developers over the past like 30 years. And now like it's all Chick-fil-A's and Sonics and Bed Bath and Beyond and all this stuff. And
Uh-huh.
the culture's gone. And
Yeah,
now
but
it's
that's
just,
gonna happen. That's America. That's gonna happen everywhere.
no, it doesn't. It hasn't happened here. Like here in like in this city where I live and like out in like at the outskirts, we literally ban like large corporations from like being able
Well,
to
yeah, but I think you're the exception. I know some towns in Louisiana that managed to fight their WalMarts and keep them out, but that was
Well,
the
it's not just
exception rather than the
Walmart's.
norm.
Like in the city, there's no fast food here. It's not allowed.
But I don't think that's the norm. I think most of America is going to be like you described, and those little isolated pockets are going to have to work to maintain that
Yeah, I agree.
against the dominant trend,
Yeah,
which is consumerism.
yeah. But we have to like, and this is the thing. Is like I'm not like don't get me. I'm not a communist or a socialist. It's all fucking dumb. Right? I'm a communitarian, right? I believe that like you should have like a community structure, right? That make sure you maintain your like your culture and your family and your people, right? And have that as a long-term thing, because it's literally like that culture that like we all were brought up with is something that you possess and it's yours and you own it, and you have the right to pass it down to the next generation. And it's like it's your duty to do so, but like it's your honor to do so. It's something that you should be proud to do.
Yes, I agree with all of that. But each new generation is also going to have to adapt that culture to the existing conditions of that time and like the technological level of that time too. And so the culture's going to the backbone of it's going to stay the same, but the surface features of it are going to change with each generation.
I mean, the technology
I mean,
changes.
I've seen that happen with my own culture. Otherwise, we'd all be living in shacks with no electricity and outhouses. Like I've
I
seen us
mean, I'll be
adapt. I've
honest,
seen
I
us
was raised
urbanize. I've seen us be upwardly mobile, and we still keep our culture, but we just adapt to the new conditions.
no, I was actually like that's how I was born, right? I was potty trained in an outhouse. I took my first steps chasing chickens, right? You know what I mean, right? So, like, no, as soon as you started adding in technology, right? It all went away.
I, I don't know. Our coach has been able to manage.
Who?
Our coach has been able to manage
Who?
technology. Like they've
Cages?
been able to adapt, incorporate technology into their lives, and still keep their cultural values.
Nah, and not no. It's the mass
Yes,
communication. It's the
I mean
mass
I know I'm from
communication
there.
and propaganda, right?
No, it's me being from there and and visiting there and seeing it happen with my own eyes.
Oh
Like
no,
it,
no, I'm saying
what
what
I'm
you
telling
mean.
you, at least when it comes to South Louisiana, what I'm telling you is true. It's not propaganda or narrative. It's from my own experience, watching it happen over my course of my lifetime. I have nieces and nephews that are growing up. You would not be able to distinguish them from an ordinary American child, but but in their home life, you could still see the Cajun parts of their culture that are still there. Here, what you
Yo,
got?
the
Let me see.
freak. Yo, the freak. Look here, bro. Right? He said farmers make money. They just want. They cry a lot. Um, here. Right. This is medium on like farm income. Negative $849. That all farm income is like the wife working and him going out and hustling and like doing shit for other people. You know what I mean? Like, plowing other people's fields, whatever the case is. Right.
So
But farmers,
most of it comes from off farm.
yeah, farmers don't make any money.
I remember even in the 80s they had that farmers crisis that
Yeah.
a lot of people started to get. That caused a lot of political ramifications.
Yeah. Right. Like this.
Farm Aid, they even did a concert over it.
Well, yeah, man, because this is something that we don't have a conversation about. Like when you go back and you listen to, or you go back and you read about like Roman history or other history, whatever the case is, right? And here's like the actual nations of America, by the way. Yeah, I mean, in case you're interested, right? Like when you go back and you read about Rome and all this shit, right? Um, like what you'll find out is that like every like empire and every like large nation state has always like subsidized their farming because farming doesn't make money, right? Farming has never made money. The people who make money farming, right? Like what they do is they'll rent their farms out to somebody else, right? You know what I mean? And they'll have them pay them a fucking certain amount, right? Rather than actually like doing the work themselves. Because like if you wanted to make money, you do anything else but farming. Like anything else.
I have a friend whose parents are farmers and they're doing it pretty okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they again subsidies and they work all farm and they do other
Maybe
shit.
I don't
You
know.
know what I mean? Like they go out and they like the farmer will stand here and like pull other people's stuff to market or like they'll plow. Like I know a lot of my doctor's a farmer, right? And like I know a bunch of farmers up north at like these places where I work at and shit, right? And basically, yeah, see, right, kind
Here's
of.
a little more nuanced version of that map.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Ecotopia on the side, same exact thing. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? Same
Cascade.
shit.
There's a whole Cascadia movement up here.
Yeah,
They even want to unite it with part of Canada.
yeah, right. And then you have like the Greater Idaho movement and shit. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
Well, harvesting the fruit, you know what I mean, costs money, especially like when you had to take out, like the average farmer has $1 million in loans, right? So, yeah.
That's where is the political advocacy around that?
Again, like you can't make food any cheaper, right? Like food went from, you know what I mean, like 28% of like your expenditure for a month, you know what I mean, in 1965 to 6% right now.
Bugs don't seem like they'd be that expensive to
Yeah, I'm not eating
farm.
bugs. I don't know about you, buddy. I'm not eating bugs. Okay. And there's a problem with bugs. So all right, here's a big thing with bugs. Parasites and other like communicable diseases, like you keep them down in like large agriculture and like farm and things like pigs and cows and chickens because of the fact that like they're large animals, right? You can see them. But when you have like trillions of bugs that you're processing on a regular basis, you can't maintain quality
I
control.
know we have roach legs and rat hair in our peanut butter as it is.
Yeah, right. You
We're
cannot you
already
cannot
eating the
maintain that.
bugs.
Yeah. But I'm not eating them on purpose.
So Freak is not trusting the farmers. He thinks they're playing victim. They should be on those fields turning out those crops.
Yeah, the freak, bro. Listen, I'm arguing. I'm really arguing.
The
Freak, right?
Freak come up.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me
Come on, bro.
talk
Like
to him.
me and you've conversated many times, right? Yeah. Farmers do not just whine for no reason. It's literally because they don't make any money, right? And so, like, the problem is like, so you have all these like farms, and like they all produce, you know, what I mean, like a whole bunch of wheat and corn, and that wheat and corn is all like bid upon later on contracts and shit, right? And when it's bid on these type of contracts, what ends up happening is that like the price of it goes down the more of it you have. And so as one farmer stands here and he takes like a whole bunch of water, which by the way is another massive problem. They're draining off the aquifers at like an alarming rate and nobody has any water anymore, right? so they can produce as much corn and wheat and these large foodstuffs as possible. I mean, each one of them continues to do it so they can just try to make up in bulk, right? Rather than trying to like stand here and like harvest, I mean, like a small, I mean, like part of it that actually makes money, right? Like you can ask any farmer, they don't make money. You know what I mean?
Well, what's the answer? Like, if not subsidize?
I mean, you're gonna have to have a life where like you no longer have computers and refrigerators and all these type of things, and you go back to if you want farming to work, you have to pay them, right? And like that's never gonna work because we're so used to having all these things.
How do we get our food?
What do you mean?
Like, how do we, if the farmers are not making money, like that's not sustainable long term. So how
Yeah,
do
yeah.
we have to have some kind of solution? We either have to pay the farmers or find some other place to get our food.
No, I mean you just continue to like automate it, right? And then
Oh,
there isn't a solution that it's farming has never been profitable, like in history,
ever.
ever. It's never been a profitable thing.
So then that's that is the solution. People that go into farming do it for other reasons than profit, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, it's a culture. That's why they do it. It's a culture.
Do you think it's a culture that's going to continue on its own?
Yeah, it will. Um, but like it's not sustainable economically, right? You
Well, I
know,
mean, we don't have the world does not have a choice. We have to have our food. So some kind of way, whether it's farmers or automation or lab growing stuff, we at some point we're going to have to. That's going to become our first priority.
it's anarcho England. It says anarcho England at the top. Shameless. By the way, what up, the freak? I guess he'll unmute when he's ready.
Freak.
And yeah, he's probably setting his mic up.
Hey guys,
What up, freak?
what's up?
How you doing, buddy?
What's going on? You came to attack the farmers?
Definitely, all they do is cry and whine and cry, sing the
All those.
blues.
That's all they do.
That's all they do, man. It's been a game they've been playing since the '80s. I know they went through that hard time in the '80s or whatever, and Farm Aid or whatever, but ever
Yeah, I
since
remember that.
then, I mean, it's been crying and whining and bullshit. And they're the main reason why you have all these illegals here in the first place, where they're trying to, use all that cheap labor to, do the crop thing.
Oh,
And I'm
because the
not buying the
farmers. So
bullshit
we're
anymore.
we're subsidizing with immigrants.
And on top of that, the welfare program is literally under the Department of Agriculture.
You mean like the food stamps?
Yep, that's a Department of Ag program, right? They're already subsidized to death, and again, they're not making money. The farmers themselves on the Diane, like you're listening. So farmers aren't making money, right? But
They're
like
doing
companies,
fine.
they're not doing fine. Look
They're
at them.
doing just fine. They're doing fine because you know how I know, because back when Donald Trump was still president, they had this whole meeting with a bunch of farmers, and they were all crying and they were all whining about singing the blues that they've been doing for all this time, and then there's this one bitch who was basically a new farmer, and the guy was bragging to her about how they make money on the subsidies and on the crops, and they use the cheap labor, and he was all giggly about it. So I know that it's been a bunch of bullshit this whole time.
Because the giggles tipped you off. That's what you're going off of.
Pretty much.
If he hadn't giggled, you would have believed him.
Well, no, I believed him because of what he said, and also because of the way he was crying about the stuff when he was talking to the government official. But then when he was trying to boast in front of the girl, that's when the real truth came out.
Hang on, I'm gonna grab another one.
Okay, let's see. There's a lot of comments.
Not only that, you had Sam Donaldson, the old news broadcaster with the really bad toupee, talking about him and some other of these big time news broadcasters who used to have farmland, and they would just basically hold their crop in a silo until the market price was right or whatever they do, and they were all subsidized by the government. So they were crying the blues all the time, and they're making money. They're doing fine. Don't buy the bullshit. That's all I'm saying. They're doing just fine. Don't worry about them.
Well, maybe some of them are and some of them aren't. Maybe it's a mix of both.
I mean, yeah, all right. So The problem is so like your average vegetables, right? Like you're not gonna make any money on because like vegetables are just not profitable to grow. But like corn and wheat, like the large row crop agriculture things, um, again, you're not gonna make any money because like you're paying off all those loans, right? You know what I mean? Just, and there's too many people doing it, and there's too much production. Like the value of the things itself actually doesn't have any money, right? Like the value, it's like there's just not
Well,
enough like there's not enough capital in it,
Hang on, let me
right?
put up your chart. Well, what about slaves? Are there countries that have slaves living in more miserable conditions that they'd be living if we imported them here?
I mean, there's Brazil and India, right? And then the Uyghurs in China. But again, slaves are you don't want to do slavery because it
Well,
drops
we'll call them
everything.
immigrants. We'll
Yeah,
just
again, this is the problem we have
rename
with
them.
immigration now. It's dropping everybody's income, right? Like Americans haven't got a raise since like the 1970s.
I agree with that.
Like this is the problem with like having immigration. And the thing is like if you want to pay the farmers, you want farmers to actually make some money. You know what I mean? Like what you have to do is you actually have to, charge more money.
Oh, they should suffer because they don't vote the right way. They deserve what they get. They're being punished for their political choices. And you're not, you don't even live here, dude. You're all the way over in Ireland.
Yeah.
Don't y'all have farming issues of your own? Didn't y'all run out of potatoes or something?
Wasn't that Holland or something?
Minimum wage has gone up since the 70s. Yeah, yes, it has, but we're not making any money because inflation's a thing.
Yeah.
Right, your average cost of a house in the 1970s was like 3 times the annual income. Right now, the average cost of a house at the moment is like 7 times the average income.
Wow. Because the prices have gone up, or the incomes have stayed, or both. Like the incomes haven't risen.
The income's raised. You know, what I mean, like so, if you go by like household income is different than going by like just average salary, right? Because like they're two different things. As household income counts, like 2 incomes inside of the household, often, right? But like if you just count like average salary, like the average salary of American, is like something like $40,000, something like that. It's almost nothing, right?
Wow, that's like more than I've ever made.
More than you ever. What? Now, listen, like I won't go to work for less than
You were
6
doing
weeks.
a job
Crazy
like
people don't pay much.
40,000. You're making like 45 now. It didn't go up, like it did pop like everything else did.
Yeah. Right. There's a lot of this stuff, right?
Well, according to that chart there, it looks like your net is going up and down kind of with the market, but it's just I always was
Lying, crying
I was
farmers.
always wanting to side with the farmer. They have a really good propaganda.
If they hadn't have giggled, they would have gotten you.
It's just a giggle. The guy was boasting to the girl.
We have a chart on one side and a giggle on the other.
Why would a girl jump into the farming market and the dude was like all boasting about how much money they're making on both ends and being
But you can't make that your sole
It doesn't
evidence.
make any sense.
Freak, are you streaming to your channel? Shit.
Yeah.
The trolls are coming in through your side.
Oh.
Well, they're on your channel, so
okay.
Nothing I can do. Well, look, we've gone 3.5 hours. Oh, I might need a break soon. I haven't eaten.
Oh man! All right.
Yeah,
I'm powerless.
I'm gonna throw up one more chart real quick because I like charts. Right.
I'm at the mercy of the trolls.
I like charts. Here's a chart.
All right, let's look at this one.
Here goes a chart. All right.
Mine's not. Well, yeah, from 40 years ago, it's definitely not big.
Right.
By the way, we have super chats, memberships, all kind of stuff on this channel that could change that.
Man, they smacked my channel a long time ago. They'll never get that back to me.
What did they do to it?
Oh, they clapped me. Like they clapped me years ago. Like only way I get subs is if people actually go over and sub to my channel.
Here, let me drop your channel. Go give Pinoy a sub.
Thank you. Right.
Where you been at, dude?
I've been like working on taking care of my kids and shit. You know what I mean? Handling something. My dad has like stage 4 cancer in his lungs and his bladder. So like I've been doing chemo and radiation every day, and like my kids' mom's going through health problems. I'm like fucking having to do more over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do know that income, like we looked at the graph the other day where the middle class income was doing this, and the upper class income was doing this, and
Oh yeah.
they crossed like years ago,
Have you
and
ever
then
seen
the
the
lower
elephant?
class income was a line at the bottom, just flat.
Have you ever seen the elephant graph?
Mm-mm. All right, not
All right, this is
not that I
super
remember.
interesting. All right, this is the elephant graph. Okay, so this is something that was made up back in 2008. Oh man, listen, I gotta grab out the stupid snip and sketch thing. Swear to God, like because they're not doing stuff. All right, hang on, wait here. It won't let me save it because it saves it as a web file. It's dumb. All right, so here is the elephant graph. Right, let me see if I can throw this up here properly. All right, this is the elephant graph. All right, so this elephant graph explains a lot of things. But basically, here's what this is. So the income growth rate,
Man, I could have drawn a better elephant than that.
right? This is like the blue dotted line is like the amount of income gained by percentage of each individual like bracket of people since, you know what I'm saying, 1988, right? So
This is just
basically,
America, just
no, no,
U.S.
no, no. This is the
Oh,
world. This is the world, right? This is why it's explained this way. Okay, so basically, if you're at like 0% of like poverty, like you were like a Chinese rice farmer, right? You know what I mean? Like this is where like all like you're. This is the bottom like 30% of the income distribution, right?
so our
Back
farmers
in
have it good.
1988, right? So at 60% of the income distribution, this is like the second world. This is like Mexico and South America, right? And all these things. That 80% of the income distribution in 1988, that was the American and Western workers. This is like your average, like, factory worker in America, these type of people, right? And when you get there, what you notice is the amount of share of the global like wealth that you've like taken upon your own people, right? It's zero. It's 0%.
Which
Like
part of the graph you look at? What part of the elephant?
at 80%, right?
Where his
So
trunk is hitting the ground?
yeah, right. This is where like the average worker in the West is, right? Now this top one up here in the top, like the very top at the 100% mark. So like this is the highest paid earners or the highest paid people back in 1988. The amount of income that they've gained. So this is the top 1% of the 1%. They've gained 70% in income, right? But the rest of us, who are like regular workers have gotten our fucking asses kicked over the past like 30 or 40 years.
That I'm sure of. I'm pretty convinced that that's happened.
Right.
I think I have a theory here, Jeff. Based on that chart right there, you see where it dumped the dive down in the 80s or whatever right there. So you had We Are the World Farm Live Aid,
I had the
and it
album. I
ate
remember
up
that.
all the farmers' fucking crops, and then they had Farm Aid.
Yeah, it's China. It's China. It's literally like them taking the factories from here and moving them to China and then automating everything. Right. Did you hear about what happened with the factory down in Alabama? The Hyundai like door stamping and like body panel stamping factory down in Alabama.
Nope.
They caught them. They went in and did a raid for ICE, and what they found, they didn't just find illegals. They found 10 and 11-year-old children working stamping machines
Wait, hang on. Let
from
me look this up.
Guatemala. Yeah.
What year was this?
This is like last year
Oh,
or this year.
Shout out to the UK for starting child labor.
I didn't hear about this at all. Let's see. Well, children need something constructive. They spend way too much time on screens nowadays.
Yeah.
Sues Hyundai to block use of illegal child labor in Alabama. Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, child workers found throughout Hyundai Kia plant in Alabama. Hyundai Kia supply chain in Alabama.
What happened? I didn't hear about this at all. Like, what happened to Hyundai sales?
At a plant owned by Hawaiian America Corporate, supplier to two car brands in the southern Alabama town of Greenville, a 14-year-old Guatemalan girl worked this May assembling auto body components, according to interviews with her father and law enforcement. At plants owned by Korean auto parts maker Ijin Industrial in the east coast of Alabama, for production told Reuters. He worked with at least 10 minors and 6 other employees of Ijin. They did too, worked alongside multiple underage laborers.
Wow.
Yeah, they're like, so when you think of human trafficking, like they're not just doing it for,
Oh, so it's labor, like slave labor, child labor.
Yeah. They're literally doing it for child slave labor.
Did this girl have parents?
Yeah, in Guatemala.
This is weird.
Why is this weird?
I mean, her parents aren't around. She's working for a Korean company making car parts or assembling cars in America.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
Why is that odd?
Well, it's just as fucked up. It's messed
Yeah,
up.
this is you want cheap things.
But yeah, we want cheap
Or more money, either way.
labor.
But
You want cheap things.
I get that, but
Here, look, man, listen, dude, look there. You know what I mean? Like, it's right there.
why didn't they
Yeah.
just make their? Why didn't they just make their manufacturing?
yeah, I just looked it up too. I
in
found a few
Korea, then?
articles from credible
Why don't they
sources.
Why don't they what?
Why didn't they just make the plant the manufacturing plant in Korea?
Korea has a birth rate of 0.25. They're having to close down pediatric facilities and like delivery places and schools because they don't have any children. Their labor rate is unbelievably expensive.
Can we just
Hey,
do like
we have a
child
pat
swaps like they do
manufacturing plant for
prisoner
Hyundai
swaps?
here.
What'd you say, Larry?
Leggy.
Lakey.
I said we have a place here that manufactures Hyundai parts, or they used to manufacture Hyundai parts.
Well,
Mhm.
did you check it for children
They do not have children that work there. No,
that you know of?
I wouldn't be
that I
trusting
know
a
of.
14-year-old girl to be assembling my car part or my car.
No. Or even cooking my Chinese food.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
no, I'm fine. I'm fine with the cooking the Chinese food thing. I have no problem with like kids working at their mom and dad's restaurant or like on a farm or
I
something.
don't.
That's
I
fine.
don't. I don't
Yeah.
trust anything kids cook.
No. I have no issue with that. Like I've been. My mom was a janitor. My dad was a construction. I've been on a fucking job site since I was like 5, 4, 3, probably younger. To be honest with you, like probably younger. Like man, listen, my mom used to get mad at me, right? And she'd be like, "Fuck, did you take him?" Right? She just dropped me off my dad, and I'd be on.
Oh yeah, that happened to me once or twice.
Yeah. Right. You know what I mean? I have
Yeah,
no
put
issue
him
with
in
that.
the, put him in the staple gun. Put him in the staple gun pit. Whatever.
Yeah. Like I have no problem. I used to take my kids to work with me. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. Like, it's fine. You know,
Wow.
Is your name
Yeah,
Period or Paranoid?
paranoid.
Oh, I've been calling him Pinoid.
Yeah, I'm
I
Pinoid.
just got it.
Like,
So you don't
Pinoid.
seem
Yeah.
nearly as paranoid as most of the people that come on here.
Yeah, I mean, like
He makes
paranoid
everyone
in real
else
life.
paranoid.
You know what I mean? Silver tongue Cavaliers here. What up, man? Right? That's because he's on your channel. Ain't he the freak?
I don't know.
Oh no, he's on my. You can come up, Silver.
Yeah, but yeah, man.
Hey, I
listen,
see
so
this
we're
video on
literally
your
like
channel,
they're literally like human trafficking children to come into America. And
So
work
why should the world stop at it? Like, how can they just so easily do
because
this?
women want cheap stuff, and they vote 10
So people
million
turn
more people.
blind eyes to make the
Yes.
women happy.
Yes.
But it's crap.
See,
I mean,
women
it's garbage
again.
now.
Well,
They're
I'm telling
making
y'all
car
this.
parts. It can't be good quality.
Women outvote dudes by 10 million votes a year, and they're 80% of consumers.
And they're still complaining there's not enough representation in politics or jobs.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. This is where we are. You know what I mean? Why is there child workers at a Hyundai Kia plant? Who buys Hyundais?
The rise of the Karenocracy. It's the Karens.
Who buys Hyundais and Kias? It's not dudes.
Women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they want cheap shit.
Yes. That's where we are. You know what I mean? You're not going to fix this. You know what I mean? Like it's just
you
not with the system.
adapt or die, or go live out in the woods.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're fine with this. 100%, they are fine with this.
I see this reacting to. I'm a man,
And for the
so
record,
I
sir,
can't on your channel,
I bought
please. I'm
2
gonna watch that
Hyundai
as soon as we're done.
Sonatas, and they're
Oh.
fabulous cars. Just saying.
I mean,
I bought them for my wife, but I
you bought
bought
them
them
for your wife.
myself.
Listen, that's what I'm saying.
But they are fabulous cars, my Sonata. Like I like
Why
my
aren't men
06 better
voting?
than my 16. I definitely like my
So
2006.
here's a big factor. 7% of men have a felony, so they can't vote, right? And then like a lot of them are kind
Oh,
of
what a clever strategy. Get all the men in prison so that the women can
they're not even in prison.
do
You
all
just
the
can't vote if
voting.
you have a
The
felony.
first stage was get the vote. The second stage is imprison all the men.
Yeah.
Joe,
What up, Mr.
what's your
Record?
thoughts on all this
Hey.
craziness?
Interesting theory
Do
about
you
the
believe the
prison.
farmers, or are they just being whiny little titty babies?
I didn't catch up on the farmers.
Okay.
I just hopped back in after finishing my work.
Oh. Some people believe the farmers are in dire trouble, and some people believe they're making plenty of money and they're just crying and whining.
Do we mean American farmers?
Yeah.
Well, I do know that we have tended to overproduce the food we need as a country. Pretty much every year for many decades now. So,
Oh,
it does.
that's
It yeah, it does.
different
It does.
narrative.
Um, and even so, we still import some food. So
Some.
I think
Well, yeah. We
yeah.
import like bananas, which is our favorite fruit.
You guys
Bananas.
don't realize they're taking
I know.
our
I know a
quality
banana we should be
product.
exporting.
Fucking banana.
Let's see. Oh, here's.
Oh boy, that's funny.
Is it the Mexican type?
I don't know what his gender,
That
his
definitely
race,
affects price.
racial gender mix-up is. I don't know.
Okay, so I joined for one reason. I think that the whole story about the Guatemalan kid is very interesting, and how it relates to women making decisions. Like, that's the truth, though. Like, women actually don't care about child labor. They don't actually care about all these things. Like, it's all virtue signaling. And so the point is, women have to get back to their asses in the house somehow. So I kind of agree with Pinoid about the transactional relationship. But here's the thing: is like, how are we gonna how are you gonna convince people that women should not be in school, they should not be in workplaces, they should be like having kids with guys who actually want to have kids with them and stuff like that?
Yeah, you've already took the
Pinoy.
cork out of the jar.
Well, you can't convince people of that. Like you can't convince people to want things they don't want or something like that. They just have to realize.
Oh yes, you
that they
can,
want something
absolutely.
else.
Look at the shit women buy. Women buy shit and they just like want to see it sit on the shelf, and they're like, actually, I don't like it, but I bought it.
I know. I used to work at Pottery Barn.
I mean,
can
I know
confirm.
dudes that buy shit that never fucking use it. So
Yep.
All right,
Yeah,
here's the
like
here's the
cars,
one
I know plenty of dudes that buy
right?
fucking trucks and cars and never drive a one of them.
This is the one that convinced me. This was back in like the 2000s, right? This is the one that convinced me. Anyone know what these are?
Nets.
Pigeon nets.
No, they're not pigeons. Then, so in Shenzhen, right, they had these factories. There was like 200,000.
Oh, those suicide nets?
Right. Yeah, right. And so like these people were like standing here having, like a problem with the working conditions to the point where like they were sleeping like 12 to a room. They would get like 10, they'd be like 12 hours on, like 10 hours off, and then go back in for 12 hours. Right. They weren't even working 24-hour schedules. And they just like push a button and like put a piece in it when something beeps. Right. And that's all they did all day long. So motherfuckers drove them insane. They started jumping off the fucking roofs. Right. And instead of
That's
like
poor mental health.
Instead of like helping conditions, or like making things better for the workers, in order to stop them from jumping off the roof and killing themselves, they just put up nets.
Well,
That's China. That's China.
I've actually met people who worked at some of those factories, and yeah, it's like a very weird system because, and here's the thing: is like, again, people are looking at everything from like a white liberal point of view. Like, here's the truth: most of the world does not value women. And like, for better or for worse, like, women have a role in society, and that's all been fucked up the way it has been here. And this whole liberalization of getting women into the workplace and stuff is like made things unbearable. Before, when you had mostly men in a workplace, men will pretty much say like, we're going to, do something really bad if you abuse us. Right now, you have all these women who they'll just say, well, they'll placate or they'll whatever. Right. And so you just kind of put this thing. And so like in a place like China or Asia, like that's the result that you're going to get because, they can't just go and burn everything down. Right. So like, that's why, because the government will
can't.
put a boot,
They got enough
boot on
people,
their...
they can't.
Say what?
I said they have more than enough people. They can burn down whatever they want.
Sure, but
Yeah.
what I'm like, most of the people are very desperate. I mean, if you look at the stuff that happened with Mao, right? Like the people, they probably they're due for another revolution, but in the moment, people are too comfortable there and stuff. But their economy is so fragile, just the way ours is. I mean, you have 1% of people farming here in the United States, right? And like Pinoy said, there's no money to be made. And most people are not willing to go and sacrifice to go get themselves involved in something that's not profitable. So You know what I mean? So it's.
Yeah.
But anyways, my point is overall is about the whole women thing. Like, do we have any solution to actually get women back into a position where we should have them, or
Yeah,
Is
we
it
can
start with
ban washers,
education?
Well, we
dryers,
can't force
Hey,
refrigerators.
them. Like
No, no,
they
no, no.
have as they have
I think that's
autonomy and
peanut
agency
butter. You
just
want
like the
some?
rest of us.
What do you
Hey, listen,
need?
yo, you can ban
Oh,
washers, dryers,
what?
refrigerators, vacuum cleaners.
There's
You know
no
what I mean?
union
And
yeah.
they'll put
breaks
women back
allowed
in.
around.
It's called
Yeah, but
coffee, dear. Coffee. Look,
Yo, bro,
it's
you
called
should mute up when you
union
talk to the
rule.
Yeah, you tell that woman.
Chuck. Hey,
I
Chuck.
got one right here. She's
Hey,
looking for
Chuck.
chips. Oh, I thought she was.
Well, first off, how are you drunk at 3 a.m.?
See,
Chuck, where you at? I'm gonna put you on mute real quick. As fascinating as this is,
never mind.
are you
You remember
driving?
now.
No,
Yeah, I don't
he's
think
at
he's
the
Now what
aware
do
of it.
you?
He's on
There we go.
stream.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
think
he's
what
just
Jack
drunk.
is what Jack is. It starts with education. You know, it always starts there, and you have to separate the boys and the girls in school at this point.
Yo, not lots. Like, listen, bro. All right. Like, I love women. All right. And I have, like, a few of them, and they're great. Okay. I got daughters, and I love them, and they're awesome. Right. But they ought not be running things. And you should have a system in your society that is created that, like, propagates your society and your community and your family and your culture. Right. The things that we do, right, and our political will and ability to fix things only happens when things absolutely completely break, right? And the problem is like that doesn't happen quite often. Not as you think I'm retarded. I think you might be retarded, sir. I'm with your Karl Marx alien fucking avatar. I mean, keeping it 100, right? That's kind of where we're at right now. Like none of this like operates in the way it's supposed to, and you need to have systems that keep like everybody having a decent transactional relationship that continues to propagate your people. That's it. That's all it is. Like you don't respect your women, you don't have women like I mean in their proper place because the system doesn't have a position for them. You want to fix this? Ban washers, dryers, refrigerators.
The problem is the women
I'm
don't
so
respect
confused by
the
what the whole point of this is.
Whole point of what?
Like, I feel like you're just babbling. Like, there's no point being made.
Do you
Yeah,
have
Like,
any?
what's your
Do you
point?
have any kid? Do you have any wife or kids, Leggy?
Yeah, I've been married for 7 years and have 3 kids.
Okay, and so what do you think about the future of them in the? How do you think their future is going to look right now?
I mean, I think in general the future's fucked.
Would you like it to not be fucked?
Well, I mean, what the fuck can you do? I mean, look
I'm
what we
offering a
got in for
solution.
leadership. Of course we're
I'm,
fucked.
yeah, I'm offering a solution.
Which is, what's your solution?
Get rid of washers, dryers, and like fucking refrigerators.
The Stone Age ain't coming back, buddy.
It's not the Stone Age. We're not talking about the Stone Age. We're just talking about
Yes, you
having
are.
people have a
Why
purpose.
would I want to do that? Why would I
Because
want to go back to hand washing
I
clothes?
literally was like in pussy last night. Like
Do
I
you want to
got
go
laid
back to
last
having
night.
to use an outdoor shitter? Like, I'm confused here.
I mean, that wouldn't be a bad way.
No, Joe, jump in. I need another perspective.
Right.
Don't hold
Okay.
back.
I mean, see, I think it would be difficult to
I need a
go
white
back
liberal perspective.
oh yeah, that's what I am. Okay.
No.
I think it would be
Well,
difficult to go back to, an older world in which women are primarily understood and expected to be, the caregivers at the home and not in employment, except for, a very small handful, right? Like who are going to be secretaries and librarians, I guess is like what they did way
nurses.
back when. Yeah, things like that. I think that's a bit difficult to do because you're kind of having to put all we have now back in Pandora's box, and I don't think a lot of people, men or women, would really want to do that. And so you would need some sort of paradigm shift in which women on their own come to want that. You would need some kind, and that might mean something really bad has to happen.
social
But
engineering.
I would think that even if it could be argued that there's a clear social benefit to something like that, to impose it on women would require a level of repression and effectively tyranny that is far worse than whatever the perceived problem is. I mean, if as long as it's the case that, women want to have the same individual freedoms as men, and the cultural consequences that come with that, I don't see how, anyone who's reasonably egalitarian could say no to that, or would be in a position to influence policy or other institutions to discourage that. Maybe that's not what was being suggested by Neurojack when he was up here, but as far as like practicable actions, I mean, I think we have to make the best of the fact that women occupy similar roles as men in society, and if there are downsides to it, that's just how we're not necessarily owed better outcomes in life, and we just got to work the best with the way it is, and in this case, it just might be that the fact that like they essentially caused wage inflation through doubling the workforce, could be one of those things, but at the same time, it would look
Wage
back
deflation. Wage deflation.
yeah, the one where it devalues the individual worker. It's also the case that like there are many instances where women were essentially the prisoners of their husbands, even up into the 20th century.
Oh, as if.
Yeah, we already brought this up. Already addressed it. Right.
So
Where I
just,
said, listen, what you did was you put the onus on the dude of the household to be able to make his woman act right when we were gaining all this like technology and like changing the transactional relationship between men and women, all these things. And what they did was they lobotomized their women, put them on all these fucking drugs, and basically made them a prisoner of the household. Right. And that was terrible in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Right. That was a horrible time to be a woman. And like right now we're facing the backlash of that. This is the pendulum swing the other way. But the ultimate problem wasn't the dude, and the ultimate problem wasn't the woman. Right? Women aren't the problem, right? The problem is like the technology, right? And it's always been the technology. That's the issue.
I disagree.
No.
Women, you put me in a room with a woman and no technology, and you're gonna see a problem.
You're not going to see any issue, right? You take away the technology, like
I
that.
promise you will. I guarantee you will.
Have you ever had a woman in the woods?
I've been in the woods with women. I've hiked and camped plenty of
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, and they act right. They just behave themselves because like they know that they have a place and a role, right? And so do you, right? We all know that we have a position in that like that relationship that we're having at that moment, in that interaction.
I've fought with some women in the woods. The ones that, because the campy, hikey women are the really assertive, like ones that have something to prove and try to take charge of camp and everything.
Yeah,
I've had many fights in the woods with women.
Yeah,
with
no, I've
technology.
never had an issue with women, especially when you're hiking in, right? And I mean, like, you're taking what you're hiking in and walking towards, wherever you're going to, right? Like I'm leading, right? They got to keep up with me, and that's the whole purpose of this, right? And they behave themselves because like they know that I'm in charge, right? And it's fine,
Sounds
and that's
like
cool.
red pill crap here.
I mean,
I'm a
this
red
isn't
pill.
red pill. Yeah, I'm a red pill.
But I've seen some very vicious Karens take over a campsite and try to like order everybody around and tell them what to do, and I fight with them every time. So they're definitely not taking leadership.
But how's
Because
that
they're wrong or
just
because they're a
hypothetically?
woman?
How's that any different than if some random some dude, not random dude, but if some other dude comes in and takes the fuck over? How's that any different?
I think he would do it a different way. B, I could manage it, but I know how to communicate with men to get them to stop. With women, I don't know how to make them stop Karening. Because when you push back on them like I would on a man would get the signal and back off. Karens don't do that. They go into this emotional hysteria and start like becoming even more Karen-y. And they get all neurotic.
Also, let's also have the conversation about community, right? Because that's the big part of this, right? Is that culture and the community thing, right? When you have expectations on you from birth, right? This is an important thing that like we're missing as a whole. And this was also missing in the 50s and 60s when everybody ran to the suburbs, right? Because these are manufactured communities that probably shouldn't exist naturally. Because you're not actually like farming together or working together or growing ground or like have like long-term roots in that area, right?
No.
But humans still come together and form like communities organically, even if it's short term. That's just something we do as social creatures.
I agree, but like the naturally forming communities that, end up having people where, you have maybe 3-4 tribes of humans. You're talking about like Dunbar's number, like 200, 250 people, right? These people here, they're, most of them are related. They have long-term, like vested interest in the area, and long-term, like knowledge of the area. And they've been farming and they've been working that land and they're attached to that land. When you take away that aspect of it, where it's just, you live there because like that's where a house is and you're not actually growing any ground. You're not like producing anything out of there. You're not relying upon that ground for anything. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem. All you have now with your neighbors are disputes
No,
about
there
your
is
dog.
no patriarchy, and other than in your conspiracy-addled brain. Men are not meeting in little secret rooms planning how to rule the rest of the world. We're not.
There's no patriarchy.
I'm so
Just like the Jews are not meeting in the secret rooms planning how to rule the rest of the world either. It's a
No.
conspiracy theory, and it's an excuse to be a hate group against men. You can think there's a patriarchy, but if you care about correspondent truth, that doesn't correspond into anything in actuality that could be identified as a patriarchy, at least according to the traditional definition of patriarchy. So you have to perform some kind of like figurative turn on the concept of patriarchy to get to the patriarchy that you think exists.
Yeah. And I don't even think you should have a patriarchy. It should be like a balance. And that's the big thing that I'm
Well,
saying.
we are.
Like,
I mean, we're an egalitarian society, at least on
no,
paper.
no. You're a slave. Like men are slaves in this society.
Not
it's
on
fucking
paper.
dumb.
Not according to the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, everything.
Yeah, I know. But like, if you have authority without any,
Corporate
you have
slave.
responsibility without any authority, you're a slave. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just
Real
how it works.
patriarchy actually is beneficial to women. I can explain that if you want.
Then y'all get the vote at some point. Like so no, not patriarchy anymore. You have the same political power we do.
Yeah, the men are responsible for stuff and they don't have any authority over it. And basically, if you're responsible for something, like for instance, if like you're responsible for the safety and the feeding of another person, right? And you don't have any authority over that person at all. That's called slavery, right? And that's what men have at the moment. Like it's slavery. And I'd like to see it be more equaled out, where it's like, okay, this transactional relationship we're having is not just a sexual thing, right? And because like I think that's dumb. Like you shouldn't ever think that you should just like have sex with a woman and that's the end of your relationship with her, right? That's stupid. What you should have is you should have a female where like she helps you live and you help her live, and y'all both work together to help your kids live, and you need each other
well.
to make your
Ideally, that's a healthy marriage.
Yeah, that's an
Ideally.
ideal.
kids live. Right?
If you're talking about the ERA amendment, that's because the political will's not there to do it. You need to do your job better and convince enough people to pass it. That's so just like you got the right to vote, continue that work and get the ERA passed. But that's not because of a patriarchy. That's because you have not pulled off the job yet.
I mean, historically,
The opportunity
I
is
think I get
there.
what
So
they're
if it's
saying.
not
I
happening,
think
it's
I get
because
what
you
they're
take
saying.
accountability.
Because historically, men and women in the same exact job holding the same job title, there is a significant pay, structure difference.
Not
There
not
really
really.
is.
That's
Not.
been debunked.
No,
Not
yeah,
in
that's dumb.
Well,
2024.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's got way better than it is.
No,
Has been,
no.
but
It's a
literally
wine gap. It's
but
like
I
a
mean,
little
but that more
0.%
applies
wine
to,
gap.
but it also
It's
more
something they
applies
can weaponize
to
for
corporate
victimhood, but
jobs. But it applies more to corporate jobs, salary
Go to your
jobs.
sales department and see who the lead sales people are.
Oh yeah, I mean, sales is most likely women. I mean,
Yeah. All right. So, all right, Leggy.
I'm sorry all these women think that their lives are controlled and ruled by men. I think that's just victim mentality and conspiracy thinking. I think you have the same agency we do, and if you're not using it, take personal responsibility for that. It's not somebody doing something to you. It's you not exercising the power that you naturally have, just like men have, just like
I
all
agree.
humans have.
I agree. Right. Like I think with all the structures that are out here and institutions that are out here to help women, there's no reason a woman should ever feel like she's being ruled over by somebody to fuck else. That's fucking dumb. And on top of that, they don't have any actual responsibility for what they do. There's no consequences for their actions, and nobody's going to hold them to account. That's just how that operates.
Hey
You
Jeff,
know?
if I could, I want to explain like biblical patriarchy real quick and how it actually worked and benefited women. Excuse me. So you had the man who had to be established, first of all, in order to get married. So you're talking about anywhere from up to 40 years old. Okay. So they would marry the young girl, of course, and have children or whatever. So yeah, that was terrible for women. It probably sucked really bad. Okay, they would take care of the guy till he died, but then he died, and then he got all his riches went to the wife, and by then her kids are grown, his kids are grown, and so she's rich and gets to have sex with young men. Isn't that awful? That's how the patriarchy used to work.
But didn't it also constrain their own self determination?
Well,
And
what
to
were they going
answer
to do?
that
They were,
question,
they were
I
going to go
first
fight the bear. They were going to go fight the lion. I don't think so. So, like, the environment is the biggest oppressor
But
of
I
women.
know, but we're not fighting bears and lions in the modern
No, not
world.
anymore. I'm just saying that's what the old biblical type style patriarchy was doing for women.
Yeah, and we definitely don't have that today. So when people say patriarchy,
You're right.
they might have had it in those times, but there's nothing like it today in 2024. Not on
I
a
would agree
state
with
level,
that.
maybe on a family level. A family can run their household patriarchally.
Maybe a loosely structured way that's being completely eradicated, but I mean, that's about it. But again, I think it's I used to listen to Neurojacket. He's been saying this for a while now, and I would just kind of like, because it sounded kind of harsh, but I think I'm starting to buy into what he's saying now, and it's definitely got to start with education. I mean, even Adolf knew that, so you got to separate the boys and girls from school. That gains a little bit of the mystery back between the sexes and a little bit of respect back between
Oh, the mystery's
the
still
races
there,
and
believe me.
gender.
I
And you got
wish
to
it
have
were
a little bit more
dispelled.
respect between the genders, and you can move forward from there. Whether they're trained to be career people or whether they're trained to be mothers.
Well, women. Okay, but that's my issue, though. I'm gonna side with the women here. Women are not there to be trained to be something. They are autonomous beings with their own will, desire, agency, just like men. Unless I'm misinterpreting female psychology like
Well, I mean,
drastically,
that's really their
I
choice.
see them as autonomous as the rest of us. That's why I don't understand why they play victim all the time, because they say they have the same opportunity and agency that the rest of us have. Either they're not aware of it or they are aware of it and they're being manipulative.
I'm not sure about that. I couldn't answer that. I do think that the feminism needs to change now to they're basically what they have to do is educate the girls until they're like 17, 18 to make that decision. Are you going to be a mother or are you going to be a career woman?
Right, like educate in the sense of informing them of options or presenting, but not like predetermining a role and then engineering them to fit into that role. That
Yeah,
violates their own self-determination.
yeah, I agree with that. I bet educate and so they know that the clock is ticking and you can't go back, kind of a thing with their biology.
And do, do women know this about themselves and pass it on to each other? Like I'm sure mothers talk to their daughters about their biology and that kind of stuff. So maybe women are the ones that can be passing this on to women.
I couldn't answer that either.
Yeah, I was raised by a single mom. She raised 4 kids on a single job salary, and she's a hero in my eyes. That she did that is just amazing. I'm just in awe of her. I couldn't do it. If I had to raise 4 kids on a single, I could not do it. Let's see. Right. I actually agree here. I think women can educate themselves and other women. Like I feel the same way. But I don't feel like anybody that's not a man should be telling men anything. Anybody that's not autistic should not be telling autistic people anything. And anybody that's not a woman should not be telling women what they need. And like they can determine that for themselves. Wow. Well, did we solve it already? Or did my sound go out?
No, I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay.
I was just typing in the chat. That's all I was doing.
Well, we could always table it and come back to it too, although it does seem to have momentum right now.
Well, I don't know.
What
I
what
just
laws? What laws are on the books right now that are discriminatory against women? We've scrubbed all that shit. In fact, if anything, they the family court system, there are laws in the books that explicitly disfavor men. So if anybody's oppressed by the legal system, it's men. Well, that
what?
is a debate. Okay, I will grant you that. That is a debate. But the abortion issue is a very complex, multifaceted issue too.
Yeah, that's a touchy subject. That one. I'll give her that one. The abortion one.
I
That's
want to see women more empowered. That's my issue with them. Like, I want to help them be as empowered as possible, so they don't have to be the mercy of everything that they sense that they're at the mercy of.
all I know is when I was in the Air Force, a woman drill instructor going through basic, she was way more meaner than a male was. That's all I know. All I know.
The women in my life were, I didn't have a lot of male figure. The women filled that role. They were the authoritarians, they were the organizers, they were the ones that structured society. They were some of the most intelligent people. Like everything people describe of traditional male roles, I think back to my life and I'm like, well, that teacher did that, that relative did that. They were all women filling those roles. My sister, there was a power vacuum in our household because we didn't have a father. My sister stepped up and took that role. She's the one that organized the family life. She did the finances. She got the kids to school. Everything a father would do to structure a family was done by my sister.
Look, all I know, if it wasn't for my wife, my house would fucking fall apart. So, as far as when it comes to appointments, we gotta go here, we gotta go there, we got this due, we gotta this due. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it wasn't for her, the house would fall apart.
Yeah. I'm not saying women have no value. I'm just
I
saying
mean,
they have
100%.
issues with me that they need to quit putting on me. And I'm willing to let them be them and do their thing, but they got to do the same for me. It's the Karens I have a problem with. It's authoritarianism, and I just experience it less from men because if a man tries to take authority on me, I know how to communicate in a way that he stops doing it. I don't know how to do that with women. They don't stop, and they're doing it with like bureaucratically now with the system. Their values are being embedded in all of our systems. And or what not law says. That could be another solution. It's hard for me to see the value in Karen types, but that's could be my own bias from having been on the end. But like, who likes a Karen? Come on, honestly.
I mean, Karens, no, nobody likes Karens. Nobody likes Darrens. And there's
Yep.
plenty of them. And I hate to say this, Jeff, but most Darrens are gay guys.
Oh yeah, here in Seattle too. It's the
Dude,
little there. In fact, if there's anything worse than a Karen, it's probably a bitchy gay Karen.
dude, fucking, them motherfuckers, holy fuck. Look,
I
there's
will
one
take an
thing to be
HR
gay.
Karen over an HR gay any day.
I was watching videos by Amagassett Press, right? And he come
By
to
who?
Bar Harbor. Amagassett Press. He's like a First Amendment auditor type deal,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Well, he come to Bar Harbor and he was fucking videotaping on the street. I mean, it's Bar Harbor. Everybody has cameras in Bar Harbor. Well, anyways, he's videotaping going up down. He stops in front of this jewelry store. Lo and behold, here comes this gay black guy out of the fucking store. I go, of course, it has to be one of them,
Gay
right?
and black.
Right? I go, Jesus. I go, watch what you say. That's all I'm thinking, right? Because Bar Harbor's become kind of a woke town. So I'm like, just thinking, watch what you say. And sure enough, on this video, he comes out and this guy just starts, well, I need to know what you're doing. What company what's this? What company are you from? What do you mean? Are you worried about some guys with a camera? Like, do you see how many people have cameras in this place? And you worry about me? Well, you could be trying to rob the place. It's like, what? Like, come on. Like the only person to cause an issue. It was just funny. Just funny. And I really do. I think gay black
Blake,
Karens are
gay,
the
black,
worst.
and sassy.
I really do think they're the worst. Absolute worst. And like they're some of the most racist motherfuckers there are. Like I'm not even joking, man. You know how many of them I've heard? Fuck white people, blah, 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 blah. You fucking
There is
crackhead.
racism all around.
I'm telling
That
you
is
though,
that is for
Small
and you
sure.
think I'm joking though. Like I'm being serious. In my personal
No,
experience.
if any human can be tribal, to think that like one group is exempt from tribalism is just naive
Just
and
my
ridiculous.
personal experience, I feel like out of all the culture, gay black men are the fucking most
Wait,
bitchy.
Leggy, tell Joe what you had to eat at the at school lunch when you got your lunch in high school. Tell him what all you got.
Why do I say it funny? Anyways,
Yeah,
for
just
$5, we used to get curly fries, a sliced pizza, a soda pop, and fucking some type of
oh,
snack.
you
Okay.
said differently.
Wait. How
Curly
do you
fries and
say
soda
soda pop?
pop, pizza.
Wait, how do you say soda pop? Like, bro, like you're from, like, aren't you from like Maryland and Baltimore? How do you say soda pop? How is
Maine.
that a thing?
Because I mean, I'm from Maine too. Like my dad's from
Makes sense.
Baltimore, and like I lived down there when I was a kid. So like, my dad says pop though. My dad says pop, and he grew up in fucking down there. So
But aren't you Gen X? You sound like that would be an older term, older saying.
what?
How old are you? Are you?
Pop. That's like something my grandma would say.
What was the saying? You're Gen X too, huh, freak?
Yeah,
What was the saying?
like that's something like my grandma or grandpa would say, like soda pop, or something like
Oh,
that.
My dad's 64, 65, something like that.
My dad's 66.
All right,
So,
Yeah.
pop
that's
soda
just
water.
no, because I mean, we got a lot of Canadians that like I got family that lives in Canada and shit, and they call it all pop over there, and it's soda here. So fuck soda pop.
We call it Coke.
Well, that just because you have a coke problem, Jeff. I can't help that.
It's just what we call it. Do you want anything to drink? I'll take a Coke. What kind? A Dr. Pepper. Okay, coming right up, sugar.
Well, Dr. Pepper's not a coke though; it's a pepper.
No, that's the name for soda.
I don't even think there's any pepper in it.
Sprite is a Coke. Dr. Pepper is a Coke. Orange
Dr.
Fanta
Pepper's
is a Coke.
classified.
That's all
Dr. Pepper's
Coke.
classified as like a pepper soda, though. It's not classified as a cola.
It's Coke. It's a Coke.
I don't know.
It's a flavor
I've
of a
never had.
Coke.
I don't know. I never had Coca-Cola or Pepsi or Dr. Pepper or any of these. I've never had any of this shit. So no.
Well, you've never had Dr. Pepper?
No, I've never had Coca-Cola or Pepsi. I've never had ramen noodles or Doritos.
What?
How did you get so lucky with the ramen noodles? But how did you, I don't understand how you're like the only person.
I'm from Pennsylvania. We drink iced tea, right? That's literally like all we drink is iced tea and water and beer, Yingling lager.
But y'all
We're
have
the
soda.
we're the snack food capital of the world. So like we'd never like I would never eat anything from like fucking anywhere else but here.
Yo, I got a question about Pennsylvania.
What up?
What do you predict, or how do you predict it will go in the election?
Trump, bro. Like, listen, everywhere you go, it's literally just all Trump shit everywhere. There is no Kamala signs anywhere in the entire state, other than billboards.
Not a one.
Which state?
I've never seen a Kamala sign.
I
think
want to
saw
find that one Kamala. If anybody's in Pennsylvania and can find us that one Kamala sign, I'll
hers,
stream
grandma,
it.
Utz, grandma, Utz, bro. Middlesworth, you know what I mean? Yeah, listen, we never had any of that. Like when we were kids, like again, we didn't have corporate shit because this was Appalachia, so we just had our shit.
But
You know,
yo, like we had like little country stores in the middle of nowhere that sold Coke.
we have whole factories that make food here, right? Remember, I'm 40 minutes from Hershey, right? I'm 30 minutes from Dillsburg, where like they make Snyder's, Utz of Hanover, all that shit, right? There's Lebanon that makes a whole bunch of shit. Like literally all of our stuff is from here.
And y'all have what is that? That the city with all the hotels.
with all the hotels. Every city has a lot of hotels.
No, the one is it Needmore,
Oh no,
Breezeway.
might be Breezewood. Breezewood's probably it. Oh yeah, you were talking about where
It
they
has the
the
famous
internet.
photograph. There's like 100 hotels on one street.
Might be Breezewood.
Did you go to any of the Trump rallies?
Yeah, it's Breezeway.
Nah, man. Listen, he rallies when I work, right? Like I go by the farm show complex. He's been there like 7 times when I was working and shit.
Wow, are you Amish? Like, did you go up the whole Amish thing or something?
No, no, no. I'm Italian.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you kind of have like
You don't
like
sound
a
Italian.
Mennonite type of lifestyle almost. Maybe
Well,
they're
I
doing it
mean,
right.
I live in Pennsylvania, Dutchland. So like, that's the lifestyle that you have, and like,
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe that's the model, Jeff.
yeah. It's like so. This is another part of this, right? It's something else. Like fuck, like the washers and dryers need to go, yes, but on top of that, we need to ban grass, right? Like grass literally comes from like a French noble back in the day, like bawling and being like, "Listen, bro, like I got all this shit, right? And like, look at me, I got all these slaves to cut my grass. Look at this, right?" And what I mean, then like the English try to go back and forth. And this is where we get grass from, like the idea of having grass outside your house. You should have food. Why are we not growing food on all this acreage that we
I don't
have?
want food in my front yard.
You do want food in your front
No, I
yard, like a
don't.
pumpkin patch, especially like
I
for
could
like
do
Halloween.
a little garden in the back, but I don't need a whole crop in my front yard.
I
You
do
should,
think people should start growing more of their own fucking produce, though.
You need
yeah, yeah,
grass
yeah.
for hay.
Right. Think about it like this. How about this one? For every 10 calories, or for every 1 calorie you put in your mouth, there's 10 calories of petrol energy getting it to you. Your average food travels 2,000
That's too
miles to get
much
to your plate.
math.
Wow.
2,000
Americans are
miles,
not going to do that.
right? Imagine like if we didn't waste all this fuel, right? Like driving shit all over the country and refrigerating it and do all this nonsense. Imagine if it was like in your neighborhood. And the cool thing is you have a wife and she can talk to like your neighbors, and then you can form like a community, and then everybody can keep everybody in line.
What do
And
the
like you can
cities
have
do?
same thing in the city. Like literally, like I'm in the city, and in like a lot of people's front yards, they'll have like
Like
fucking pumpkins growing
farm,
and fucking,
turn
yeah.
the city, the suburbs into farms.
That's what happened. That's what we used to do. Boston, like Boston. The reason why the Boston road network is so terrible is because literally all of like the fucking roads are set up on old cow paths, because they had like cow pasture in the middle of Boston. And they'd have like that's where the cows would end up walking, and then people set up their homes next to where like they trampled down all the like the grass and the dirt. And so like it ended up becoming trails, and that's where they set their roads up at. That's how all this started.
Oh, I thought it was because of the big dig. I thought that was why Boston roads were so fucked.
No, no, no. It's literally because they're cow paths. That's why they're so fucked.
Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure most land was cow pass at one point.
Well, no, I mean in cities you always had to grow food in cities, right? And like you couldn't just always transport it in. Like back in the day, you didn't have refrigerators. How do you think
I
they
know
got
that.
meat?
Well, I know
You
that.
know what I mean?
It was some of the nastiest fucking meat you could find. There was a lot of disease, a lot of
Where do you
bacteria
grow
around.
food in a city on the
Every,
scale to feed that population? Cities have millions of people in them.
yeah, I mean some do, but most don't.
Rooftop
Well,
terraces.
that's kind of what makes a city, unless you're talking about a small size city. But most major American cities are going to be over a
I think
million at
there's
least.
only 10 cities in America with more than 1 million people.
Let's look it up.
I'm pretty sure. It might be 15 or 20, top end. The rest of them are all like much smaller. You're talking about metros, different animal.
Yeah,
But
well,
like,
you got to take care of the metro area too. Let's see.
no, because the metros all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
you're
then
right.
become
There's
suburbs.
9 that have over a million. It ends with
Yeah.
Dallas, and Jacksonville is the largest under a million,
Yeah,
followed by
right.
Austin.
So again, we're not talking about feeding that many people.
But that's just the cities. But the metro area is probably really
The metros are suburbs. They all have ground.
It's a huge collection of people all living in one area, and the artificial subdivisions between city and suburb, everything doesn't. I don't know why that's relevant to having to feed all of those people in
Okay.
that one area.
Well, think about this, right? So, like, okay, the Harrisburg Metro includes like Carlisle, York, Hershey, and like Northern Dauphin County. There's an assload of land in there.
between the because some metro areas don't, like like where I'm at, Seattle spreads over almost 2 counties, and it's all, I mean, almost 3 counties, and it's
Yeah, and
all developed. There's not, so
no, a lot
you
of it's
can't just grow for Seattle and then not feed the people that live on the outskirts either.
like, yeah,
It's
again,
all one entity. It's just
you can
the
do
divisions are arbitrary, but that doesn't mean that the people on this side of the line don't also need to eat.
a lot of this, right? I mean, just for like you can do a lot of this just with like I mean the grassland that you have in just like subdivisions, right? The suburbs and like all those places, because that's literally what they're counting as the metro, right? So that type of shit, right? And then in the city itself, the vast majority of a city, right, it does sound like groceries. It is, right? We're creating artificial difficulty, right? Artificial difficulty is a good thing, right? But like in the cities, other than like those apartment block towers, you have most of it's like fucking, backyards and shit. Like Long Island's 90 miles long in New York. That's a lot of room to grow food. If you don't want hot pockets are bad for you, you probably shouldn't eat hot pockets.
Resto, come up. Yeah, I agree about hot, but Americans are not going to go without their hot pockets. So whatever my opinion about them are,
they will, and you can make your own hot pockets if you want to. Like they're really easy to make.
Oh, wow, not lost. Okay, thank you very, very much. We got to start feeding the homeless to the hungry. Okay, these creative Canadian solutions to American problems.
They don't have to respect men is the issue, because they don't need them.
Nobody has to respect anybody. But
well, you will respect people who.
I mean, respect is earned, and I don't expect to earn respect from most women.
No, women respect you when they need you.
That's not respect. That's not the version of respect I'm thinking about.
I mean, every relationship is transactional, right? And so, like, you respect the things that you have, like, relationships with, and the people you have relationships with.
There's very few people I respect. I respect everybody as fellow humans. I have like basic respect, but then that deep respect that you have for maybe 2 or 3 people in your whole lifetime that really awe you to the point where you have that admiration for them. That's very, very
search
rare.
is transactional.
Well, maybe in your life, I've had non-transactional relationships.
Yeah. No. I mean, like every relationship is transactional. Like anything you do is transactional. Just how it works is like you're a part of this planet.
Yeah, but I don't think all relationships can be reduced to just the transactional.
It has to be, because you don't deal with things as you don't.
I mean, you can do that with yours, but you're not going to tell me what my relationships are like.
No. I'm saying, like,
I know that I've had relationships that I would consider transcendent of just transactionalism.
Do you enjoy being around that person?
Yes, very much.
Then it's a transaction.
No.
You enjoyed it. Like you don't deal with them if you don't enjoy it.
Well, now you're just playing semantic. Like you're just going to redefine transaction to include all the things that you think are transactional. I was going by the traditional dictionary definition.
Oh no! Like in your brain, if you're getting like a euphoric thing, like if you're
because you're stretching the definition. Like
this is what I'm talking about. Right, in general, like.
But if you look up the definition of it's not going to say anything in your brain that gives you pleasure is transactional. Like, so you're already performing a little turn on the word.
Even inanimate objects.
Yeah, that's not. Let's get the definition.
Right, and I mean, because like you have transactions with things that aren't like other people or other animals. You know what I mean?
Yes, I'm not saying transaction is not involved. I'm saying it seems like you're reducing everything to transaction and only transaction and nothing else. And I'm saying there are other modes of relating to humans that go beyond just the transactional.
I mean, an exchange or interaction between people. You have intellectual transactions. I mean, just all these things. These are all considered transactions.
Right. If you want to create this generic term that loses all meaning because it means anything that happens between humans, you can do that. But that's not what most people mean by transactional.
Oh, I mean, this is like a psychological thing, right? Hang on, bro. I'm gonna grab for you because this is a second definition, right? This isn't like like stretching it by any means. I'm not trying to like do
Yeah,
any
I love to
goddamn
argue
kind of
words, so bring it on.
nothing like that. Here, I got you. Here. Hang on a minute. Let
It's a
me.
transaction where one person does things for the other because
Here,
they anticipate getting something in return. It's a
an exchange or yeah,
give
yeah,
and
yeah,
take arrangement.
an action of conducting business, exchange or interaction between people, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'm not denying that all of that happens, but there are other things that people exchange between each other.
Oh, I agree. I agree. You can have actual transactions where it's like you go buy things, you know what I mean, or like you trade between each other, right? But like any interaction that you have that is transactional.
Yeah, but then the word is useless at that point. So people reserve that word transaction to contrast it with relationships that have something going on between just a basic give and take exchange.
I mean, this is the
This is a
all.
semantic argument.
I kind of agree, right? I don't know, like I've never had anybody actually like push back and say that like that's not what transactional means because like it just some simple understood stuff. You know what I mean? Like it just some basic things. You go, yeah, man. Listen, it's all
Right, but there's relationships that go beyond the basic. There's love. There's a family ties, relationships. There's friendship that you do something for your friend, not necessarily because you're wanting something in return, but out of a feeling of affection for them.
Yeah, can we take this back to the corpus callosum?
Yeah, we can move off of.
Right? No, because like, all right. So when we started this off, you were talking about like how like our brain ends up seeing things, right? Like your brain sees things in relation to you, right? And like how it applies to you. And then it will justify whatever it is that you're doing or whatever it's seeing, you know what I mean, or whatever you do, right? Without your knowledge. Like literally like when they did these corpus callosum like tests, right? Where they covered the eye and all that type of stuff, right? One of the things that they found is that everybody, like the moment they stand here and they showed them something, right? And they told them to draw something, right? And so like they showed them bells and then somebody like drew like music notes, right? And they're like, why did you draw music notes, right? And he said, oh, because earlier, you know what I mean, there was bells going on outside, you know what I mean? And like, because somebody got married or something like this, right? And like your brain just lies, right? To like cover up some shit for you. And it's your thing, right? You know, like that's just, it's because it's in relation to you, right? And like your brain's trying to make sense of what you're doing, right? And like, so when you're standing here and you say like, oh, you do things that you love and all this other stuff, these are long-term things, right? Like these are things that like you love people and you have these emotions and you care about people, right? And you have these relationships and these transactions with humans because a million years ago or 100,000 years ago, you loved and cared for your child because like your child later on would become like useful to the entire tribe and yourself, right? And you're justifying all that shit, right, in your own brain. And that's what that whole like love and thing, like, oh, I'm doing this just because I love them. Now you're doing this because like that's what like your brain needs you. That's what you need to do, and that's what you're evolved to do. But you have to justify it.
I doubt you've solved the mystery of love. Like humans are going to be trying to figure that one out well into the future.
I mean, it's all a chemical reaction and like electronic shit in the brain. In the
Not
end of the day,
subjectively, like maybe biologically, but there's more to the experience than just the biological. There's the human side of it.
I'm a be present, experience type of guy, and I like listen. I'm on that, and I love that shit, and you know what I mean. Like I get it, I do, and I love the feeling, and I love how like we interact with these things. I love how like we feel all this shit. It's great. I love it, but I'm also under the understanding of why it happens. But I'm cool with it. I've made peace with that shit. I'm fine with that. I got no issue with it.
Well, does anyone have any closing thoughts?
I love y'all, man. Y'all are great.
You don't even know us. It's just transactional. There's no love. This was just a transaction.
I agree, but I enjoyed the transaction.
I did too. I hope you come back.
Yeah, man, listen, I'll be around. I gotta drop a sub to your channel. Hang on, man. Let me.
I put yours earlier, but I'll drop it again. Here's Pinoid's.
Let me drop a sub to your channel, man. That way I can be notified. You know what I mean?
Here you go. Give him a like, subscribe, check him out.
I'm gonna
Joe, you got
check
anything?
out that Kamala commercial. I'm a man
Oh, is
breakdown.
that the one with the man? Like the oh my god, that was so cringe. Matt Walsh did a whole breakdown of it the other day.
I
Yeah,
did too.
I watched
It's great.
Pinoy's version.
Oh, you did one?
Yeah, I did one. It was
All right, let
fucking
me go
great.
find it. I'm gonna go watch it now. Is that the Let's see.
It says I'm a man breakdown.
Is it video? Oh, I'm on live. Let me see.
That was such a cringe commercial.
Why am I not finding it?
You might have to scroll down like a couple rows.
Oh, okay. It's not. I thought it was because the commercial was. Man, you must put out a lot of videos. Do you have a link for it? I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I'll find it. Hold on.
All right. Yeah, I want to take a look at it. Asheville is dying and the strike has been broken. Joe, what you want to leave us with?
It was an interesting topic. I got in kind of late though. So I don't think I have much really to add on. I think most of everything that was worth saying was said at some point by either side.
Okay. Freak, are you still black pilled on the farmers?
Yeah, dude, I don't believe them. I just don't believe them.
Those whiny,
I think they cry a little
manipulative
bit too much.
bitches.
Looks like the market's kind of up and down, you know. So maybe I'm a little bit more sympathetic, but still have the problem of illegal immigration being a lot of it caused by them, and so you know, I'm just not buying the blues anymore. Let's just put it that way.
But you're basing it. This is the foundation for that. That one of them giggled in an interview, and if they had not giggled, you would have taken. But when you saw them giggled, you knew that they were lying.
I mean, pretty much. I mean,
But is there? Do you
you know?
require any additional evidence besides just a farmer giggled?
I mean, I saw that chart, but that still doesn't explain what the problem is with the illegal migrants all the time. But yeah, I mean, the dude kind of gave it up. Plus, there were stories on this on like back in the day, you know, probably in the I don't know early '90s about like Sam Donaldson and like Tim Koppel. You know, they all owned farmland way out in the boondocks, or
Right,
whatever.
but you think that's all the farmers?
Not all the farmers, but I know that they're getting subsidized, and it's just like big pharma almost. They get
Right, there's that. I
subsidized.
think, and Pinoid made that point. There's big farm, but that's not the mom and pop farms that I think he was talking about. I don't think those people are in on some racket to rake in the dough while pretending that they're hurting. Those people probably really are hurting.
Maybe that you know
The freak
maybe
was skeptical of like Farm Aid and all that stuff in the
no, I'm
80s.
not skeptical of that because they did, you know, those people did mortgage their farms and they did lose them.
So
But
that was the last real one, and then everyone after that was like trying to rerun that as a scam.
maybe I don't know if it was a scam, but you got to remember this place where I saw that guy doing that. He this was like a convention of farmers, you know, like
It's and I saw it on a video thing.
well, it was like
I saw it on
you
YouTube.
know how the corporations they like even okay. I'll just go back to what I used to do, like billboards and commercial leasing and stuff. They're all in competition with each other. They're all trying to undercut each other. They're all trying to gain the most leases. They're all trying to get the
Yeah.
best places. But at the end of the day, they all go to the same convention and talk about cutting out all the rest of the other competition and regulation. And so they're all still kind of in bed with each other. So when they go and they start talking about, oh, price, well, they're setting the price and they're all in on it. So like, I'm not buying a lot
Like
of
the market doesn't set the price.
I mean, it does.
It's collusion.
The
You're accusing
market.
all the farmers of collusion, I think. Real quick, I want to just Matt Walsh. I don't. What does phony mean? Like he seems phony. Like he's not real. He's not really the person he's playing. Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah. I think that Matt Walsh uses a lot of like underhanded and like he like does like fake questions, or there was that thing where he went into that safe space group and he like
Oh, what is a woman?
um
And
he,
what am I racist? I was talking about his show, like his
yeah, that
YouTube
was it.
channel.
Oh, I mean, I haven't watched him regularly, but like the stuff I have seen, like those two main two
Well, it's
things.
it's undercover journalism, and it is fake, but you know it going in that he's not really the person he's pretend. Or sometimes he goes in as himself and asks the questions. They just don't know who he is.
Well, yeah, but like with the like the "Am I racist" thing, he wasn't even like hiding who he was. They could immediately tell he was Matt Walsh, and then he like badly lies about his name, and then they're uncomfortable because they know he's up to something, and then he makes it look like, oh, you're uncomfortable because you're oversensitive liberals, and it's because they knew he was up to something, and he was there to crash their party and not make it go the way they wanted it to go.
So you're talking about more his movies than his daily commentary. Because
It's
I find myself agreeing with like 80% of what he says. I could turn on Matt Walsh and he's having the same reaction and thinking the same thing that I independently thought about the same story. And so like we just happen to align.
I mean,
And then there's
so
some things that I don't disagree with, but more or less he kind of has his finger on the same pulse I have, and it's
he
independent
might be
verification.
generally correct in the sense that it's silly that asking what is a woman is now a difficult question for people, but I think the way he goes about it is often he will do it in a way that kind of agitates a scenario to make it look like maybe one side is more antagonistic or oversensitive than they
Maybe
are.
with the
When
movies, but I'm talking about what he does in the movies is completely different than what he does on YouTube. What he does on YouTube is kind of what we're doing here. He just
yeah,
comments on political stories and stuff. So he's not like going to places and pretend. He's not like James O'Keefe, where he's doing active on the street journalism. He's sitting behind a desk giving his political opinions, and that's the Matt Walsh I'm talking about, where I say I'm more or less aligned with, and that's the one I thought you said was being phony. So like when he's presenting his opinions on YouTube, I was trying to figure out what the phony part was, but you were talking more about the movies, which are a completely different style and approach that he uses for that. No, he wasn't one of the people caught up in the Russian propaganda. That was Tim Pool and those other people, but Matt Walsh was not one of the names. The Daily Wire was. Let me see who those six people were. There were
By the
six
way,
of them.
about 2 weeks before that came out, the Democrats were paying a bunch of other influencers like Destiny and other people. So just so we're balanced and fair around here.
Wait, say that again, freak.
Like Destiny and other influencers that are on YouTube and Twitch and these others, they were also been found to have been being paid by Democrat third parties,
Oh,
except the
really?
Justice Department didn't pursue them. That's the only difference.
I didn't even hear about this.
Yeah, it came out about 2 weeks before the ones about the Russian ones came out.
Do you
Go
have a
figure.
What could I Google for that?
Um, I would like search YouTube for Democrat paid
Tim
influencers.
Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern, Taylor Hanson, and Matt Christensen. It's Matt Christensen you're thinking about, not Loss.
I don't even know who Matt Walsh is, to be honest with you.
From
I've
the
heard
Daily
the
Wire,
name.
he did the What is a Woman movie, and he just released the Am I Racist movie,
Oh,
and then he
really?
has
No,
his.
I've heard the name, but I've never. I don't
Oh
think
well,
I've ever seen him.
let me drop his channel then, because you're the only person I've ever met that doesn't know who Matt Walsh is. He does a show every day, and he's more or less noticing the same things I am. He's a
It's
little
pretty.
behind the times on the gay stuff, but he is Catholic. Like his position on things are the pretty standard Catholic position that I grew up with. I don't think he's any kind of extremist.
All right. Um, you really think Dave Rubin is taking Russian money like directly?
According to the these people that are busting this Russian ring, they have the evidence for it. And they let me be clear. These influencers didn't realize, like they were taking the money from this shell company. They were not aware that it was a Russian shell company. So they are not being charged with anything. But that is where a lot of this Russian money went without their knowledge.
Okay. Yeah. That's the same thing that happened 2 weeks before, or maybe it was like a month before that story came out. It
but
was,
with a different
Destiny.
group, and it was Democrats.
Yeah, it was a group of Democrats, and I can't even remember their names, but I know like Destiny was on the list.
Let me try to
Um,
find. Do
who
you remember any others?
I can't remember any other ones
Was
because
it
I don't know.
Vosh?
Yeah, that's probably one of them. A couple other Twitch people, I think, and Twitch is like really
Democrats
big.
turned to influencers to help share their message. But you're saying they infuse some money.
Right.
But is it legal if it comes from within the U.S.? I think that the thing that made it legal was it was Russia.
I don't. That might be the difference, but it's like you still. The Democrats definitely, project the weaponization of the Justice Department, and they followed through with it. That's all everyone should realize.
Yeah, I don't know what the laws are around, like, political influences in the U.S.
If that was the case, though, then why did in 2016, when they cry about Russian collusion and Facebook basically sold about $100,000 or $200,000 worth of advertising to Russian whatever influencers, then why didn't Mark Zuckerberg get any charges against him?
I think they'd have to prove that he was aware.
I mean, he took the money from these Russians about whatever for Donald Trump apparently,
Well,
right?
some of I thought that
So
was Cambridge
this
Analytica.
was a
That was
law that they passed, like a new
I thought
thing
it
that
was
they
through a
passed.
third party company, like not direct to Facebook itself, but these third party companies were doing it.
Well, that was the whole thing. Like when it was all said and done, the whole RussiaGate came down to about $200,000 worth of money spent on Facebook, and the Democrats were crying about it. You know, so isn't that the same situation? And why didn't the Justice Department actually charge Zuckerberg with anything?
I'm not sure that's quite the facts of the case. I'd have to look into it. But my understanding, they didn't go direct to Putin didn't walk into Zuckerberg's office and say, "Here's $200,000, run these ads." It was done through third-party companies. So those are the ones that would get charged, not Zuckerberg. He may not have even been aware where the money was coming from, just like
I
in the
get
case of these influencers.
right. I get it. I see what you're saying. So it's
Because
like,
they're not
but you,
charging
but you
Dave
see
Rubin either, because
clear,
he wasn't aware that it was
yeah.
Russian money.
But there's obviously a clear bias in the Justice Department going on here.
And I was part of the Russiagate. I fell into that rabbit hole, that conspiracy, and I don't remember Zuckerberg's really name being come up as part of it. Like he was not ever one of the figures that people were worried about. It was
Right.
all these third party actors, Manafort, Cambridge Analytica, Roger Stone, all of
Yeah.
those people. But Zuckerberg was not one of the
Yeah,
names
well,
that people
Manafort was
thought were.
actually he was the one guy. He was guilty. Manafort was Manafuck because he was actually guilty. He was peddling pay to play. He was guilty. That's what he did. But you heard about the $200,000 of worth of ads on Facebook at the time, right? Like you were aware of that.
I remember more of it was like Cambridge Analytica was doing social media for Donald Trump. I don't
Right.
remember. They were doing it through multiple platforms. Facebook was one of them.
Right. So anyhow, I just so everyone understands, like the Justice Department is obviously picking a side and prosecuting its political enemies, just like they projected they were going to. So
Well, but every side has been thinking that about the other side since I've been alive. Like when the Democrats are in power, the Republicans think that they're weaponizing the Justice Department and vice versa. That's just been a political constant my whole life. Hey, Wombat.
maybe they're Pinoid, but it seems to me like the Democrats are playing this J. Edgar Hoover, shell game, and it's like we're not playing Dragnet anymore. Like this is serious, like real life. You try to put people in prison all the time. It's a joke,
I think both sides are trying to do it, but I still think that they have to get it through our justice system, and that's not a slam dunk for any side or the other.
Well, to me, the whole thing has been corrupted. The Republicans don't have that axe to grind until now because
Oh, they've been trying to get Hillary for like
it's all,
half.
it's all the old
Yes, they
heroes
have
of
an
our
axe.
culture. I mean, Rudy Giuliani, the guy was a hero at 9/11 in New York as the mayor or whatever, and They literally stripped him of his law license. They threw him in. They're trying to throw him in jail. They fined him. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. Who's that one guy? The Navarro or something, the economic advisor.
But they still have to prove it. In all of these cases, they still have to get it through the
Well,
justice
yeah, or
system with our
Bannon or
evidentiary
whatever.
standards and
You
appeals
have
system and all that.
you have executive privilege for everyone under Obama, but Bannon refuses to testify because of executive privilege, and he goes to prison. It's a bunch of bull.
But I'm also remembering from one of our previous conversations that you don't trust our Justice Department in the first place. So I'm
No,
saying we have
no.
our court system and our Justice Department as kind of a check and balance on those political prosecutions, but you don't trust any of that to begin with. You think it's all rigged from the start. So that's not a check in your mind.
No, it's completely corrupted. It needs to be
And
disbanded,
I
not
don't
one
think it's
rehire.
completely corrupted.
Absolutely.
So we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that one. All right, I'm gonna wrap up and go watch this Kamala video.
All right, man. Check you later.
All right, thanks a lot, freak. I'll see you again. That went way longer than I expected it to, but I enjoyed almost every second of it. I'd have to think really hard about the seconds that I didn't enjoy. Yeah, narrative, sure. Okay, Jeremy, what does that mean? You gonna come up? I haven't seen you in a while too, and I know that you kind of hang out with that little group. So, yeah, I'll be out. I'm sure I'll be out later. I'm just gonna take my break. I haven't really eaten. I just remembered I didn't really eat breakfast. All right, take care. I'll be back. Who knows when. All right, have a great rest of your day, and see you at the next one.